I don't know. Is there a Jason Whitaker here? He was one of the people that, if not, then we won't bother with that part of it. If he can't show up for it, then.
Oh, shoot. That's Dear Walt
Okay.
Christian.
There what? Okay.
I think it's the
Well, they can
petition
come
for
in
Rule
here
22.
Before him. Are you Jason Whitaker?
Dear
Oh,
Walt
hello.
Christian's in the courtroom. He's a YouTuber. This is so cool.
So I know you have just very recently filed a Rule 22, and I think we were going to have a hearing on Monday.
Man, look
We
at
didn't get notice, so
look
we
at
can
him.
move it to another day, because obviously you need notice in order to be here for
I
it.
was actually sitting right back there when your assistant called me. I was sitting there.
Okay, well, anyway, we tried to reach you, and that's why it wasn't earlier.
We gotta
because
drop his
we
link in the
thought that
chat.
we didn't have notice, so sorry. Maybe
Shout out to the
I thought I
YouTube
even asked
squad.
out loud, but anyway,
It's perfect.
here we are now.
We're
And I know that you want to film in some way.
Well,
Here's the thing, is that we have already got a whole lot of people filming, and I'm gonna have Sylvia Parks in just a minute. I don't know if she's here right now.
Ooh. Okay, let's talk for a minute, okay? Because there's some tea where it looks like this is gonna be televised. I didn't think they were gonna do it. So here's what's going on. You have a lot of people covering this trial on YouTube. Now you have smaller YouTubers like me, Dear Woke Christian, Kat Knott Williams, Kayla Bumpus, a lot of different people that are covering this trial. Now, before I forget, let me put Dear Woke Christian's link in the chat. This is different because of a few things. One, usually just media networks are allowed to do this. This is one of the very rare occasions, this trial at least, where everyday Americans can watch the trial at home via live stream. Most of us have just been doing that. Now, people, what a Rule 22 is it gives people, mostly journalists, permission to either live stream the trial from their own devices and things of the like. Now, this week, you know, you guys can go to infamous Miss Sylvia's channel. She is also a YouTuber. She has been covering this trial. She has been on a panel with Lee and I, giving us information about the trial. She is in the courtroom as well because there has been some controversy or concern about names given to jurors. Okay. Now the judge in this case, and it's actually a little bit dangerous. I'm surprised to see Dear World Christian in there because it looks like he's requesting a Rule 22, but she's saying, hey, you know, I know that you requested one, but I actually need to get to the matter at hand with Sylvia's. So we'll see how that's going to play out. It is a little bit controversial this week because, you know, I don't want to get into the mess of it, right? Because there's people beefing over the whole Rule 22 thing. What's happening is the judge, I'm concerned because I don't want her to pull everybody's ability to live stream the trial. That would really suck. If y'all remember Megan Thee Stallion's case with Tory Lanez, that trial ended up not being televised. So the only thing we could do is rely on word of mouth where people would go to the courtroom and stream. I was thinking about going down there in September just to make an appearance, but after I heard about all this stuff going on, I was like, no. And then, you know, Lead and I were essentially at the beginning going to do that. We were going to start going to the courtroom and coming home and reporting back to you guys. But we decided that, you know, our style of doing it is just fine. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I actually prefer interacting with you guys because it allows me to teach you about the law and what some of these concepts mean. You guys see that we've kind of developed a really strong strategy here where, you know, if she's talking about a plea deal, guess what? I could pull up the plea deal and we could look at it. If she's talking about some pieces of evidence, guess what? From my home, I could pull up some of that evidence, show it to y'all and explain it. So I prefer to do my thing the way that, you know, Lead and I do it, but there are others that prefer to be in the courtroom and stream from there. The issue is you can't really commentate while you're there. That's why you know, it's not my cup of tea, but some people prefer that. So it looks like we're going to see what's going on with this. There are several folks concerned that Judge Whitaker might revoke some of these things, because some people had the Rule 22 in place when Glanville was there, and he signed and approved their Rule 22s. Moving forward, it is said that Judge Whitaker has to approve all the new ones and may have people renew. So it is different. It is interesting. We'll see what happens, but this might be really good. But shout out to Dear Woke Christian, a YouTuber just around like 26K, about to request his, and huge brother to the channel. He supported me tremendously as I was growing during the Fonnie Willis hearings. So shout out to him, but let's see what happens.
What I am going to propose is essentially the same thing that I proposed with regard to Ms. Bumpus, is that you all kind of be pooled media.
Okay.
Because we just already have so much going on.
Not a
So
problem.
that work for you?
Can I express what I was seeking to do?
Sure.
I actually didn't want to. Well, first of all, my name is Jason Whitaker.
Hello.
I'm a member of the community. I'm a Morehouse graduate and actually a former classroom teacher at Cleveland Avenue Elementary School, one of the schools they've been
Thank
talking
you for
about.
that.
I do a podcast, and
Okay.
we've been live streaming and discussing this case. And I did not want to actually record anything. I wanted to just be able to, if possible, because I had the Rule 22, be able to use my phone and just update on things that have happened in court. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. No filming, no picture taking, just being able to keep up with the community that's watching this. Actually, I stream it from home, so they're watching it out from my house, and they just be able to say, hey, this is what happened. Or if the audio goes out, say, this is what you might not have heard, or anything of that nature.
We
So
don't
it's
say
not
anything exciting when the audio goes
no,
out.
nothing exciting happens when the
I
audio
know.
goes out. So that's actually it. Just
Okay,
like
well
that.
then you'll sit in the media row.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, because they're kind of different rules for the media phones.
I will,
and
I
other
will
people's
follow all the
phones.
rules that are
Okay.
given to me.
That's fine.
Yes,
You
sir.
may do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Do I need to give you back this to get it signed, or does the deputy just need to know?
We do it all electronically, so I'll just sit, but my understanding then is that you just want to be able to use your phone
And my
to
laptop,
post
just
essentially, but not to record in any way.
nothing's recorded,
Okay.
nothing's pictured.
All right, we'll get one filed that gives you that permission.
I appreciate it. Thank you so
All
much,
right,
young lady.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dear Woke
Is
Christian.
it Clark that I want, or just Miss, okay, come on up.
All right, this might be Sylvia, guys. That is Sylvia.
All right, so I know that you have been live streaming pretty much this entire trial, and I'm sure probably the pretrial proceedings as well. And it came to both the court's attention and defense counsel's attention recently that you had been on your, what do you call those things that you do? It's not a podcast, or is it, do you still call it that?
It is a podcast,
Okay.
but it's
A video podcast.
Video
Okay,
podcast.
anyway, we'll call it a podcast. That you had been, and I know that you say in your letter that you didn't reveal any personal identifying information. And I think that you did not reveal enough to actually identify any of the jurors, but you were referring to where different people sat and their race and gender. And that is personally identifying information. And then you were giving them derogatory names. And you say in the letter that you provided to me this morning that you have always operated with great integrity, that the content you share represents factual reporting, and that you do your reporting with the, and these are all quotes from your letter, the utmost respect and integrity for all involved. Do you believe that any of those three statements that you made to me this morning is actually true about the names you were given those jurors?
I just want to give you the names were movies that I like. And, you know, SpongeBob is my daughter's favorite cartoon.
Do you think that those showed respect and integrity to the jurors?
Well, I didn't think it were bad names at all. Glasses, nose. No, I didn't think it was bad names. I showed all the names.
The utmost respect and integrity?
I think it's depend on the individual. Well, to me, I felt it was utmost respect.
Well, I do not feel that. That seems like the kind of thing that a kind of mean person does on the playground in grade school.
You think so?
I do. I don't think that shows the least bit of respect or integrity to the jurors or to the court system. So if you are going to, and let me ask you this, you talked in your letter about being media and freedom of the press. Do you consider yourself to be press and media and journalism?
I consider myself being a content creator. I create content for the community and give information. As far as journalism, I didn't go to school. I've taken some classes and things like that. But I mean, the information I believe is very vital for the community.
I don't disagree. I mean, this is court. It's one of the most important things we do in our country. But you say my role is to deliver news and information.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, do you, to that extent, and you say you want to represent factual reporting. So you, to that extent, consider yourself to be media, even if it's non-traditional media?
Yeah, I would think I would, because I've taken courses of like etiquette and things like that. But as far as, and then and the other thing too, with my channel, it's more like some sort of like easygoing, friendly type of thing where people don't feel like it's just.
I'd love for you to keep it friendly.
Okay,
that would be great.
Okay, and I will never use the names anymore if it offend anybody, because that was never my intention to offend anyone.
Okay,
I was just using names of movies that I like, Twister, SpongeBob, Ghost, things like that.
I mean, I realize that if you're trying to create content that fills, the entirety of every day, that sometimes you probably have to reach out somewhere to whatever pops in your mind at the time. But I would ask that before you do that, that you actually do keep in mind that this is a court proceeding. Mm-hmm. And I know a whole lot of people seem to be watching this as entertainment, but this is not entertainment for any of the people involved here. This is very serious. And it does a disservice, I think, to everybody. Mm-hmm. When the coverage is flippant in the way that I think that was, okay? Mm-hmm. And I know you've got every right to do that if you want to. I would just prefer that you not. And I'm gonna give you this, it's a code of ethics that the Society of Professional Journalists follows as a guideline.
Wow.
And I mean, you're not required to abide by it. It's not the law. But it might be helpful for you to take a look at it and just, use it as a guideline.
I definitely will.
Okay, so if you can do that for me and try to be respectful and treat this with integrity, then you may come back in and continue to live stream.
Definitely.
All right, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hand this up to you.
Okay.
All right, I don't know if y'all have had an opportunity now, we can get back to our issues with, or potential issues with some of the exhibits that may be used during the cross.
Yes, Your Honor.
All
With
right.
the court's permission, may I maintain my seat because I'm looking at.
You may.
So in the Dropbox that we've received from Defendant Williams.
Okay, so let's just unpack that a little bit. So it looks like Sylvia's Rule 22 is not revoked, but they wanted to have a conversation about it. I think the judge did that she tried to do it in a respectable way because it is her courtroom and it does need to include decorum. She did make a point that I thought was important, and that point is, some people are looking at this as entertainment, but at the end of the day, it's not funny for any of the defendants. It's not entertainment for them, both for the prosecution side, they're defending Nutt's family. And then you also have all these defendants on trial as well. I mean, it's a little interesting because, we have a big community here. Lead and I cut up. We were doing this way before this case. We always have a tremendous amount of support for you guys, but we also understand that this is a show, right? This is a show. And while we have fun in our space, like that's not going to change. But this is exactly why. Like I was just talking to a friend last night. I was like, I'm not going down to Atlanta now. Like after I saw this drama unfolding, I was like, yeah, no, I will stay at home and not be censored and do what I do in my way to do it. Do I think that people are watching this, more people than we think? Yes. There's 7,000 of you in this chat right now. And it is likely that somebody from the DA's office, a deputy, things like that, I know that they have knowledge of the lead attorney and I and what we do. And that's okay. You know, it's your prerogative. It's a free country. There's also freedom of speech. And that's really what YouTube is for, right? I think that the beautiful thing about this trial is that it gives everyday Americans like you guys an opportunity from different states and even people across the world to see what happens in a courtroom. But I think for us, you know, I can't speak for Lead, but I'll speak for myself. What's really important to me is educating you guys on how this stuff works. And speaking of education, I want to show you something. This is what attorneys have to abide by when it talks about ethics and you know, just how we handle our clients and just ethical rules. When I went to law school, there was this class, and it was it's basically legal ethics. And there are these sets of rules that are set up by the American Bar Association. Every attorney in the United States has to abide by these rules. Okay. In fact, to even take the bar exam, one of the first things that you need to do before becoming an attorney is memorizing all of these rules and passing a test called the MPRE. Why do I bring this up? I bring this up because number one, your girl already passed this test. Shout out to me. But the other thing that the judge did is she is requiring folks like Sylvia to also abide by an ethical standard. So she gave the equivalent of this for journalists and media people to Sylvia. So that's actually, you know, it was nice of her to keep the Rule 22 and not censor Sylvia and remove it. But at the same time, she's giving her almost, you know, without saying the word warning. I think she's given her a chance here, but she does want the ethical standards to be a little bit heightened in a sense. Because here's the thing, the jury is not, we cannot see them for a reason. Their privacy is being hidden for a reason. It's really important that we shield their privacy. And, you know, Sylvia did say, like, I didn't mean anything by it, but it is, the judge disagreed. And she's like, you know, that did seem a little derogatory. You know, it did seem like you were coming at the jury a little bit. So in a way, she is just letting her know, like, I'll let you keep it, but moving forward, we have to move in a very different manner. Okay. So that's what we just saw. And now we're going to get back to some more.
I gotta add myself to the screen. What's up? Good morning, everybody. Grace and peace. You saw the thumbnail, you saw the title, so you know what we're about to do. All right. It is day, I don't even know what day we're on anymore. Just give it up. We're gonna watch the YSL trial. Whatever day it is, we're gonna just enjoy it. So shout out to everybody. Thank you so much for tapping in with us this morning. That was just the highlight of last week rather, when I got my Rule 22 from Judge Whitaker. Sylvia got her Rule 22 back, all that kind of good jazz like that. Let me just real quick, because I want to chime into what AV to the seventh power and shout humongous, gigantic, enormous shout out to AV to the seventh power. I've always looked at her and lead attorney as very, very high post commentators and contributors to this YouTube space. And for her to shout me out was huge. So shout out to AV to the seventh power. I just want to add in something else. It's quick and we're easy to say, hey, you know, various rights and such of that nature. And I do agree that there are certain rights that we have in this space, but I do think we all need to be mindful that what I'm doing here is fairly new compared to old school media or mainstream media, television, newspaper, magazines. That they've been around for quite some time. Being considered a media person and getting a Rule 22 that I can go and contribute to the dialogue and discord is humongous. But please keep in mind, this is fairly new. And
you even hear when Judge Whitaker asked Sylvia, what is this thing that you do? Let's be honest. It's new to people. And I'm not saying that they're right or wrong, not saying that because it's new, you get to violate somebody's rights. Not saying that. I don't think Judge Whitaker was doing that. I think Judge Whitaker really was requiring and asking of Sylvia as well as myself and those who are participating to be mindful that what you're doing here has real lifelong implications. Let me go and pull the link in, make sure I have it here as well. So I don't think Judge Whitaker was wrong. I don't think that Sylvia was wrong. Um, I think the point that was being made was simply to make sure that you're being circumspect about that. You are talking about dealing with somebody's life. Now, sure, I think some people, I saw the comments in here as well, like, hey, well, Judge Whitaker, do you do that? Hey, I'm not going to be flipping with her like that, but I can totally see what y'all mean. So that's one thing I really want y'all to keep in mind. Also, there's a lot going on behind the scenes that you all are not aware of as it relates to, there's a lot of people coming after Sylvia. There's a lot of folk coming after Sylvia. And I don't know why, personally. I've talked to Sylvia. We have each other's phone numbers. We've conversed and whatnot like that. And she's as nice of a woman as she comes across on screen. I don't know what people don't like about her. However, their vitriol toward Sylvia transcends logic. It's well past, kindergarten, third grade antics on the playground. So if you yourself support Sylvia, you could find yourself on the wrong side of these people. And I have that. I got emails to show for it. So on Friday, Mandy did not play all of Sylvia's engagement with Judge Whitaker. The reason being is Mandy made a in-game call that it might not be good for this channel to have the people that don't like Sylvia see that we support her. And she chose not to play it. I played it all right here. You saw it all right here. I made the decision now. But she said, yeah, maybe I don't want all these people, all the smoke. And I really wish, I'm not trying to be flippant about it, but some of these people they need to go outside. Their hatred for Sylvia is really weird. So that being the case, Mandy made the decision during the stream on Friday not to play Sylvia's portion before Judge Whitaker because she didn't want those people that have been coming after Sylvia. And I'm sure y'all have heard about it. I mean, emailing the judge and sending letters to her house, all that kind of crazy stuff like that. She didn't want that to come over here to Whitaker Park. So therefore, she made that call. I perfectly respect that. So I'm just going ahead and show y'all what it was. I don't think it was bad, but she made a call in the middle of the stream to say, "Hey, I'm not going to play the rest of it." And that's all. That's why she didn't do it. But shout out to Sylvia, and I love the fact that she's going to be able to get back in there and do what she's doing. I think there's so much value in us being just the great unwashed, just the normal Johns and Janes, just the normal people being able to see this case in 4K. I think that's really powerful. And the fact that Judge Whitaker saw the value in what I do, saw the value in what Sylvia does, and allowed us to stay in there and to do that, that's huge. Now, whether or not you want to get into the weeds about free speech and all that kind of stuff, hey, I just respect the fact that Judge Whitaker said, hey, you just want to come in here and commentate about this to your community? Okay, sure. Hey, I'm not going to kick the pricks. I'm going to go ahead and say, you know what? God bless you. Cool. Because she sees the value in this. And I think we could all appreciate that there's a lot of value in what we're doing here. What Lead and AV, myself, Kat Not Williams, of course, Sylvia, what we're doing here, there's a lot of value in that. And the fact that Judge Whitaker said, yeah, you can continue to do that when she could have. Because please understand, the judge doesn't have to doesn't have to let there be a camera in there. That is on the volition of the judge. So I know you kind of think like, wait, what do you mean? Like, go check out New York. They don't get to do this. Chicago, they don't get to do this. So this is not necessarily a universal privilege. So I'm thankful, whether I like the judge or not, whether I think they do everything right or not, whether I think they're dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's is irrelevant. I'm grateful and appreciative that Judge Whitaker said, hey, you can come back in here. you can sit in the media row, not the media room. Somebody said I was in the media room, like I was. Somebody said I was being put in punishment. No, the media row is like a pew. I'll describe it later. But yeah, you can come back to media row and be a participant. Yo, that's super huge. Look, I'm not looking down on it. I am thankful for every opportunity I have to give this community a different perspective, give this community more observation, if you will, a different angle of what's going on in court. Look, and the fact that she let me come back in, or rather let me come in and have the same rights that, look, I got the same rights that 11 Alive has. That's crazy. If I wanted to, I could stream, and I have the same exact rights that, 11 Alive and Atlanta News First. Shout out to Atlanta News First. CNN, holla at your boy, DWC. So I think that was encouraging. So I don't want it to get lost, and please don't get lost in the weeds about whether or not she should have or whatever that nature. We are in a different world. This is the Wild West. I mean, the idea is totally new. This is totally new. And if you're a parent, you probably have seen the same thing. You've probably seen the same thing as relates to how your kids interact with their teachers and the new media permission forms that your teachers and your schools or school districts push out every year. They're different than they were 5 years ago. Because now, a teacher could very well do something on TikTok, and your kid could they want to make sure that your teacher might be doing something on TikTok or whatever of that nature. So there's so many new things that are coming up as media explodes. We are not in the terrestrial media space anymore. Everybody is a media or content creator at this point. If you got a phone and a decent voice, you are a content creator. So let's keep it 100. So there are going to be some mix-ups. There's going to be some stumbles. There's going to be some fumbles. I don't think Judge Whitaker did anything wrong. In I do think she could have did more as it relates to how did the juror find out about whatever Sylvia was doing, because I do think that probably violated some of her instructions. We won't talk about that. But I think she's doing the best that she can given the world that we are in. This is a different world. So that being the case, shout out to Judge Whitaker for letting Jason Whitaker back up in the house. I appreciate it. Shout out to the infamous Sylvia. May you continue to be infamous. Thank you, everybody in the chat that is tapped in. I really appreciate you. And please understand, I do see somebody says that they don't agree with everything that Sylvia does. Guess what? I don't either. There are very, very rare instances that I agree with everything that I do. So I'm perfectly fine with, you know what? I don't agree with everything that Sylvia does. It's okay. That doesn't change one iota that I believe she's a top-notch content creator, and she's doing the very best work and the very best that she can do. There you go. So you're not hamstrung that you gotta, if you say you support them or that you like them, that you gotta support every single thing that they do. That's okay. Nah, that's okay. I don't. And that being the case, if I don't support everything you do, I can still address something critically and still be a supporter of your content or your projects. There you go. So shout out to everybody. Thank you so much. Everybody that's already tapped in. There's 300 of y'all up in this piece. So I appreciate you all. We are going to today on day 120 whatever of the YSL trial. We're supposed to be finishing up with Mr. Sledge. I believe there's going to be some redirect and another recross. But then from there, a redirect and a recross. And if and real quick, I see Monica. Shout out to Monica. Mo Justice, a fantastic content creator as well as supporter of the channel. All right, if it was from the deputy in the defense, then I take it back then. Maybe that's why she didn't address the jury. There we go. So Monica just says here, dear WC, according to the judge, the complaint came from a deputy and the defense. Not a problem. And if that be the case, then that makes sense why she didn't say anything to the jury. Perfect sense. Thank you so much. So there's supposed to be a redirect and a recross of Mr. Sledge today. Don't quote me on this, but I was trying to understand it. I think they're going to interview Mr. Sledge's attorney about the infamous Starbucks cafe conversation and the such of that nature. I'm not really, I think, in my opinion, I think this is a lap too far. Like, it's not really necessary in my mind, but I think they're going to, so I think they're going to finish that. And I believe they're going to interview, I think his last name is Mr. Wright, Attorney Wright. They're going to talk with him about the, I'm going to just call it the me and Mrs. Jones every day at the same cafe, Starbucks conversation. And then they're going to have, once they're finished with him, then they'll rest and then they'll start with the next witness. I don't know who the next witness is. I'm going to assume they have them lined up and ready, but I don't think, somebody just said it right here, that it probably won't be until Tuesday. And I agree. I don't think it's going to be today. I think they're going to finish horse trading today. They're going to keep moving things around on the chessboard until tomorrow, but a new witness probably will be called up on Wednesday. That's going to be my thought. But wait, hold on. I think today will be all a sledge. Hey, fire in the hole. Let's go. Our friends are back. Let's go. She has not hit go on the camera yet, though. As always, one in the chat when you can hear.
Well,
I understand the court position of some of that state table, so I will make you your honor.
okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Thank you so very much for letting me know as you can hear. It's low. Let me see if I can get that volume up in here.
All right, was everybody able to get the transcripts that were forwarded by Ms. Winfrey and by Ms. Weaver? Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
great. And I don't know if y'all got word, Ms. Love is a little bit delayed this morning. Mr. Atkins, are you able to point to where in the transcript supported Ms. Love's argument on that objection?
Your Honor, I am currently not able to point to exactly where in the transcript supports the state's argument. I will be working on finding that, Your Honor.
Okay, or can you maybe communicate with Ms. Love? about
Yes, Your
it?
Honor.
Okay. Matters for the court's attention this morning.
I think it's part of this. I just want to continue my argument on my motion, that's all. But I assume it's within what you're doing.
What do you mean?
I assume it has to do with what you just asked, Mr. Atkins. So I think it's part of the same motion, but I have other statements that I'd like to make to the court.
Why are he looking at the camera
For
like
the court
that?
to consider, that's all. I could do that now. I'm not trying to blindside Mr. Atkins, but
Why are he smiling?
if it helps, I'll do it now.
There go your guy. There go your guy, y'all. Go ahead.
8:30 email that I
He
guess
keeps his
y'all
beard clean. I
got,
love it. I love it.
Says she'll be here momentarily. Not quite sure what momentarily means, but
Yeah, Your Honor, my latest update is they should be in the elevator as I'm
Okay.
speaking.
well, then we'll just give them a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And does everybody that needs it or wants it have the Zoom link?
When was that sent out, Your Honor?
Should have been probably this morning. I think I can copy it and send it on that email that just got sent around if anybody needs it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I also be copied on that email?
Yeah, I'll just send it to everybody that's on the email from
Thank you, Your
on
Honor.
behalf of Ms. Love.
I appreciate you, Amher. Thank you so much.
I don't even honestly know who all these people are. Some of them might be DA's office people. Good morning, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, I think that, one person, you know, we can find out exactly who.
Anybody seen Rome King this morning? Where's Rome King this morning?
Y'all might be getting an email from Ms. Persfield with the same Zoom link as well.
Shout out to Stillwell with a bow tie on. I see you. I see you, brother. I see you.
Under a wholly unrelated matter,
Okay.
would you just consider possibly not holding court on election day this year?
I'll consider it.
Thank you. That's all I ask.
He said he got to go out there and do a poll
There are
watch. You got to be
2
a poll
weeks of
watcher.
early voting though.
We do have early voting.
I volunteer at the polls. I could find someone to sit in for me, obviously, so it's not a major issue, but
Okay.
I just wanted to put that out there.
I appreciate that, but considering all of the early voting opportunities, including weekend voting, I don't know that I'm gonna cancel court for a day. I really would like for us to move as expeditiously as possible through this case. I don't think we want to be here this time next year doing the same thing.
Now,
I'm
that
not
is
going to
true.
argue
There's
against
no
that.
lie detected there at all. Yeah, thank y'all so much this morning for tapping in with us. Thank you.
Sure.
My office should have sent your honorable court an email about, I believe it's the same day, November 5 is election day.
Where's
I was
everybody?
given the honor of arguing a case before the Honorable Supreme Court of Georgia, at Georgia State University that morning. So I have to clear it with your honorable court, but I just want to, I have to let the court know.
Okay. I'll let y'all know. I haven't seen that.
What's he
email
arguing in
yet,
front of the
but I'm
Supreme
sure it'll get
Court?
forwarded.
Let's go.
It was sent to Ms. Persifield, but we could, and Ms. Ross.
I'm sure that they'll send it on to me. You may.
Yeah, I saw that. Good catch. A juror did say that they wanted to work the polls.
Yes. Oh, it's fine. I just was sending out the Zoom link on the
Hey, Red
email
Bunny, good to
that
see you.
your, I guess, assistant had sent. It's fine. I don't need to know. I appreciate it though.
I do see that the young lady, the clerk, is not here again. I didn't notice Steele got a haircut. Y'all are on it, boy. I think he also talks to Atkins too. Yeah. Hope she's okay. Definitely praying for Miss Percival. This trial has got to be stressful on everybody. I'm sure it probably drives your immune system down just under this kind of
I
pressure.
believe that we were awaiting a transcript, and if I got that this weekend, my apologies to the court because I was under the weather this weekend and I did not see the portion of the transcript that reflected exactly what it was that I said in response to a particular exhibit.
Okay, well, that is in the transcript that I think Miss Percival
On the
forwarded
chair.
on Sunday afternoon. I can
Thank you.
read it out.
Oh, thank you, Kat. Appreciate it. That was a lot of fun.
It's pretty close to what my memory of it was, actually.
And on Friday, I did an interview with Dr. Jada talking about mental health as it relates to being on a jury. So check that out.
You
The
say,
moderators
Your
will drop that
Honor,
in the
but there
chat.
is a difference that matters. It's a distinction with a difference because what Mr. Steele was putting up is a picture of Defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with Defendant Williams after a particular time. So can you point the court and defense counsel to the portions, and I know we don't have Detective Dennis's transcript yet, but we have the transcript from Mr. Donovan Senior. You should have gotten that forwarded from Ms. Weaver. Have you had an opportunity to look at it yet? Okay.
This is the reality right here. She ain't do her homework. That's what it is. Yeah, so Steele is right. Doug Weinstein right here just looks so unbothered by life. He just looks so unbothered. I wish I could zoom in on it. The way he looks at the defense, at the prosecution. What you doing, Stillwell? You supposed to be on that computer. I know you ever look like Mr. Rogers with the bow tie on and stuff. So, oh, never mind.
And while we are looking for more specific language,
Nothing.
I just want to point out to the court that to the extent that the objection is made that there was a comment on the evidence or the evidence saying a particular thing, two things as it relates to what I said. I intentionally did not speak a particular name for multiple reasons. And I was particularly vague for multiple reasons. But the objection that I had was that Mr. Steele asserted through his language that that particular flyer was introduced in 2015, and that was put forth before the jury more than once.
Right.
And Mr. Sledge agreed with that. And Mr. Steele then put forth a flyer that he said would have chronologically come after that flyer that I had the objection to. And that flyer that he put up was one from December 2014. So this is not a circumstance where I testified, I alluded to, I made reference to something that I believe existed. I did not comment on, you know, the what that evidence was or make a comment on the evidence. But unlike a circumstance where a lawyer would say, you know, that didn't happen to a question being asked, I simply said the evidence, there's been evidence. I didn't say what evidence. I didn't comment on a particular piece of evidence. And so in as much as my statement to the court was intended to orient the court and to apprise the court of why I was making the objection without speaking too much about it, I would ask the court to overrule Mr. Steele's objection to my objection and deny any motion that he made as a result of it. But we are still, at the court's direction, looking for the language that led us to be where, led me to make the statement that I made.
Understood. And Mr. Steele, looking back, and you, when we were talking about it Friday, you said you weren't sure that you had said 2015, but looking back on page 10 before the objection by Ms. Love, you do say 20, I mean, you don't say, but you're asking, is that 2015? And the witness agrees. And apparently everybody knew it was 2014. So.
May I speak?
Sure.
So I agree. I misspoke. I did not do it intentionally, but that's for the court to determine. And Ms. Love, I hope you feel better. My issue goes to three things, really. And the reason, and thank you for allowing me not to ask the jurors to be removed. I don't remember the time, but it was close to 5, and I just didn't think it was appropriate.
Sure.
But I appreciate you allowing that to happen and that it's still preserved. My issue, though, is this. I definitely misspoke. I watched the Law and Order or whatever, Law and Crime, and then I got the transcript later. And I apologize.
Christian.
All that has to be said is, where's the date on it? Ms. Love said that, or are you certain, or do it on redirect? And then I corrected it because I said this is in date order. And then I went back to the next flyer is the same band, same group performing, and it's December 31, 2014, going into January 1, 2015. I wanted to correct it. I didn't realize at the time I said 15. It just, I wasn't focused properly, I guess. But for a lawyer to then say, and the evidence has shown, that was my issue.
Yeah, I understand what your motion addresses.
And this is easy to figure out because I can't get these Twitters anymore. They're gone. They won't. I tried to subpoena them. I can't get them. But the state, through Agent Racy, he's a cop. He's now with ATF, but he was with Cobb County. He got I don't know why, but just a certain amount of time from middle of 2014 to the middle of 2015. Got a year. All these are dated. The reason that these aren't dated, I put in, is because previously the state had an objection to any writing on it, but everybody has the date. It was December 26, 2014 and December 31 going into January 1, 2014, 15. But my problem is we can't be making any lawyer what the evidence is until a closing argument, and the evidence is not closed yet. So that's my big problem. And I will say this, the state gave us an email. If they don't remember it, I could put in evidence for it, just for the record. On Friday, August 9th, 2024. at 5:22 p.m. Your Honorable Court is CC through the Honorable Miss Persifield. And it gives the list of people who are going to be testifying. That's wrong. That's the wrong date. I gave the wrong date. I'm looking.
Oh, here you go, those dates again.
Sorry. This was given, the way it used to happen, I don't know if it still is, but Ms. Hilton would give a list every Friday to the media and then to us of who the next witnesses are, and certain witnesses, for whatever reason, couldn't be shown.
Right.
So they were undercover agent or something like that. And then there were objections there too. But on the media list of 5/10/24, so it's May 10, 2024, the state had Detective Racy, which is RAISSI, by the way. He's now Agent Racy. And then followed by this performer, Mr. Lamar. His first name is DEQUANTES. And he goes by Rich Homie Kwan. And that came to everyone via email from Ms. Hilton. That's May 2024. So my point is, the state had him on a short list. They didn't call him. They don't have to call witnesses. I get that. So I was going to call him. He's already under subpoena. And I assume the state knows this because they didn't call him. But on March 23rd, 2015, Mr. Lamar, or Rich Homie Kwan, and this is all public, he said, I'm still affiliated with Rich Gang, with them, talking about Rich Gang. In an interview that was with Thesis, THISIS 50, in an interview with ESPN on April 20th, 2015, and 2015 is right after the January 2015 the death of Mr. Thomas. Mr. Lamar reaffirms that Mr. Williams will always be his, and I'm quoting it, brother. And with Vlad, VLAD TV, Mr. Lamar talks about Mr. Williams on April 21, 2015, wishing Mr. Williams the best. In an interview, he states that he and Jeffrey have no, or excuse me, Mr. Williams have no, quote, bad blood. That's May 16, 2022. September 18, 2022. He talks about that they get along. In an interview with Cam Newton, August 15, 2022. He details how he's a fan of Mr. Williams' work even before they met. And he emphasizes that he and Mr. Williams never had a problem. And it goes on. He has other interviews here. The point I'm trying to make is, I contest that there was this supposed eruption and they don't get along. So the state put up Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr., they said last week to this honorable court, to make this claim. They don't put up the actual people involved. And I'm going to put up, if I need to, I know I don't have to put up a case, but if I need to, I'm going to put up people who observed the two of them together. The people who interviewed him, I know I'm going to get objections to hearsay. But the point I'm trying to make is, to say that I said the wrong date doesn't need this additional. That falls on the exact same platform as with the same witness last week. District Attorney Love read a plea colloquy in an unrelated Alford plea. I don't know how that happened. That's from Mr. Sledge. And then I believe, and it's not a violation because I try to speak with every witness. If they won't speak, that's fine. But at that June 9th, 2024 meeting at Starbucks in Fayetteville, there was clearly Brady evidence. Now, some of it was given to us. The Brady evidence that was given was what I originally said. It was August 9, 2024.
So, Your Honor, if we could deal with one issue at a time, I don't have any problem addressing each of them. I would ask the court's indulgence to allow me to address each one in turn, because I've heard about 4 so far, and we're on to Brady evidence at Mr. Sledge's interview, which is entirely different than the exhibit Mr. Steele put up that we were addressing.
All right, well, we were trying to give you time to find the portion of the testimony to support what you said on Friday. I think
We'll give you
Mr.
time to do your
Steele's
homework.
just
If I,
outlining what his other issues are going to be.
because I'm going to have to address each of those, and I do have a response to each of those, I was trying to listen and to take note.
All right, we have 2 other people sitting at council table with you. I'm sure they're equally capable of running a word search and a
Ooh.
transcript.
Oh my
Go ahead, Mr.
gosh.
Steele.
It's just that, you know, at this meeting, it comes out that Jeffrey Williams is with Mr. Donovan Thomas days before he's killed, according to Mr. Sledge. I have other evidence that puts them together, but that's a contested part. It's not really Rich Homie Kwan, it's Mr. Thomas, Donovan Thomas. And what the state's trying to say is that for the court's edification, I believe is what they're saying. Mr. Thomas is trying to be the manager of Rich Homie Kwan. Mr. Thomas doesn't want Rich Homie Kwan to sign with a man named Mr. Brian Williams, who's Birdman. Jeffrey Williams is not signed with Brian Williams, Birdman. And somehow Jeffrey Williams doesn't like the fact that Donovan Thomas won't let Rich Homie Kwan sign with an independent person.
Mhm.
So Jeffrey Williams has him killed. The jurors may adopt that. But when Mr. Sledge tells District Attorney Love on June 9, 2024, that Jeffrey Williams and Donovan Thomas were outside, and I thought it was TIG, but TI's studio, he's a performer he's a wonderful performer named Clifford Harris in Atlanta.
Mhm.
And they're having a good time. That's Brady evidence. And I never got that. Now I did get it. I don't want to, there's no violation. I'm making it clear. I got it from Mr. Sledge and Mr. Wright. But we should have gotten it from the DA as well, because they didn't know. I assume they didn't know that I got it from other people. And I don't think Mr. Matthews got it. I didn't share it with him anyway. So that's Brady evidence for him too, because it's part of the state's case. Those are my issues. It just, that's one witness last week. And it's the objection, it's the Brady, and it's the reading of a transcript. It's just a lot to deal with. And that's it. My objection, I asked for a mistrial. You know, I'm God willing honest with everyone, but I don't want a mistrial. But I don't know what to do. So those
Okay.
are my issues.
All right, thank you.
And I do apologize for the speaking, and hopefully I cleared it up.
I mean, it happens. I don't find any purposeful action on your part in saying the wrong year. But
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I apologize to the court in advance. My voice is a little lacking today, but as we are bringing up things and patterns, I want to bring to the court's attention a couple of things that the court would not have knowledge of, as the court could not have been present when it occurred. I've read the portion of the transcript where I said, as it relates to a young man in the picture, I believe evidence has come out that, and I want to read it exactly as I said.
well, I
Thank
mean,
you.
I already read it out once.
Mr. Steele was putting up is a picture of defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with defendant Williams after a particular time. So there have been instances during this trial with other witnesses, much like the way that Mr. Steele is alluding to instances that the state has brought up. I'm bringing this up for a reason, if the court would give me an indulgence, where the state has asked a witness a question. For instance, did Mr. Steele ask you to, did Mr. Steele stop the recording while you were talking? And Mr. Steele literally verbally stood up and said, that didn't happen. That did not happen. While the, see right there. And so giving testimony during trial, I did make an objection to that. That was addressed. That, in my estimation, is wholly different. And that is the kind of thing that it would appear Mr. Steele is sort of alluding to the state having done now, and it's not. I did not state anything about the weight of the evidence. I said vaguely as I could, I believe this has come out. The jury will know. My objection was intended to inform the court as to why I made that objection. I will point the court's attention, since Mr. Steele has brought up these interviews he's talking about, to the discovery we did provide.
You know what? He admits there's not a violation. So have you found the portion of the transcript that you say supports your assertion that evidence has come out that whatever?
Since I didn't name a person.
I understand, but then you said to me
I did.
afterwards, outside the presence of the jury, I've got a basis for saying that.
And I did.
Okay.
During the examination of Donovan Thomas Sr. by Miss Hilton, she asked whether or not Mr. Thomas Sr. ever saw this person, this gentleman that I was referring to, and defendant Williams perform again after December 2014.
Okay.
He said no. That was the evidence. That is the reason that I said that evidence has come out that these people didn't associate after a particular time. I intentionally did not want to speak on 2015, 2014, but I can state in my place that unlike interviews and all of that, we've had interviews by people other than counsel in the courtroom. We've actually had interviews where we have had investigators told that after the murder of Donovan Thomas, that this gentleman and defendant Williams did not speak again, period. After they saw each other in Miami following the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., a question was asked, where is Woody? Defendant Williams told this person, Woody was in Atlanta. This person looked over and saw Woody on a turntable or something in that same club, and this person walked away and did not say another word to him afterwards. The point that I'm making is that when I see an assertion by counsel that there has been something, a concert by the two of them in December 2015, and the statement wasn't made, it's a leading question. So it's essentially a statement wasn't made once, it was made more than once. And then the witness adopted it and said, yeah, it was in 2015.
All right. So
I don't know
I
any
think
other
I
way to
see the
correct
portion of the transcript that you might be referencing. It is on page 45 of the rough of Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr.'s testimony. There's a question about a video shoot in Birdman. After this video shoot, to your knowledge, did your son ever promote anything dealing with Jeffrey Williams? The answer, after the Fulton Industrial video shoot, no. Is that what you're talking about? Or is it something else?
think it
Because
was
it would
more
be nice if
specific.
y'all could point me to the part of the transcript. But you know what? Regardless, I think that the issue and the reason that Mr. Steele made the motion is because you said in front of the jury, and I hear you saying Mr. Steele did the same thing, which honestly, y'all, neither of you, that if it is improper, the fact that the other person is doing it doesn't make it less improper. Two wrongs don't make a right. Y'all are familiar with that. But I understand that you were trying to correct the misstatement about the date and essentially say, you know, it's not possible. The better way to have done that would probably have been to say, can we approach and call to Mr. Steele and the court's attention why it is that what he was saying about 2015 wasn't possible. So I don't think that it is anything that is serious enough to warrant a mistrial. But for both of y'all, for everybody, if something like that comes out and you think for whatever reason that something is getting misstated by the attorney, just ask to approach and we'll deal with it up at the bench, okay?
Your Honor, there is a,
Can I get everybody's okay on that?
absolutely.
All right, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. There is an issue that I have experienced. I have made an objection, and when I hear an objection, if the objection is made to my question, I pause.
Yeah.
But that does not happen. And so if when I object, a person continues to talk and improper information is being put before the jury, I don't know what else to do.
Okay.
If that,
I'll address that. So I noticed that as well. Everybody, when you hear the word objection, stop talking and let me hear what the objection is. And then sometimes I will still need to hear the entirety of the question because I won't know whether the objection is meritorious or not because I'll need to hear the rest of the question. But not always. So just stop what you're saying. Let me hear the objection. And then if I need you to tell me the whole rest of the question or whatever it was you were saying, I will let you know that. And then you can, and then I'll make a ruling. Can we operate like that from now on as well? Great. Okay. We ready for the jury now? You need a minute? Yeah. Okay. Sure. We'll take just a minute.
I'm ready
Yes,
for a
just,
nap already.
We're early on, but
Tired.
does anybody else need to step out? I
No,
mean,
nobody needs to step out.
like with regard to the defendants? Yes? Okay. Everybody go to the bathroom. Come back, let's get going.
All right. Woo! They starting the morning off already on 10. You know good and well they're gonna end up fighting. I'm sorry. It's just gonna happen. They already got a break. We've been on this thing for exactly. I mean, they started at 8:30, right? Did they start at 8:30 or 8:45? Anyway, they haven't been there long. And how Love gonna need a break when she came in late? I'm sorry. Okay, never mind. Just crazy. Thank y'all so much for stopping by this morning. Appreciate you. Look at Trey L already kicking your boy off from DC with a $2 super chat. Thank you so very much. I appreciate all of y'all from all the different places. I see the question Mike Kennedy asked, where's everybody from? Yeah, I'm revoking everybody. No, y'all stay focused. Stay focused. Stay focused, people. We gotta get this done. We gotta get this done. So no, I saw the question Mike Kennedy asked, where's everybody from? So yeah, make sure you answer that question. That was a good one for sure. So, all right. I didn't catch who the next witness is going to be, but Sledge is going to be on the docket today. And I think it's fair to say he's going to be on here most of the day, if not into tomorrow. But I think it's fair to say most of the day today. Whew, goodness gracious, man. These directs and redirects. I'm sorry, these directs, then cross, then redirects and recrosses are they can get long, especially when it doesn't seem like they're getting their way. It's like, come on, this is just long for no good reason. Uh, and somebody asked that, did she actually interview Donovan Thomas's dad? I think so. Yeah. Yeah. And like my dad wouldn't be able to say who I collaborated with. I mean, come on. That's crazy. Unless he's like deeply, deeply involved. Oh, somebody in Kokomo, Indiana. Um, unless he's deeply, deeply involved in what I'm doing. But that just seemed weird question. So thank you so much. Brooklyn in the building. We got Ohio up in here. Absolutely. So we will see. We're gonna see how it goes. I think it's gonna be pretty wild, even in Louisville, Kentucky. It's gonna be pretty wild, but we will see how it goes. You from the bottom. Is that New Orleans or the bottom is the name of somewhere? Where are you from, Richard Dixon? Help me out. Help me out. Oh, okay. Sweden. Okay, I got you. And that's not Sweden, Michigan either. That's Sweden on the other side of the pond. Oh, Zachary's next. You're right. Thank you so much, Zachary. Is the next witness, which is crazy. Oh, thank you so much. Cash Money Kaz, great bow tie from the other day. DWC, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Look, if they just added a shot clock, I'm telling you how quick this would be. If they just said, look, you have exactly 6 hours with this witness. That's it. So that's 6 hours of direct, 6 hours of redirect. That's it. At 5:59, the buzzers are going off and the sirens are going off, and your mic cuts off at 6 hours. Stop it. And 6 hours might be a lot, but there's no incentive for them to move forward and move this thing to completion. It is like tiptoeing through the tulips and interviewing. I'm surprised they don't interview the Starbucks barista. I fully expected that. And they probably would have. I have no idea. See, that's how you know Judge Whitaker is starting to get lose patience. Because she's just like, look, go take a break. Go to the restroom. Well, how long are we going to be? So Dallas, Texas in the building. Kentucky up in here. Absolutely. Western Pennsylvania. Your wife is from the great state of Georgia. ATL. Absolutely. North Texas. Gary, Indiana. Los Angeles. I see you, Mike, over here. ATL, Shawty. I see. Norway. Y'all, that's not Norway, Virginia. That's Norway on the other side of the ocean. Man, we got people tapping in all over the place. I love it. Tampa, Florida in the building. Norfolk, Virginia, and Arizona up in here. Got that New Jersey. What is this? KCMO. I want to say Kansas City, Missouri. I think that's what that is. Please let me be right. I think that's Kansas City, Missouri. I like the way you did that. KCMO. That's got to be it. Kansas City, Missouri. I got to be right. I hope I'm right. What's going on? Alabama, North Point in the building. North Carolina, Landis. North Carolina, Detroit's up in here. Chili Most coast to coast. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Reality 210. It's impossible to take this case seriously. I've never seen so many legitimate reasons for a mistrial, and it's not granted. It is really hard. I understand, again, like I said, Judge Whitaker is going to get this thing across the finish line. That's it. That's it. She's every day, she's trying to move this thing just one step further, 1 yard further down the field. That's all she's trying to do. She's trying to get it into the end zone by hook or by crook. I just think that it should have probably already ended. I think Wealthy right here is making a great point. Wealthy Wisdom. Donovan Thomas's dad will say anything the state wants to hear. And I think it's also anything he says will be what the state wants to hear as well. They aren't, or rather, they weren't going to call Rich Homie Quan because they were afraid he would say the state is lying. Yeah, definitely. Detroit in the building, North Carolina, as well as Missouri. The judges always let him off the hook, Jazzy Lady says. Always let him off the hook. She was supposed to have that homework done over the weekend. Look, I was sick this weekend too, but if you want us to, if this is important, I'm sorry, unless you was like on an IV drip, how could you not be doing a Google search or a word search? Come on, for real? Through the transcript. That's all she wanted you to do. I was letting him off the hook. I kind of want to see this to the end, but I'm tired of the judge teaming up with the state to help them out getting on my nerves. I agree, Jazzy Lady. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. This is my first time seeing you, so shout out to you, Jazzy Lady. Thank you so much. Chicago in the building. I see you over there. Shout. Moontunk is Sledge. So I think Moontunk's lawyer is going to be on the stand, I think, after Zachary or before Zachary, whatever. For sure. What's going on, Costa Chameleon, hanging out from east side of Atlanta? Yeah, I got you. I see what you said there. The heart of Virginia, not anywhere around anywhere else, but the heart of it. New Orleans is the boot. Oh, you're right. You're correct. You're correct. Okay. Geography was not my jam. I just want you to know that. What is going on over in Houston, Miss Bonner? What's happening to you? Philly in the building. Okay, I got you. I got me a Philly girl. That's where my wife is from. Over there in DC, I see you, Nita. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this morning. I see you, Lauren. Thank you so much. Sledge is concealing the cross. Sledge is concluding cross with Steele about 30, 60 minutes. Then if there's another defense side, we'll cross, followed by redirect from the state, which will probably take hours. There you go. Oh yeah, I did forget. I forgot that there are other defense attorneys that may very well want to cross-examine. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's no way he's gonna get done today. Over there in Lone Star State, I see you. I see you. Republic T, Tennessee is in the building. All right, here it goes.
Okay. That's fine. Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
On. Yeah.
Okay, I see you, Sledge, with your little jacket on. I see you, homie. I see you, relax. Okay. Stretching, getting loose, get ready. Okay, let's go.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all all had a very nice weekend. Mr. Steele, I believe you were finishing up your examination.
Oh, the
of the
chair.
fitness.
Your Honor, may I approach Mr. Sledge?
You may.
Mr. Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what I've marked as Mr. Williams or JW 255. Would you take a peek at this for me? Tell me whether you recognize that item.
Yes.
And is it in the same condition? Have you seen it prior to, 2024, 2023, going back? Is it the same condition?
Yes.
Any alterations or changes to it that you can tell?
No, not allowed to see.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 255.
It's admitted.
May Mr. Kokomo display it, Your Honor?
Yes.
It should come up on your screen, but it should be the same exact thing. You could check it. That's in front of you, okay?
Yes.
And if Mr. Kokomo can blow that up at all, and if not, that's fine. So this is exhibit number at the very top, Mr. Kokomo, if you just show, you see where it says exhibit or EXH number JW, Jeffrey Williams 253? I believe it's 255, but. Let me see if I can. All right, you see at the very top 255?
Yes.
Okay, and then if Mr. Kokomo can just center so all the words can be seen on the actual writing. Do you recognize this as a social media posting? And do you see the date?
Yes.
And it's from DMAC, got me to TOO, banging at DMAC to banging. You see it says December 27, 2014.
Yes.
And does it read then, and I'm changing it just because that's how I am. A-N, lie to their mama, brother, sister, and kids, but get to the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, 3 question marks. I don't get it. And then hyphen at Young Thug. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, did I read that fairly accurate? I know it wasn't perfectly accurate, but fairly accurate.
Yes.
All right. And is that similar to what has been marked and played in states number 447Y, where you started out with, I'm going to, and this may not be exact quote, but something like, I'm going to swear to tell the truth. I'm going to lie on God. You remember that?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell the jurors what it means, if you know, when it says at the end of it, the hyphen at Young Thug?
Before it,
Can
I
you,
don't,
can you explain that to the jury?
I don't get it.
Yeah, right after that.
At Young Thugger Thugger. I mean Young Thug, I'm sorry.
Yes, do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know, and if you don't know, just say, I'm not sure. Do you know what that means?
No, I don't
That's
know
fine.
exactly what it means.
Okay, and this one goes back, if you remember, and if you don't, we can show it to you. But do you remember what the state used on January 26, 2015, said repost? You remember that?
The repost whiz.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then you showed the jury the January 4th, 2015 video, same video, Jeffrey Williams, remember that?
Yes.
And this one is approximately a week before January 4th, 2015, right?
Yes.
December 27, 2014.
Yes.
And prior to this, prior to 2014 and 2013, 12, going back, have you heard the same type of statement?
Yes.
All right. Now, did anyone from the police department or the district attorney's office, and I'm saying after you entered a plea, so this is December 28th, 2022, okay?
Yes.
After that, so coming forward,
Yes.
did anyone from the district attorney's office or one of their teammates, police, whomever, did they ever ask you?
Objection.
It was
Relevance
coming.
as to what anyone else ever asked this witness. If Mr. Steele wants to ask something, he can.
Ask about the evidence of the reposting? They showed the gentleman the evidence?
Your Honor, my
Know if
objection.
anybody, I want to know if anybody ever went over with him that it's a repost?
Your Honor,
Sustained.
Did, at your meeting, we'll just do it on June 9th, 2024 at the Fayetteville Starbucks?
Yes.
Did District Attorney Love ever ask you
Objection.
about,
objection. Yes.
Sustained.
did States Exhibit number 447Y, the repost, January 26, 2015, was that ever discussed with you?
Objection, Your Honor.
How many is this? I think that's 3 already.
Where it says on the January 4th, 2015 video, and if you need to see it, I'll show it to you. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, where you read to the jurors that Mr. Martinez or Duke said it first?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay. Did you ever explain to anyone about Mr.
Objection, Your
Martinez?
Honor.
Oh my
That would be
gosh.
hearsay.
He's right here.
Explaining outside the court, it would be relevance and objection.
Sustained.
All right. Now, District Attorney Love asked you on your direct examination why you didn't go to the police on the morning of January 11, 2015, when you dropped off Mr. Copeland at the City of Atlanta Police Department homicide. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
All right. And you were aware that the police called Mr. Copeland
Yes.
that night, and then Mr. Copeland went down to see the police, right?
Yes.
Did the police call you and tell you that you were the prime suspect?
No.
Objection to the compound question.
Overruled.
No.
You were asked questions about the music company or business YSL Direct Deposits. You remember that, working for them,
Yes.
working for Mr. Williams? You remember all those questions?
Yes.
All right. Do you personally know, do you personally observe, does that music business have lawyers working for them? If you know, if you don't know, just say I don't know.
I don't know.
All right. Do they have accountants?
Yes, I think they have accountants though. I know that.
How about managers?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, vague as to the managers.
Yes.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions also about what you explained to the jury, that anybody can claim YSL. Do you remember all those questions?
Yes.
There was no beating in, there was no initiation fee. Remember those type of issues?
No. Never have. That you never have to get beaten in or however.
Somebody could just say I'm with YSL.
Right.
By doing that, does that mean that they're with the record company YSL?
Objection, vague by doing that. I don't know.
That's 8.
Now, you mentioned yesterday meeting with
It wasn't yesterday.
Jeffrey and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams and yourself and Mr. Donovan Thomas and others, I'm not excluding others, shortly before, God forbid, Mr. Thomas was, days before he was killed on January 10, 2015 at TI Studios. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
Is TI the performer TI that you're talking about?
Yes.
Do you know his real name?
Something Harris. That's all I know. I know his last name Harris.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
And is he a phenomenal, well-known, accomplished artist?
Objection. I knew it.
You were asked about the definition of snitching. Do you remember that?
I don't remember asking me that.
All right. Do you remember saying in the video 447Y snitching, and I'm not going to say, but BIT blank 8?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury what snitching means.
To me, my definition of snitching is another person lying on another person.
Now, on from December 28, 2022, I'm using that date because that's the date that you were released from custody on this case. That's the date of your guilty plea, okay?
Yes.
All the way through today, but including Sunday, June 9th, 2024, when you met at the Fayetteville Starbucks?
Yes.
The district
Here we go.
attorney and your lawyer and the investigator. Did anybody go over with you what's been gone over with you in court, the plea agreement?
No.
You told the jury that Jeffrey idolized or idolizes Little
Here
Wayne, or
goes.
Mr. Dwayne Carter. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Did you ever hear, are you familiar with Little Wayne's work? His music, his interview?
Yeah, I'm familiar with his music.
Have you ever heard him use the word slime, the term slime?
Yes.
Was that before you ever heard anyone say it, or was it after?
I hadn't heard it said before, but he's like one of the first artists I heard say it.
He being who?
Wine, the wine.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
Really?
Weinstein, you had 3 cross.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I'm Diamante Kendrick's attorney.
Yes.
May I approach you and show you something?
Oh,
Yes.
Kendricks. That's Kendrick. Sorry. I'll go with 8, Filipino girl. That's fine. It won't be long. No, it won't be long.
I'd like you to just take a look at this video.
Wow, that's loud.
Do you recognize the action that was performed by that player in that video?
Yes, Tyrone here.
Hang on,
Testimony
don't say
about it.
anything.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, just, do you recognize that
Yes,
player?
yes,
Do you recognize the action that he performed?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm moving to admit Kendrick 1.
I object on the basis of relevance and foundation, and if we need to approach so that Mr. Weinstein can show the court what it
Well,
is.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so.
All right, so that was double, so it's 10.
Giving out our.
I need to step.
I saw Doug put this on Twitter. Let me see if I can put it up on Twitter real quick. It's a football player that's doing the nose wipe. And I knew it. He said he was going to be up today. All right, let's see. Crackers. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, Doug is prolific on Twitter. He is on Twitter without or I'm sorry, it was Black Law Student. That's who it was. It was Black Law Student. It wasn't Doug. It was Black Law Student. Sorry about that. All right, let's see if we can pull it. Let's see if we can pull it real quick. All right, so this is what he's looking at right here.
Congrats on the win. Free my dog. Hey, free Cheetah, baby. Slap. Congrats on the win. Free my dog. Hey, free Cheetah, baby. Slap.
All right, so that's what they're showing. And and this was just last night during the Dolphins game, or after the Dolphins game, sorry. I hope I showed that. Did I show that? I hope I did. All right, so I gotta put my banner on the bottom. Let me put my banner back on the bottom. All right, at the current moment, we got 10 objections and 4 squeaky chairs. That thing, somebody did a compilation of the chair squeak. I want to say it was AV. I might have seen it on AV's channel. Somebody did a compilation of that. That was y'all so bad. Y'all are terrible, man. Y'all are terrible. But I'm here for y'all. So shout out to Tayrell. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Republic Room, for the support and being a member of the channel, as well as Republic Room dropping the 11 super chat. Yeah, of course, if you add 11 together, you get 22. So she's showing the rule of 22 in the building. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support. Thank y'all so much. Grace and peace. Thank you. All right, what do we have here? We got some shenanigans going on up here. Come on, Doug. Oh, it was on AV's channel. Okay, there we go. Shout out to AV. YSL Dolphins. This is crazy. Yeah, YSL Dolphins are a gang now following this. This is crazy. Y'all are wild. All right. Thank you so much, Monica. We appreciate you stopping through. The Dolphins are Rico too. There's a lot of money to follow. There's a lot of bread to follow. The Dolphins are indicted on Rico. Y'all are out of control. He's an unindicted co-conspirator, Whitney Lynn. Whitney Lynn says, I need to tell my husband to stop watching football before he becomes a co-conspirator. He's already an unindicted co-conspirator. Already. Damn, Rita. I love it. I love it. Y'all are out of control, out of pocket, all too early in this morning. Thank you so much, Maya, for another $4.99 super chat. She says, I appreciate your commentary. DWC, congrats on your Rule 22. Thank you so much. My goal and my plan is to go to court tomorrow or Wednesday. I'll let y'all know ahead of time for sure. Yeah, Flipper is a gang member. Yo, if you remember Flipper, that's back when TV used to be good. I forgot all about Flipper. That's back when TV was good. Oh my gosh. Dude, you done brought back some old memes right there. What are y'all doing up there? Doug, come on, Doug. The sidebars are adding up. Wait, where is it? The sidebars are adding up like the Melly trial. I don't know what happened. What happened to the Melly trial? Was it wild? Y'all drop a dolphin in the chat. That's what we might need to do. We might need to put a dolphin in the chat because I forgot all about Flipper. That's some old Nick at Night type of stuff right there, man. That's it right there. For sure. Drop some old AI. Whoa, Land Shark. You remember Land Shark? Yo, Land Shark was hilarious. That's back when Saturday Night Live used to be funny. Believe it or not, people. Saturday Night Live used to actually be comical. It actually used to be good. Yeah, yo, they're gonna have everybody. This is gonna backfire in so many exponential ways. Captain Kangaroo, man. We wilding out too early in the morning. It's too early in the morning for this, Tracy. But I'm here for it. I'm here for it. There we go. Okay, here we go. Let's go see what they're gonna end up doing. He said, let me show you this. Let me show you the guy wiping his nose on the football. All right. Listening for the objection or the squeaky chair. Oh gosh.
Sustain on the foundation, but you can see if you can lay further foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, I have a few more questions about that video that I showed you.
Yes,
Have you seen that video of that player before?
I know who the player are.
Have you seen him doing this particular thing? Have you seen that clip before that I showed you?
I don't recall seeing the clip, but I just seen it when you just showed it to me.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
I didn't watch Miami game yesterday.
Okay, I'll move on.
All right.
I'm going to show you something else, all right?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
Yeah, politics ruins Saturday Night Live.
You see
Does
this
Land Shark
photograph?
cartoon?
Yes.
Stop it.
Have you seen that photograph before?
No, not to today.
Okay. And I will not be asking you questions about that photograph.
Right.
December 28th, 2022, going back to that date, where did you wake up in the morning?
At Fulton County Jail.
And where did you wake up on January 1st, 2023, New Year's Day?
And at home.
At your home,
Yes.
in your own bed.
Yes.
And you signed that plea deal that we've already talked about.
Yes.
And you initialed all those statements that were made in there, right?
Yes.
And you would have initialed anything to get out of jail on that day, correct?
Yes.
Here it comes.
If they would have asked you if you could say that YSL did
Objection
not kill
calls for
Tupac,
speculation.
You know it.
What's the question?
if they had asked you,
Objection
If
to
you-
if they had asked you, just nothing else beyond that, Your Honor, because it's speculation.
Sustained.
but again, you signed and initialed all of that, and you would have signed and initialed anything to get out
Objection.
of Rice Street,
Sustained.
correct?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
No more questions.
All right. I think nobody else had cross. Is that right? Is that still the case? Okay. All right. Is there a redirect?
There is, Your Honor.
All right.
So we know the objections are going to go to sleep. So the current moment, Love is 12 objections probably in all of like 10 minutes of questioning and a lot of squeaky chairs. That's crazy.
Mr. Sledge, you were asked quite a few things by Mr. Steele on Friday regarding what was and what was not asked of you at the time that you entered your plea agreement with the state. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Your Honor, just to satisfy the rule of completeness, the state tenders State's Exhibit 444Y, the entire plea agreement, or states 1AS, which was admitted for a different purpose at a
All
different
right,
time.
any objection? Okay,
Your Honor, I would object to further commentary unless we need to approach. I'm
Wait, she
tendering
objecting
the
there?
exhibit.
I understand. He's not commenting. He's stating what his objection is because I asked him to. I think we might need to approach to resolve it, though.
This is embarrassing. Look, and the funny thing is, I personally think that Mr. Sledge is starting to get a little miniature law degree up here because every time they say object and whether the judge says sustain, overrule, Mr. Sledge moves accordingly. Like he knows what that means now. Hey, shout out to that, man. He's learning. Hey, because your boys still don't know what it means. But I think it's hilarious. Like he knows what it means when somebody says objection, he stops. And if the judge says overrule or sustain, he moves accordingly. That is kind of cool. So hey, shout out to him, man. He picking up the clues. I love it. But this right here is such an embarrassment. I'm so sorry, y'all. This is embarrassing. Oh my gosh, man. Like just let it go. Because you do realize that they're hinging these men's freedom on stuff like whether or not a meme has a date on it, or these small little ancillary things that you would not want your whole freedom hinged upon. That's what they're trying to do, man. This is crazy. Let me see real quick because somebody mentioned it. I think it was AV to the seventh power who had the video of squeaky chair getting having revenge on her. Let's see. I thought it was her channel. Maybe I'm tripping. Okay, I don't see it, darn it. I don't see it. All right, if I do see it, if I run across it, or somebody does in the chat, you know what to do. Drop it to me, or put it in the Discord. Sorry about that. Mm. No, I don't see it. But yeah, they already pulling out their objections already, man. We already had 12 objections. And we're hardly an hour into the show. That's crazy. Good morning. Thank you so much for stopping through this morning. What's going on, Penny G? What's happening? Well, they are having a little colloquy, a little meeting of the minds, sidebar, if you will, because Love was starting her redirect And Brian Steele objected to something that she was going to bring up. Yeah, the jury's got it. I'm sorry, man. I feel so sorry for them, man, because this has got to be hard to follow, hard to stay engaged in, and so forth. Man, it's got to be rough. Like she's objecting even in her own recross. She's objecting. That's crazy. Somebody said the cross gonna last till Friday. Come on, man. The bad thing is it probably so. I hope Judge Whitaker is upset about this and realizes, in my opinion, they give entirely too much latitude to the state and don't give that same latitude to the defense. And yeah, I only counted 12. So I think they should do she should hold both of their feet to the fire or be loosey goosey with both of them. Because she loosey goosey with one, but then she holds the other one's feet to the fire. You can't do that. It's got to be one or the other. Only 12. Imagine what it's going to be like when defense presents their. Oh, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be bonkers. Yeah, this jury, man, definitely. They got a lot to parse through. They got a lot to keep up with. I don't know if they're actually in here during the sidebar. They might be. Because then you got to get up and get out, get up and get up. I mean, this is a lot of movement too. So they might actually be sitting in here. Maybe it was Cat. Maybe it was Cat. Okay, let's see real quick. All right. I don't see it on Cat Not Williams channel. Friend. You said she had a squeaky chair counter? That's hilarious. Let me look on Cat's channel real quick. That is crazy. No, I don't see it on there. Cat's not streaming right now. She's streaming this afternoon. The jury is there during the sidebar, but they can't hear it. Right. Okay. I'm going to get better at that. Thank you, Donna. Appreciate it. I don't think she listens to it. I mean, that whole contention between her and Brian Steele it's just going to keep going. They're not going to change that. Here it comes. Here it comes. Let's go.
And let's get Mr. Sledge back, please.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, on cross-examination just now, I believe it was by Mr. Weinstein. Forgive me if it was by someone else. Were you asked the question whether anyone ever went over the plea agreement with you between December 28, 2022, when you signed the document that is states 444Y and states 1AS? and today. Were you asked that question on cross-examination by either Mr. Steele or Mr. Weinstein?
I don't know. I don't think Mr. Steele asked me that. He asked me something about June the 9th. So I don't know if Weinstein just asked me that question either.
All right. Did Mr. Steele ask you on cross-examination whether anyone went over that document that you signed on December 28th, 2022 with you at the June 2024, I believe it was, meeting between you, your attorney, investigator Lancico, and me in Fayette County? Did Mr. Steele ask you that?
I think that was the question was.
And was your answer no?
Yeah,
one
because
did?
no, yes.
At that point, had the document already been signed in its entirety? Had you already signed everything you
Oh,
needed to
yes,
sign?
yes.
On cross-examination last week, you were asked about hiring an attorney for the purposes of this case. And let me actually back up and ask you this. You were asked a few questions about what was going on at the time that you signed this plea agreement on December 28th, 2022. Do you recall that?
Yes,
All right. Do you recall being in a courtroom here in Fulton County on the date that you signed that plea agreement on December 28th, 2022?
I don't think I was in the courtroom. I think I was in the tank in the back when I signed.
Okay. Were you in a courtroom when you acknowledged under oath that everything that you signed was true?
Yes,
Did Mr. Steele, Mr. Shart, or any of your other friends' attorneys ask you on cross-examination?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you tell the jury that you loved Mr. Stillwell? You loved Shannon?
yes,
Did you tell the jury that you loved Defendant Williams?
yes,
And Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Shart and Mr. Williams, they represent people that you love, correct?
yes.
All right. So on cross-examination by lawyers for one of the people that you love in this courtroom, were you asked about your conditions prior to signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. On cross-examination last week, do you recall being asked about conditions you endured before signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Yes,
Do you recall being asked if you felt pressure to sign that plea agreement?
yes, I think so.
Do you recall being asked whether you felt intimidated to sign that plea agreement?
I don't recall that one.
I'll ask you, were you intimidated by the state into signing that plea agreement?
Was I intimidated?
Were you intimidated?
I wouldn't say I was intimidated. I was basically like, I just feel like it was forced on me at the time. I wasn't intimidated by it.
It was forced on you. We're going to come back to that word force, okay?
Yeah.
Do you recall on direct examination when I was asking you questions, do you recall you first mentioning something about the fact that your mom, unfortunately, had become ill? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you recall telling me not to speak on her?
I said I didn't want to talk about her.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about her multiple times?
Yes.
Did you have any problem with him talking about her?
No, because me and my lawyer had discussed don't even get frustrated about it.
So is your testimony that you didn't mind Mr. Steele talking about it because you had a conversation with your lawyer about that?
Yes, he just told me to stay focused, and
Okay.
even with you, he just say stay focused and answer the questions.
And tell the truth?
Yes.
All right. When you say you felt forced, would you please tell the jury who it was that forced you to sign, or who you felt forced you, if anyone in particular, to sign anything on December 28th, 2022?
I'd say the state, because when I addressed it and tried to change situations, they wouldn't change them. So
And it's still your testimony, is it still your testimony that there were things that you wanted changed that you did not get changed? Is that still your testimony?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
could you repeat it?
Is it still your testimony that there were things you wanted changed in this plea agreement that you did not get changed?
Judge. Your Honor, could I talk to my lawyer right fast?
You may.
But no, I don't want to. Could I?
All right, let's just take a recess.
Don't take a recess. Recess in place.
I know we just broke, but if anybody needs to use the restroom, you can go ahead and do that.
No.
And can somebody let me know when he's back from talking to his lawyer? Thank you.
Yes, Judge.
I don't understand why somebody asked. Let me pull this up real quick. I personally don't get why Love's questions, again, maybe it's because they're prosecutors. Where did the question go? It was just like, does she think, here it is right here. Does Miss Love really think this line of question and helps her? I don't think she cares. I don't think she cares. The goal, the aim, the intention is to get this W. And I think she'll do whatever. She'll say, I mean, she'll drag your deceased relative. She'll bring up whatever. I mean, whatever. At this point, I don't think it even matters anymore. It's just, she's just gonna do whatever, because it doesn't, most of our sensibilities, hence why we do this live stream, is to talk about things that don't make sense. Like, that doesn't make sense. Why are you being so antagonistic to your own witness? Because go back to Woody. Most of the issues they had with Woody is because they didn't treat Woody. Again, Woody was being special. Let's just be honest. Woody was being special, but they weren't even approaching him like he was just a normal human, like he was a human. It was your ends to a means. I said it backwards. Your means to an end. And I don't get it. I don't get how they think this is going to make them look like the heroes in this regard. I don't get it. I think his mother was sick. I don't think she's passed away, but she was very ill when he was in jail. And Brian Steele brought that forward, that basically he wanted to go home. So he would have said just about anything to go home. Yeah, I'm a little surprised with this, just Ani. I'm a little surprised because she was holding their feet to the fire as relates to being on time. And now she's taking 2 breaks, which would easily, I think that first one easily was 20 minutes, and this one's probably gonna get close to that as well. Yeah, I don't think she realizes she's adding to she's adding to it. She was asking some dicey questions, Joe. Adrian Love was asking Sledge some dicey questions in her redirect. And he asked her to talk to his lawyer. She said, sure. And then let's go ahead and go to the restroom. I don't know why she's doing that, but it is what it is. Yeah, she is at the podium. That is interesting. Why is she at the podium today, but she was at the podium on Thursday and Friday? What's the deal? Yeah, I see lots of people are catching up, picking up what she's throwing down. Okay, we're only counting if we're my objection counter, we're only counting objections that Adrian Love makes. So not like Doug Weinstein just made an objection. We're not gonna worry about that. And anybody else with the squeaky chair, I doubt highly anybody else has one, but we will ignore those as well. I don't think the jury's impressed. I don't think so either. I have a little bit. His mother did pass. Okay, that's unfortunate. Okay. Thank you, Vanderveer. We got the objections at the moment, Judah. We got the little ticker across the bottom right there. Only 99 more witnesses. Yo, if you did not actually hit the like button yet, please help your brother out. Help me out. It lets YouTube know that I'm doing stuff that people are enjoying. So if you just hit that like button, it doesn't cost you anything. Just hit that like button. It helps out a lot. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, I don't think she's aware. I think she is aware. Let me take that back. She's feeding into what's taking this case so long. And this is a great point, Joy Ball. The jury has got to be poverty stricken by now. The judge doesn't even care. I would love to know how do they go about making sure these jurors, in doing their civic duty, are not losing their houses and losing their homes and kids getting kicked out of school, whatnot, cars repossessed. What is a plan for that? I'd love to hear if there's a plan for that, because it seems pretty problematic, in my opinion. Great commentary. I I think they have 100. I think we're also kind of saying this, Ava, kind of tongue in cheek. I'm hoping it's not 100, but I think it was still 100 witnesses. Remember she was doing the groups of 30 and she had to clear them out. Well, she did the first group of 30 witnesses, and then they had another one. So that's 60. I I'm hoping it's not 30. I mean, I'm hoping it's not 100. But if somebody told me, "Oh yeah, she had another 30 witnesses, so it's going to be 100," I wouldn't be surprised. Or 90, I wouldn't be surprised one bit. Let's say like this: this is not the last witness. That we can say emphatically. Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, totally. You got to be kidding me. But I'm not really terribly surprised. I don't know why I would be. Like, this makes sense because the case is built on so much hearsay and speculation and so on and so forth. I wish it was. It said it should be 50 witnesses max on each side. That or a time clock. I'm telling you, a shot clock. But yeah, I like that too. I like that. You know, you can only have 50 witnesses and you need to get down to it. That would be really good, especially if it's a RICO trial. You can only have 50 witnesses. Okay, I like that because there's no other way to make it move along because there isn't an incentive for them to do so. Hmm. What is? What did you say there? Wait, just saw something that looked pretty good. I think they picked witness. I think they picked jurors. who are mostly on salary, because if I'm not mistaken, if they are salary workers, they still get paid by their employers. Okay. I think that's very interesting. But no, that would be better than hourly employees for sure. I mean, hourly jurors for sure. Yes, I'll take that. Man, I hope they're done with the infinity specialists. Personally, I think they're done. Man, I don't know why I'm saying that. We all know they're gonna have the infinity specialists up there. What's going on, President Not Perfect? How are you? Grace and peace. Good morning to you, sir. Yeah, there's a lot of hearsay, assumptions, theories, but not evidence. You're right. But they've been watching her bully John C. the whole time. Let's see what John C. says. The jury just all love bully Sledge to get him to answer the way she wants him to. And I agree. The problem is they've been watching that. That's what she's been doing. So what's the deal, Rhea Holyfield? What you gonna do? You got to do the right thing and deal with her for the way that she's been treating the witnesses, because she's been doing this the whole time. I'm still trying to find that video. I don't know whatever happened to it. And the video I'm talking about is somebody did a squeak counter for all those times that the chair was squeaking. I don't know where it is. I don't know what happened to it. I saw it this morning and I have no idea what happened to it. So I'm going to just take it as a sign that I need to leave it alone. Yeah, so far, Ava says that state's witnesses have been helping the defense. Or maybe it's just maybe the case is just that bad. Maybe that's it. Maybe the case really is that bad and it wasn't anything there in the first place. And they just did not want to admit the reality that there really is anything here. Okay, let's see what we got. I'm hourly and still would be paid for jury duty. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of witnesses left. Wealthy Wisdom says there's 99 witnesses left. They initially started with 750 witnesses and reduced it down to 400. And they reduced that down still. Okay, here we go. Fire in the hole. Abati done showed up. Well, Paige, that means that you're going to be brought up on RICO charges. Very simply.
That's never any fun.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, have you had enough time to speak with your attorney?
Yes,
During the time that you spoke with your attorney, is your attorney the only person that you spoke with?
yes.
All right. Did you speak with any member of the state this weekend?
This weekend?
Yes.
No,
All right. Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney this weekend?
ma'am didn't talk, but
Okay. All right. So did you testify on cross-examination last week that there were portions of the plea agreement that you signed that you asked the state to change, but that the state refused to change?
no, what I said, yes, but they changed certain things, but it still was things that I had problem with. From my awareness, once, if you call me to the stand, that I would be able to explain the things that they didn't change.
Do you recall when I first asked you questions on direct about the April 2015 drive-by shooting that you,
April 15.
the April 28th, 2015 drive-by shooting? Do you recall when I asked you about that on direct?
Yes,
Do you recall you told me you did that in your best interest?
could you repeat that? You lost me right now.
Do you remember saying that was in my best interest when I asked you if you pled guilty to the shooting on April 28th, 2015?
Yes,
And do you remember saying that I did that because it was in my best interest multiple times? Do you remember saying that?
you said that I took the plea in my best interest.
My question is, do you remember?
I don't recall.
I don't recall to enter the chat.
Mm.
Mr. Sledge,
Okay.
What?
do you remember us talking about your 2015, April 28th, 2015 shooting and that subsequent plea last week? You and me, not anybody else, while you've been on the stand.
You said the 28th drive-by shoot?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
All right. And do you remember I asked you whether you pled guilty to that? Do you remember that?
yes,
And do you remember you told the jury, do you remember telling the jury, well, I did it in my best interest? And
Yes.
this is not a trick question, I promise you.
yes,
All right. And do you remember you said that more than once? I did that in my best interest.
yeah, I remember that part.
Okay. And when you say in your best interest, are you familiar with what is known as an Alford plea?
Wait, hold on.
No, I don't really know what an alpha plea really mean. I just was saying that I pleaded guilty in my best interest.
And when you say that you pleaded guilty in your best interest, what do you understand that to mean as opposed to just flat out pleading guilty?
Could you repeat it?
I can.
Cause that was kind of tricky.
Okay. So if you enter just a regular old guilty plea and someone asks you, did you plead guilty? Would it be unusual for you to just say yes? I pled guilty?
Anything I plead guilty to, I feel like it's in my best interest to plead guilty to.
That plea that you entered in 2017, especially, there was a special designation to it though, right? It was an Alford plea, wasn't it?
I didn't know it was an alpha plea.
When you entered the plea that you entered on December the 28th, 2022, did you recognize the prosecutor asking you questions as the same one talking to you here right now, me?
Yes,
All right. And did you recognize the prosecutor at the table with me as the same one I have my left hand on now, Miss Hilton?
she wasn't in the courtroom when you did the plea. She went somewhere.
Okay. All right. So if we see the video, but we see Miss Hilton's lovely face, you'll recognize Miss Hilton as having been in the courtroom?
I don't remember seeing me here too.
That's fair enough. Do you remember seeing a judge who looked a little different than the one on the stand now?
Wow.
Okay.
Why is she
Do you
bringing this
remember
up?
seeing your attorney, Mr. Wright, there sitting with you?
Yes,
Is that the same attorney that you had in 2015?
Mm.
I don't think I got arrested in 2015, but if I would have, he would have been the one to do the case.
Did you testify on direct examination that Mr. Wright has been your attorney for 15 years?
Yes,
Could you tell the jury when Mr. Wright first started representing you in criminal matters?
I want to say like 08, 09, something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination that Mr. Wright is someone that you trust?
Yes,
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination that Mr. Wright is someone whose advice and counsel you take seriously?
I don't remember saying it like that. You put it in that word.
Would you just tell the jury right now then how it is you feel about the lawyer who's represented you for the last 15 years?
He been great.
Objection.
Overruled.
He
Go
been
ahead.
he been great to me.
Okay.
Right.
And he was in the room with you when you entered the plea on December 28, 2022?
Yes,
Is this the first time you've had to testify at a criminal trial?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Do you understand that you are now in a witness box testifying in a criminal trial under oath?
This is my first time knowing that I was a witness to testify up on the oath.
All right. So this is the first time that you've testified in a criminal trial. Is that fair to say?
I ain't gonna say it's probably not my first time, but me knowing that I was gonna be called as a witness, yeah, this is my first time.
All right.
Love has been healed. That's why.
Do you remember being asked on cross-examination by either Mr. Sharp or Mr. Steele? I believe it was Mr. Sharp, your friend Shannon's lawyer, whether you...
Overruled. I think she's just trying to get clear who it is. That we don't need the commentary.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you know who represents your friend Shannon?
Yes, I've been sitting in the courtroom like everyone else.
Which person do you recognize as representing defendant Stillwell?
Mr. Short.
All right. So do you remember Mr. Sharp asking you if on December 28, 2022, you found yourself between a rock and a hard place?
Yes.
All right. And what did you answer to him regarding December 28, 2022?
What did I say?
Yeah, what was your answer to that
I
question?
said yes.
And would you tell the jury what the rock was and what the hard place was?
The rock was the situation I was in, and the hard place my mother was sick,
And when you say the situation you were in,
incarcerated.
Okay.
And
all right. And hopefully, is your mom doing,
no, she deceased.
I'm sorry. So did your being in Fulton County Jail have any bearing on your decision to enter that plea that you entered on December 28, 2022?
Being in Fulton County Jail and away from my mother.
All right. Which one had the biggest bearing?
Being away from my mother.
All right. So being in Fulton County Jail wasn't a big factor in your entering that plea?
Objection, mischaracterizes his
I'm asking a
testimony.
question.
I couldn't hear them both at the same time. So.
Be quiet.
I'll rephrase.
All right, she's gonna rephrase.
Mr. Sledge, was being confined in the Fulton County Jail a large factor in your deciding to enter a guilty plea on December 28, 2022?
Yes, it was, but my mother was bigger.
Why is she so angry? This is wild. Remember, when
Is
you
there any reason why during the plea colloquy that the jury heard on Friday, that was played or Monday, last Friday actually, that was played at the end of the state's direct, is there any reason, or rather let me ask you, did you ever hold up your hand and tell the court you wanted to make some clarifications?
No, I would have directed it to my lawyer, and whatever you did, but what I wanted, you wouldn't do. You didn't do everything I wanted, which I state.
You were asked by Mr. Steele, your friend, Mr. Williams' attorney, whether or not the state ever sat down and met with you. Do you remember being asked whether the state ever sat down before the June meeting and before you entered that plea agreement and met with you? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Did the state ever sit down and meet with you?
No.
Did you ever agree to sit down and meet with the state?
I can't agree if the state don't come to me and ask me.
Do you, or has your attorney, or do you have any understanding that the state can't come to you except through your attorney?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay. Did you ever have an understanding that the state wanted to talk to you before you signed the plea agreement on December 28, 2022?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask your attorney for an opportunity to speak with the state?
No, I ain't never asked them to speak to the state.
Why not?
I don't know. I can't tell you that else. I never asked him to speak with you because that's his job. That ain't my job. That's why I hired him.
Was there anything about the state that made you feel you couldn't speak with the state if you wanted to?
No, but if they would have came to me and asked me to speak with them, with that plea agreement was on there, I would have told them the same thing I told him when I took it, like, that ain't right.
Now, when we speak about the state, is your understanding that that means only the district attorney's office? Or do you consider the state the police as well?
I just thought all y'all work together. I don't know. They put you in jail, you put you in jail if you have to. So I don't know. Y'all both doing y'all job, I guess.
And so when police spoke with you back in 2015, did you consider them the state as well?
I don't know. I think y'all work in two different departments.
You're right.
Because I don't see the state on the street locking people up. The police, I do.
Okay. So when you spoke with the police back in 2015, did you tell the police any of those things that you told your friend, Defendant Williams' attorney, and your friend, Defendant Stillwell's attorney, when they asked you questions on cross? Did you tell the police any of that stuff?
I don't think they asked me nothing like that.
You
I don't
think
recall. I don't recall them asking me nothing like that. You said the police?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall them asking me nothing like that what Mr. Steele asked me.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about that drive-by shooting?
Oh, yes.
Do you recall the police asking you about that drive-by shooting?
Yes.
How much information did you give the police about that drive-by shooting?
I told the police it wasn't true.
Okay. Now, okay, so, and when I asked you on direct examination about that drive-by shooting, what did you tell me about that drive-by shooting?
I don't recall. You can refresh my memory.
Why is she talking to him like that?
Do you recall me asking you what you did before that shooting?
I don't recall it though.
Do you recall me asking you how did that shooting happen?
Yes.
I can show you. I can
Go ahead.
respond.
Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. Do you recall me asking you what led to that shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling me on the stand, or actually telling the jury, because it's not me. Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you on direct that you just went to pick up Mr. Garlington from the club, or that Mr. Garlington had gotten jumped on?
I think I told you I went back and got him from the club. That's what I told you.
And do you recall telling the jury when I asked you questions that you didn't see anybody who jumped on Mr. Garlington?
I told you I didn't know anyone that jumped on Mr. Garlington. The same thing I told them on cross. I didn't know exactly who it was that jumped on.
Did you tell the jury on direct with questioning by me that you didn't see the faces of anyone who jumped on Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And did you tell the jury that you didn't see the faces of anyone that you may have interacted with during that time?
Yes, sir.
May I
Yes.
respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Steele cross-examined the witness on this very topic. I believe that it is necessary to orient the witness to the questions I asked before I get into the questions that I want to ask him about what he told Mr. Steele, number one. So it's not a 403 waste of time in any way. And I believe that he made a second objection I'd like to respond to, but I can't remember what it was. It was kind of long. And leading, Your Honor, suggests an answer, and it does not consist of questions that simply require yes or no response.
Overruled. And I'll give you a little leeway, but go ahead and get to what you actually want to get to.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you never saw a shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you just dropped off Demekion and Quindarius and you went on your merry way?
I don't think I said I went on my merry way.
You didn't use merry, that's my words.
Okay, but I remember
Just
exactly
went
what you
on.
said. I ain't saying I went on and directly left the scene, but I didn't actually witness them shooting the gun. That's what I said.
Is it your testimony today that on direct examination, you did not tell the jury that you dropped off Quindarius Zachary and Demekion Garlington and left and don't know what they did after you left?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall me asking you about another house getting shot up on Drew Drive after the house on Adele getting shot up?
I don't know in what article, I don't know the addresses.
Why are you talking to him like that?
Asking you about whether you saw or participated in any other house getting shot up other than the house off MLK on Adele Drive. Do you recall me asking you that?
I don't recall.
So do you not recall as well telling me that you didn't see any house get shot up?
I don't recall me telling you that I seen a house get shot. I don't recall.
Now, what I just heard you say is, I don't recall me.
Me telling you that.
You don't recall you telling me what, sir?
I just don't recall, Ms. Lowe. I don't recall.
What is it that you don't recall? I'm sorry, I need the jury to know.
I don't recall.
I don't recall
I don't
anything.
recall. I don't recall.
Here come hostile
You've
witness.
been pressuring me so much, it's like, I don't even be remembering a lot of stuff you saying.
This is her witness, by the way.
Is it that you don't recall telling the jury you did not see any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay, today, do you recall seeing any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I didn't, what I'm saying, I didn't see, I'm not saying that I didn't know no shooting was gonna happen, but what I'm saying is, I didn't like
Imagine
personally
thinking you're a
witness
superhero.
the house that you saying that Quindary, Zachary, and Garnington shot up. I didn't witness that.
I appreciate that clarification. That's not my question. I'm asking you today to tell this jury whether you recall today seeing any houses, since it's me talking to you, whether you recall.
He just told you about the one house. So are you asking about any others?
Yes,
All
I
right,
am.
so ask it that way.
Yeah, you gotta tell me directly what house you talking about, cause when he crosses
That's
that
not,
with me,
no, that's not what she's asking. She's
Oh, okay.
asking any other houses besides that one.
well, I didn't know I don't know the people that was shooting at the other house.
Okay. All right. Did you see any houses getting shot up? Forget the address. I don't really care what address. Did you see any houses getting shot up on April 28th?
I just don't think that's an appropriate question.
Okay, well, that's not for you to decide. So
Okay,
unless
but
there's an
I'm
objection
saying, but-
that's sustained, you go ahead and answer the question.
Yeah,
You did see some houses getting shot up?
not houses. Now you putting more than one. It was one house that I probably seen.
Okay. Tell the jury what house you probably seen get shot up April 28, 2015.
I think it was Lexi. I don't even think it was a house. It was an apartment, if
Tell
I'm
the
not
jury.
mistaken.
Tell the jury what apartment you saw.
I don't know the name of the apartment.
What can you tell the jury about the apartment?
Where I was dropping Quindary, Ms. Zachary off at. That's the one I could tell you about.
So, on Friday, when you talked about dropping off Demekion and Quindarius, weren't you dropping them? Were you dropping them off at the house off MLK or Adele Drive, or was there a different address you were dropping them off at?
I was drunk, Ms. Love. I don't remember which one it was.
Did your memory come back while you were being asked the same question by Mr. Steele?
No.
Do you remember telling Mr. Steele a whole bunch of stuff about?
I don't think Mr. Steele was the one cross-examining me on that.
Objection to a whole bunch of stuff.
Who do you believe was cross-examining?
I think it was Mr. Short, not Mr. Steele.
Okay. Let's go with that for a moment. Do you remember telling Mr. Short then details about houses that you saw getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I didn't go here.
Your Honor, I object. I object
Okay, well, you can't object to the objection.
to the speaking portion.
Okay. All right, so he just, I think she's asking him, if you need to approach, let's approach.
I mean, I don't mind either way. You tell me.
Your Honor, the court
Let me
heard.
look at,
It's crazy.
let's, come on.
Uh-oh, Shard is intense. He ain't playing. Yo, I need the names to be named. Who brought her this microphone? Now, mind you, I'm glad that they sound clearer and all these shenanigans going on with the microphones have been resolved with that. But where did the mic come from? And why in the world is she so hostile? Good gracious. There's no way she thinks she's a superhero. I mean, the hero of this. There's no way. Good night. Why are you like this? Who hurt you? Somebody give her a hug. She don't need a hug. And mind you, that microphone, she walked over and got it and went to town. So it's already connected to the system in the courtroom. Where did this microphone come from? I'm sorry. I know that's a big deal. I just want to know, where did this microphone come from? The names must be named. Who did this? Because y'all are responsible for this. Yo, she is upset. She's so hostile. She is losing it. And personally, I think Brother Man should have just kept saying, I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall. And she probably would have lost her mind. Oh, yeah, Miss Winfrey is there wearing green. Uh-oh. I didn't even realize that. She in trouble. Shard was on a strut. He was like, look, let me tell you some stuff. Oh, yeah, this is going to definitely go the rest of the day. She's going to just badger that poor man the rest of the day. You're not going to hug her, Pam? Somebody need to hug her. She needs a hug. She needs a whole bona fide hug. Because good night. Oh, man, come on. This is wild. She got it on Amazon? Well, hey, she needs to share because the defense needs that microphone too. Like, where does microphone come from? The names must be named. Yo, by the way, real quick, shout out. Thank you so very much to Mia for the $4.99 super chat. She says, I appreciate your commentary, DWC, and congrats on the Rule 22. I think I might have already said this, but thank you nonetheless. I appreciate you. And then also, Yusef came in with the $4.99 super as well. You can hear the anger, contempt, and hatred in her voice towards her witness. Let me just say this one thing. This is her witness. Let me make sure. Big screen, big screen. This is her witness. Say that to yourself, boys and girls. This is not the state's witness. This is not the defense's witness. Please forgive me. This is her witness. And she's treating her witness like this. Hostile lawyer. Absolutely. This is bananas. This case never ceases to amaze. This case will not stop amazing us till the very end. It'll probably amaze us 10 years from now. We'll still be sitting around laughing like, that case was crazy. She big mad about that cross. No question about it. She's a hostile witness at this point. She's a hostile lawyer at this point. Like, why are you mad at the dude? Yeah, this Spitfire. Yeah, this is their guy that was on the stand last week. He was good to go. I don't know. She said her voice wasn't feeling good. Clearly, her voice has been healed, and her behavior isn't feeling good. Her attitude is wrong. I don't know. But I know Miss Winfrey has got that green on. She part of YSL now. That's crazy. I mean, y'all in this popcorn emoji. Y'all are wild. Yeah, this is pretty interesting though, in a bad way. Interesting. What did somebody say right here? Racist DWC. Just imagine these people were definitely guilty. The jurors might not find them guilty because of love. No, I think that's my point. Ray, by the way, thank you for the great comment. I don't know if these gentlemen have done it. That's the thing. They may very well be guilty. Love and Hilton and Atkins could be very well on the side of truth and justice. Okay. The problem is this case is so poorly executed. There's no way that I can believe that this is right. So they might be right. These guys could be as dirty can be. The problem is this case is being prosecuted so poorly that it's not helping their case at all. Great comment. What's going on, Hightower family? What did you say? Is she even married? If so, I'm sorry. If she is, I feel for her husband. Everybody's saying that she's married. I didn't know she was. It goes without saying, however, this is a really not a good look for her. I mean, she is going at it. This is her witness. This is not the state's witness, y'all. This is her witness. Craziness, man. This is bananas to see this in 4K, to watch you not fighting with, but antagonizing. I'm surprised she didn't bring up his deceased mom again. I'm really kind of surprised because she didn't sound genuinely concerned when he said that she's passed away. What did Hightower say? Hightower said, question for you. If the jury decides to make a vote today on if they're guilty or not, can they do that because they hurt enough already? Okay. Okay. Don't quote me on this. And definitely, if there's a legal mind like Monica or somebody else, the jury could do that only after the prosecution rests. So let's say the prosecution rests and this is it. We're done. And now they give the ball to the defense. At that point, the jury could say, hey, real quick, we wanted to say that we don't believe that the prosecution made their case. So we're going to already say the prosecution has failed to meet the burden of responsibility. And we're going to make a decision right now that they failed and the jury, and we as a jury determine no guilt. So that would stop the defense from even having to do anything. The defense can also say, hey, we would like to poll the jury because we don't feel like the state met their burden of responsibility. So that's another way it could happen. But I don't think they can just do it like out of the blue in the middle right now, since they still got, however many more witnesses they got. But that is an excellent question. I definitely will do some more research to make sure that I am correct. But thank you so much. And also thank you to Peter Ortiz for joining, becoming a member of the channel. Thank you so much, sir. This has got to be unequivocally the craziest trial. She's married and kept her maiden name. Really? Y'all are some super sleuths, man. I love it. This is some of the best. This live chat is the best live chat on the planet. And by the way, if there's 640 of y'all watching and you're like, what's going on here? What's going on here? This is the best live chat on the planet. And we're watching the most insanest trial in Georgia history. My name is Jason, dear woke Christian. I'm a social and political commentator giving you my perspective from a Christian male perspective. And I live here in Atlanta. I live down the street around the corner from Fulton County Courthouse. And this is the craziest trial I've ever seen in my life. There have been so many twists, so many plot twists, so many turns and ahas and gotchas. We just need to let it go. Just let it go. So we're watching this. Now you're welcome to jump into the best live chat on the planet for sure. So jump on in there, hit that like button, jump in the best live chat on the planet. Everybody's going to treat you nice. They're going to be kind. And we're going to watch this together and we're going to try to figure it out. Another sidebar. Yes. Because please keep in mind, this is probably the third sidebar today. And it's not even 11 o'clock yet. I'm almost certain of that. It's definitely the second. It might be the third. This might be the third sidebar. No, I think she knows she's losing. This is some bully work. This is bully work. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. TJ, the advocate, says the prosecutors have to rest. So once they get through all their witnesses, let's just say they were done with all the witnesses today and they rest, and that basically means they give the ball to the defense, then that's when the jury could say, oh, by the way, we don't think they met their burden of responsibility to do what they need to do. So therefore, we think this should be thrown out or whatever, however they decide to do it. Thank you, JT, the advocate. TJ, I'm sorry, the advocate. We got to get you on the channel, so shoot me an email. We're going to make that work. Oh, here we go. Fire and hold.
All right, let's get to the
She is not happy. Y'all pray for her. She did a hug. Good night. Oh, my dude ain't even there yet. Sledge ain't even in there. Oh, here he comes. Now we're ready. Get the life with DWC. Let's go. Here we go.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Sledge, please tell the jury what you remember today, everything you remember happening with respect to April 28th, 2015, from the time you picked up Mr. Garlington.
Love, I've been here 4 days, just I don't know how many hours. I can't remember all this stuff, so I don't recall.
she's not asking you now what you remember testifying to. She's just asking you what you remember about that night.
I don't recall.
When did your memory about it leave you?
I can't answer that question for you, but
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Did you remember it when you were asked questions by Mr. Sharp? Mr. Sledge, please answer the question.
I don't recall.
Oh, we should do that. I don't recall.
You do not recall whether you remembered April 28th when you were asked question by Mr. Sharp?
I don't recall.
All right. When you were entering the plea agreement that you entered on December 28th, 2022, did you ever stop and ask the judge or tell the judge you wanted to clarify anything?
No, because I thought my lawyer had already did that.
And when you heard the state read out factual acknowledgments and ask you if they were true and correct, did you ever indicate part of them are true, but part of them are not?
I didn't think I could speak that in court.
Why did you think you could not speak it in court?
Because I ain't thinking like I could just burst out and say that while the judge reading, or while you was reading out, because the judge didn't read it out. I ain't think I can do that. That was never explained to me.
Between December 28th, 2022 and last week, did someone tell you you could burst out while the state was reading something?
No.
Interrupt?
No.
So last week when I was asking you questions and you told the judge I gave you a headache and made your blood pressure go up, you felt comfortable enough? Did you feel comfortable enough to do that?
Because I'm on the stand trying to explain. When you sit back there, you ain't explaining, but when you sitting on this side, you call me here to tell my truth and my understanding. And that's what I'm giving you. I can't give you nothing else. I'm only giving you my truth.
Okay. And so when you were sitting at the table next to your lawyer, did you feel more or less comfortable about giving your truth?
I don't recall.
Do you want to answer the question?
I just answered.
No, I'm asking you, do you want to
I
answer?
want to answer any question that you got for me, but if I don't remember, I don't remember.
And so what is it that you don't recall about being at the table with your lawyer?
I just don't recall, my love. I ain't trying to give you a hard time. But it looked like you trying to give me a hard time.
All right. Mr. Sledge, would you tell the jury, as between when you were in court on December 28th, 2022, and when you have been in court for the last 4 days, if there is anything different about parties in the courtroom that you can point out.
No,
So everyone here in the courtroom was in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022.
when did you say?
Action, relevance.
Your Honor, it goes to changes.
Okay, overruled.
Could you repeat it?
Wow.
Were each of the people now in the courtroom today were, and
Yes.
Oh, sweet Caroline, I'm so tired of this. Come on. This has got to be the fourth one. And she still got that microphone in her hand. She is so irritated, y'all. She's so extra irritated. Wow. Thank you so much, you Sammy. So DA Love needs to go touch some grass. Go take your shoes off. Get some. I mean, we're in pollen season right now. So this is the ragweed season. It's bad too. Like my second born is having a rough go at it. It's bad this year. But yeah, Love is in bad shape. Love is in a bad way. Girl, you need to, I don't know what you need to do. I don't know if maybe I don't know what it is. This is not a good look. I am sorry. If you want me to believe this is making you look like the superhero, please let you know. You do not. You look like every bit of the villain. Yeah, I think it's like, okay, there's more than one witness that we know. Well, I'm sorry, there's at least 60 witnesses because we know that they went through those 2 rounds of 30. So at least there's 60 witnesses. Somebody said 100. I hope y'all wrong. I hope y'all wrong, man. This is crazy. All right. This line of questioning displays visceral behavior. Yeah, this is not a good look. But I've said this before. Love does not know how to position herself and her questions in a way that are entreating. Because you would never have heard Brian Steele say, if somebody said, "You making my head hurt, you making my blood pressure go up," and then him just keep going. I'm sorry. He would have probably said, I apologize. Do you need some water? Whatever like that. At least demonstrate a level of care. At least you're concerned about this person as a human. Because at the end of the day, please understand, the man is not your enemy. He's supposed to be helping you. He's your witness. But I've said before, I'll say it 35 more times before the day is over, definitely before this court is over. This team does not know how to tell stories. They do not know how to tell stories. And they for certain don't know how to deal with when somebody throws a Mickey Flynn at you, you dodge, you dip, you go the other way. Things don't go exactly as battle planned, and that you make adjustments in the fight. She's not doing that. And she's just going at this poor dude. And I don't think it's making her look good. I think the only saving grace is that he's one face in a whole slew of witnesses. So the people probably will forget about him before they get into deliberation. But this is not a good look. I'm sorry. It's not a good look. And the fact that Angry Bird, y'all are wild, man. But the fact that she thinks that this makes her look good has got to be the high watermark of comedy. What do you say right here? DWC allergies are horrible right now. Ragweed is bad in Nebraska. Absolutely. Yeah, we're having a rough time here at Chateau Wit. We're having a hard time, but we're gonna make it through. Right. He's already said he's not afraid of the defendants. No reason to be afraid of them. So you're making yourself out to be the bad guy. Remember, the gang is supposed to be Young Thug. The bad guys are big screen, because they just talking. The gang is supposed to be Young Thug. The gang is supposed to be Jeffrey Williams and them. They're the bad people. They're the Rico contestants, right? But you're behaving like this, Adrian Love. Love, come on. All right, let's bring it back in. Let's go.
All right, so for the record, that objection is overruled. Let's get the witness
I don't
back.
remember. I don't remember what the objection was.
Octavia.
She did do Woody the same way. You're right. She losing the battle, the war, the skirmish, the powder dry. She losing it all. No, not 98 witnesses left. No, don't say that. Tamika, don't say those words. Oh, that makes me sad. It makes my soul sad. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. It makes me sad.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you.
Just 1 second.
Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury who is in the courtroom with you today that was not in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
Could you repeat it?
Can you rephrase that? Because that's going to be a whole lot of people. Just get to the point that you want to ask.
Yes. You already said I was here. Was there a court reporter here in the courtroom? Not this one, but a court reporter.
I think so.
Were there deputies?
I think so.
Were there DA investigators?
I think, yes,
Obviously, you said your lawyer was here.
yes.
All right. Was your friend Shannon here?
If you're trying to get to the point.
Mr. Sledge, I'm not trying to get to anything, and I really do need you to just answer the question.
Listen,
So if you could
But I'm-
please, Your Honor, if the
If you
court
could
would
be allowed to
instruct the
answer the
witness
question.
to answer the question,
Listen to the question and answer the question.
And then you
asked,
can
and
explain.
then you may explain it.
I would ask
Thank
that
you.
he be allowed to complete his answer.
and Your Honor, since his answer was not responsive,
His answer was not responsive.
I'd ask that you.
Re-ask the question.
Was your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was your friend defendant Williams here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was your friend defendant Kendrick here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Williams, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in
Objection.
court with you on December? He objected.
Okay, why
I'll
you
wait. Hold on,
raising-
Hang
Mr.
on.
Relevance to whether I was in attendance at the time he took his plea.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in court with you on December 28,
but
2022? You can answer first and I will let you explain, but I need you to answer
no.
yes or no.
But could you stop yelling at me like I'm your child or something? I'm not your child.
You are not.
You talking aggressive to me. You don't intimidate me. All them guys over here. So if you would have came to me and asked me that, I'd have told you the same thing. What if they was in my face or not in my face? I'm not scared of them or you.
I don't want you to be.
Well, that's what you acting like. That's what you acting like you're trying to
So
pay.
do you want me to bring my voice down? And I apologize. if
Don't
it
holler at
sounds
me.
like
I
I'm
ain't your
yelling.
child. Can I take a break? Y'all.
No.
Now, we've had so many breaks this
Yeah,
morning. We
'cause
really need to
I'm-
get through this.
All right. So, Mr. Sledge, was either Quay that is in the courtroom here today in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
No,
Was Lil Rod in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
get to your point. No,
That is my point.
your point is
Okay.
pointless.
Was the lawyer for Mr. Huey Quay in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No,
Was the lawyer for Cornelius Nichols in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No,
Was the lawyer for Little Rod in court with you on December 28, 2022?
I don't know if that's been asked and answered or not.
I don't know. At this point,
Okay, well, go ahead. If you say it was.
go ahead, Moon Toon. Stand
Was
up
the
for
lawyer
yourself,
Little
boy.
Rod
no,
This is crazy. How do you think you're the superhero here? How do you think you're the hero?
on cross-examination,
Oh, man.
defendant Stillwell's attorney, Mr. Sharp, asked you about shell
Yes.
kelp and Trivia. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Oh,
When did you lose recollection of what happened 3 days ago?
I don't recall.
Are all of your answers to every question I ask from now on going to be, I don't recall?
Yes,
Why?
because I don't recall.
oh.
And what caused you to lose your memory?
You put so much pressure on my brain, I don't forgot everything. I can't remember all this stuff that been asked to me for the last 4 days. It's like, it's confusing. So I'm not, like you said, I completed the 9th grade. I'm not that intelligent to be remembering all this stuff that you keep asking me. My brain just everywhere. I might need to go see somebody after this court time.
Mr. Sledge, did you have any problem at all understanding the questions asked to you about Brian Steele?
I don't recall.
Right. Did you lose your memory at any point with Mr. Steele?
He wasn't pressuring me like you. He was helping me. He was explaining to me. He was breaking down, but it seemed like
I appreciate what you're saying. I'm gonna respond.
No, let him talk.
Objection. The
Mr.
witness should be allowed to answer the
Yes.
question.
Were you finished with your answer?
no, she cut me off.
Go ahead.
Testify, boy.
I said, Mr. Steele was explaining to me he wasn't pressuring me, but every time it seems like I'm getting up in with you, I'm giving you my truth, and you still trying to pressure me to say something you want me to say when I'm giving you the truth that I know.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that there's a difference between the way that a
Oh.
prosecutor can ask you questions and the way that a defense attorney can ask you questions?
No,
Do you understand that I cannot lead you when I'm asking you questions?
it's,
Sustained.
When you say that there's a difference between the way that Mr. Steele asks you questions and the way that I ask you questions, would you help me understand what that difference is so that I can ask you questions in a way that does not frustrate you?
We're going to be here till next month. Lord have mercy.
Oh, well, and he kind of has told you.
Yes. Thank you, Judge Whitaker. Come on.
she didn't say it. She said, you overruled.
Ask your next question.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Finally.
So will you help me break things down a little bit so that I'm not frustrating you? Okay.
No.
You already have.
I understand.
Facts.
I don't even,
Can we rewind?
no.
All right.
I'm so glad I'm not in court. I would be in contempt right now. I'd be in jail. Sledge is the hero we needed. We didn't know we needed him. We did not know we needed Sledge.
When you were asked about Antrevia, was Shell Kell the person you said who had also started a relationship with Antrevia after you?
I don't recall.
What is confrontational about that question?
I just don't recall.
Why don't you recall?
Because I don't.
Because you pressured me, I don't recall. You hurt my brain.
All right, so let's take an early lunch.
What?
And you can get
No.
calm down in the meantime, hopefully, and then we will come back. Let's see, it's almost 11:15. Let's come back at 12:30.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
I don't even know what we're doing. Wait. They've lost this. Just give it up. Let it go. Wow. I would be in jail.
Anything anybody needs to put on the record before we break for lunch? And I sure do. I didn't think about the fact that the trays may or may not be here yet, but
See, that's why I
they'll
was.
be here
You shouldn't have did that.
in enough time.
Your Honor, may
So-
we be permitted to remain at the table during lunch, or does the court
You-
require that we leave?
What now?
May we remain at the table during lunch, or does the court require that we leave?
No, you can stay here if you want to.
Thank you.
You've always been able to
All
do
right,
that. There was
so
no
we're
reason for
on
that
our lunch
question.
recess. We'll see everybody back at 12:30.
Big screen. Y'all. Okay. Wow. Hey, you know what? Real quick. In the chat here, go ahead and just tell me what are you feeling? Just tell me what you're thinking. Drop me an emoji to tell me what you're thinking about right now. Get your emojis out. Get them out. Get them out. Speak your emoji truth, as Mr. Sledge said. He wants to speak his truth. I want you to speak your emoji truth. Go ahead and get it out. Get it out. Get it out. It's therapeutic here. It's therapeutic here. Get your emoji truth out. Come on. Wow. Epic. Multiple faces. I don't even know what's going on. Love wants sympathy. The request was stupid. Absolutely. There's no reason. There's no reason. They always sit. You can always sit there at lunch. You can always do that. There was no reason for that question. That's why I say that the idea that there are no stupid questions is wrong. There are stupid questions. You already knew the answer to that one. Tomatoes. She's getting tomatoes in the face. They're throwing rotten tomatoes at her. Oh my goodness. Charvi says, I shut down when I get really angry. I understand why he feels like he doesn't want to move forward with her. I don't understand. Like, why does she think she's winning though? Why is this a good strategy? Green hearts, come on. I don't understand what's going on. The prosecution has lost. They needed to just go ahead but I've been saying this. Trish is making sure she remembers. This is a family-friendly show. DWC is a family-friendly show. So Trish is making sure she's not using those kind of spicy words. Not even typing them. I love it. Mistrial. Absolute bomb. Blowing my mind. But hey, yo, shout out to Sledge. Sledge is not letting her bully him around. He said, look, I'm going to tell you what's going on here. You're getting on my nerve. Wow. Wow. And the bad thing is that, and I'm sorry, Judge Whitaker is wrong. She should not have called lunch. She should have made them figure this out. Stop asking that man questions. Leave him alone. But they have a caterer that comes to the cafeteria for lunch. He might not be there. So your time that this time that you would be eating and such like that is probably going to be wasted because the caterer might not be there yet. So, but it's not really a caterer. It's a food service that you pay for, not like free. Shout out, man. Absolutely. Yes, Melody. No, none of those naughty words. None of those. Man, this is crazy. It's game over. Unplug it, put the Xbox back, turn the TV off, go to bed. The game is finished. It's over. Wow. Y'all in this rubber ducky. Oh my gosh, this is so Moon Tung. Look, hey, shout out to him for standing his ground and saying, this is what you're doing to me. This is not appropriate. This is not right. I agree. Shout out to him. He is the witness we needed. We didn't realize we needed him though. God will handle love one day. May God have mercy on her soul. Love is straight up evil. I can't argue with this. I'm sorry. There's no way that's a good look. And I'm sorry, Judge Whitaker, to reactively call for lunch when it's not your lunchtime right now I think that's problematic. Because please let us all bear in mind, let us all take this into mind. They started at 9 o'clock. It's now 11:15. They've now they've had 3 breaks, 4 sidebars, and now lunch within 2 hours and 15 minutes. This is going off the rails. Eyeballs, I can't believe this is happening. Yo, this is a clown show. Yeah, I don't think when the metal meets the road, Carter, Q Carter, I don't think they really do. I don't think we feel sorry for her. First of all, she done rolled up in here with this old Oprah Winfrey microphone. Where did this microphone come from? I'm still upset about that. Like, where did this mic come from? All this time they've needed a microphone. Out of the blue, a microphone materializes. I'm feeling some kind of way about that. I'm feeling some kind of way. I need to go. Maybe I need to go talk to somebody as well. On my phone and on the TV. Yeah, I have it on. I'm watching it on both of my screens, and there's a delay on my screen. So I don't know. YouTube sometimes it just does whatever it wants to do. I don't know. I just give it up. And look, as long as they let you see it, that's all I'm just glad about that. Yo, this was crazy. Yeah, like this is exactly see, let mama cook. This is exactly what us. Teacher, can I work at my desk during lunch? We were already going to be doing inside lunch. What are you talking about? Like it was there was no reason for it. There was no reason for it at all. None whatsoever. Sledge was standing his ground. Game over. And the little flip voice. I don't even know who little flip is, but I agree. Game is done. And I think the judge needs to stop this. She should not have called an early lunch. She should have made Adrian Love figure it out and keep getting shellacked by this guy. He's gonna go to lunch. He's gonna come back, and he's gonna still be on 10. He's not gonna come off a 10 down to 3. Because that's where he started at 3. Now he up here at 10, probably at 10.5. If you didn't see it on Friday, I had an opportunity to sit down with Dr. Jada Jackson, who is a certified mental health expert. And we talked about the mental strain of being a juror, being a witness, being a defendant, and how to deal with stress in our lives. It was a great conversation. Shout out to Dr. Jada for coming on. If you want to check that out, I'll ask the moderators to please just drop it in the chat. It was a good conversation, very helpful, lots of good cues from here. And we looked at some of the things that have been happening in this court case. And I literally text Dr. Jada right here, Dr. Jada Jackson. I shot her a text and said, yo, today's testimony is crazy. And I think it will really be useful. We might need to have her come back to talk more about that, because I think today is going to probably be a good unpack. I mean, I want to say too, Meeks, this is a joke. If it wasn't for the fact that these men's lives were hanging in the balance, I'd say, oh, this is like a really bad Saturday Night Live skit or a really bad In Living Color skit. But there's literally men's lives that are in jeopardy. And this woman is acting like this. This is crazy. No, there's no spitballs allowed in court. Oh my gosh, can you imagine that? Oh my goodness, what's wrong with you, Bora Bora? Sledge is gonna get the GOAT. He definitely is the witness we did not realize we needed. There's nothing. That's the thing. That's the part I don't get. And I admit, again, my name is Jason. I'm not a legal expert. I'm a pre-K law student. That means I know nothing, right? I don't get, what do you want to accomplish? Like, okay, what is your goal for asking these questions? Like, what's your goal? What's your aim? What's your aha? What's the finish line for you? Why are you doing this? I promise you, I'm so glad. Look, I was kind of thinking like, man, I should go to court today. I should go down to court today. And I was like, no, I didn't really plan, and so on and so forth. I'm glad I'm not, because I couldn't be able to sit there and hear that without signifying and adding some kind of, I'd be in jail. I'd be in contempt. Jason Whitaker, didn't I just give you your Rule 22? You are in contempt, sir. I'd be thrown under the jail. What does Yusuf say? I think she stressed him out on purpose. I do believe that. That's the same thing they did with Woody. I agree. She wants to create a bias for locking Mr. Sledge up. Again, I'm not a lawyer, though. I do agree that there's probably a reason. There's probably a method to the madness. So thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. And I agree. I'm not going to give her that this is not by design. I really hope, however, that he hasn't violated anything to have to go back to jail. Again, I think he's done a good job of trying to do everything he's supposed to be doing and meeting the burden that's upon him to come in and to testify. So prayerfully, he doesn't go back to jail. I don't want that man to go back to jail for no reason. Not for this. Something that, I mean, just think about it. That's craziness. Yeah, that's again, she didn't declare him a hostile witness. So I don't understand why she's treating him like a hostile witness. Remember Woody, when Hilton declared him a hostile witness, the wheels on the bus came off, right? The gloves came off, and it was a true scrap. I don't understand why she's doing this. I don't get it. I also really appreciate Tayrell with the super sticker. Thank you so very much. The $1.99 super sticker. Thank you so much for the support. You've been a great support. I really appreciate all of the commentary back and forth. If you're new to the channel, thank you so much for stopping by. My name is Jason, and we just like to go over these court cases and give some political and social commentary from a Christian male perspective. And we just like to talk about it. So I'm glad that you all found the channel. Thank you so much, whether you came from all the other wonderful YouTubers out there that have been supporting the channel, Kat and Lead, as well as AV, Miss Sylvia, and the countless others. Phil, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And jump into the best live chat on the planet. I'm promising you, you'll be like, yo, this live chat is live. Thank you so much. T Republic in the building. What does she say? She says 11 plus 11, $11.11 for my Rule 22. You should do a call in show. Something to think about. I mean, I will have, wait, what's a call-in show? Like have people come on the panel? Like what's a call-in show? Like you might have to help me out with it. Send me an email if there's something I'm doing, because I can drop the link and have people come on. If that's what you mean, I could do that. But yeah, let me know what you mean by call-in show. I want to make sure I'm hearing you right. But yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Sledge is not playing with her. He said, you talking to me like I'm a child. That was wild. That was wild. Oh my gosh. But she's been doing this. This is the thing I don't get. She's been doing this for a long time. And hold on. You know what? Sarah, thank you so much, Sarah. Black Law Student has been a supporter of the channel. He called me back this weekend, but I digress. I'm being gracious. I'm about to find that right now. We're about to look at it right now in 4K today. Yeah, Black Law Student has been a fantastic supporter of the channel, and definitely want to encourage y'all to check out what they're doing. Black Law Student and the Black Bar. Oh, this is it right here. All right, let's pull it in. Let's go. Thank you so much. I'm going to read this in real time, so I have not actually read over it yet. So please be gracious if I make any mistakes. Here we go. Let's pull it in. Oh, that's not going to work, Jason. All right, this is super, super small. It's a very small document, though, too. I don't know why. Can I make this bigger? Okay, give me 1 second. All right, let me do some shenanigans. Hold on, let me back this out. Because it looks like a good letter, but let me just do some finagling over here to make it a little bit better, look a little bit better. Because that is not appropriate. That's too small. Yeah, Judge Whitaker should not have rushed them to go to lunch, because they're going to be at lunch early. And if those caterers are not there, that's going to just be time wasted. Yeah, that's a mess. Okay, let's see if this looks a little bit better. Okay, that looks better on my end. So we'll make this a little bigger here still. There we go. No, still, no, it doesn't look good. I'm terrible at this, y'all. Here, let me do this. Because I want to read it, but let me drop it in the chat just so everybody can have it, just in case y'all. Like, how are you doing this, Mr. Whitaker? All right, so this is from the Black Bar. And they did an open letter to Judge Whitaker. All right, so man, I just wish I could make this look bigger. Yeah, Black Bar student did his homework over the weekend. Unlike Adrian Love, he at least did his homework this weekend. All right, let's go. Right. Some reason or another, it won't let me magnify it, but it magnifies everything else but this. That's craziness. All right, let's see if I can zoom in some. I almost forgot I have a Mac. I could do that. Aha. Is that getting bigger? You can't see it. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, okay, let me try it one more time. One more time. That does not look like it's much better. That does not look better, Jason. Here, let me just pull in the main screen, see if it makes it a little bit bigger for y'all. It does not look bigger. So what does he say? What does a Black law student say? He says the following. To Judge Page Whitaker, I write to you not just as an observer, as a concerned citizen, a law student, and a member of the community that has been closely following the Young Thug YSL case. The frustration that has been accumulating within me, echoed by countless others on platforms like Twitter, has reached a boiling point. This trial, which has been labeled the longest in U.S. history, feels less like a beacon of justice and more like a labyrinth of legal confusion and procedural missteps. Wow. Right off the bat, shots fired. Shout out to the Black law student. It won't let me zoom in anymore. And it could be user error. Let me just real quick. Let me double check. See how it's like stopping? Oh wait. It won't do it. Yeah, it won't let me zoom in anymore. All right. So I apologize about that. So just let me read it. Let me read it. I'm printing this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Gemini Rising. I don't mean to stress us older eyes out. I'm sorry. All right, let's get going. The defense has moved for mistrial 30. Y'all, stop it. The defense has moved for mistrial 32 times. Each motion, a cry for fairness, a plea for the court to recognize the procedural injustices occurring in plain sight. There, there aren't these aren't just legal maneuverings. They are indications of a system straining under its own weight, where the scales of justice seem increasingly unbalanced. Jury instructions. The jury has been given 11 limiting instructions before even receiving the final jury instructions. This isn't just complex. It's confounding. How can a jury composed of laypersons be expected to navigate through the legal maze? Each instruction adds another layer of doubt, not just about the case, but about the system itself. The trial, with its endless delays and procedural missteps, represents not just a legal cost, but a moral one. The community watches not just for the verdict, but for the signs of justice signs that justice can be served fairly, swiftly, and effectively. Instead, what we see is a drain of resources, time, and faith. At the end of the trials like these, we should see a safer community, not a more disillusioned one. As a Black law student, watching this unfold has been more than just disheartening. It's been a lesson in the systemic failures and disproportionately affect Black men. The rights of these defendants have their presumption of innocence and their right to a fair trial seem to be afterthoughts in the spectacle. The case isn't just about Young Thug or YSL. It's about every Black man who looks at this trial, and sees a reflection of of their own potential fate in a justice system that often feels rigged against them. Here I must quote the great Frederick Douglass: where justice is denied, where poverty is enforced, where ignorances prevail, and where any one class is made to feel that society is an organized conspiracy to oppress, rob, and degrade them, neither person nor property will be safe. This trial, in its current state, feels like it is an organized conspiracy, not against one man, but against the very participants of justice, but the very principles, forgive me, of justice. A plea for change. Judge Whitaker, I implore you, consider the weight of the history you carry on your decision. This case has a potential to either restore some faith in the justice system or further erode it. The community, the observers, and especially those directly involved deserve better. They deserve a trial where the justice isn't just a word, but a reality. In closing, let us remember the words of Martin Luther King Jr. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Let this trial not be remembered as a threat to justice, but as the moment where justice was truly served. The Black Bar. Shout out to the Black Bar. That was great. Well done. Well said, sirs. Well done and well said. Absolutely. I agree, Eric. That was a fantastic letter. I, man, I feel so bad because I think, again, I've said this before. I think Judge Whitaker is trying to do what she thinks is the right thing, which is bringing this case across the finish line. I'm going to drop it in the chat again, just in case it wasn't already there. Here's the Twitter link from Black Law Student and the Black Bar. I think Judge Whitaker is, no matter what, hook or crook, again, I don't necessarily agree, but I think she's trying to bring this across the finish line by any means necessary. And I don't necessarily agree with that. But I know what she's trying to do in that regard. She's like, look, we're going to get this thing across this line for y'all. The problem is not going to be worth it. When it gets across the line, it's going to be a carcass. It's a carcass you're dragging across the line. Just let it go. So prayerfully she heard that. Or prayerfully who knows? Maybe somebody's talking to her now. Maybe they're just like, look, we need to go ahead and call this. And it's such like that. But yeah, that was good. Shout out to Black Bar and Black Law Student. Thank you so much for that. That was great. And by the way, Republic Room is the stream sponsor. I gotta make you the stream sponsor. That was from earlier. All right, we got you right here. I just added them both up. T Republic, thank you so very much for the very kind super chats. You are now the stream sponsor. Thank you so much for sponsoring the show. Thank you so much. All right, what do we have here? What do we have here? No, thank you, friend. I really do appreciate you. It's not for us. She's doing it because Georgia will be on the map for judicial corruption. Hands down. I'm not willing to say that Judge Whitaker is corrupt. I don't. I'm not prone to do that. And hear me. I do like a good conspiracy every now and then. Uh oh, what Mike say? Mike said if we get 40 more likes, you're gonna. Oh, wait, hold on. Well, I appreciate the challenge. Let's see what we got here. Hold on. Currently, there are how many likes up in here? Okay, so there's 461 likes. Oh, so you want 500? Oh, come on, y'all. Let's go. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. I like it. Uh, so I don't know. Hear me. Everybody's doing something for their what they think is the best for them. So you might be doing something that's for the good of your family. Okay. I'm not mad at you for doing that. I want you to do something that you think is right for your family, as long as it doesn't impede on my family. So if my neighbor right here, I want to replace my fence around my backyard. So of course, I don't want to put a fence up that's going to impede or not be work with whatever my neighbor has in her backyard. And my neighbor over here, she doesn't have a fence at all. So on one side, I want to make sure that again, I don't want to put a fence up that's going to be a burden to my neighbor to emulate. Does that make sense? So, but I do want to do something that's right for my yard. I want to, put a fence up. So I'm not gonna put up some audacious fence that my neighbor would have a hard time emulating because she's a single widow, and I don't want to put something like that on burden on her. I wouldn't want to do that, but I do want to protect my yard. Now, where am I going with that? I do believe that Judge Whitaker is trying to do what she thinks is the right thing and what's the right thing for justice and what she thinks is the right thing for her career. So those two things don't have to be mutually exclusive. So just like me, I want to protect my backyard and I also want to be respectful to my neighbor at the same time. And I think she's trying, that's what I believe Judge Whitaker's trying to do is that she wants to, she thinks, because again, this trial was a dumpster fire. It was nowhere near, it was insane with Glanville. Remember Glanville and Woody? I mean, Woody almost seems like a year ago almost. It was only just 2 weeks ago. So the whole scenario with Woody and Glanville and the ex parte, all that was craziness. That was a lot of shenanigans, right? But Judge Whitaker has gotten his trial back on track. I think we all can agree to that, whether you like it or not, whether you think it should be on track or not. I think we all can agree, like, yeah, this trial is moving definitely different than it was with Judge Glanville. And in my opinion, I believe Judge Whitaker wants to get this trial again, as I keep saying, to the finish line, aka in the jury's hands, and that will be good for the case. It'll be finished. The jury's going to come back with their decision. It'll be good for the defendants. They'll know one way or another. It'll be good for her career because she was able to get this thing again. This ship was flooding. She was able to stop it from. She was able to fill the gap, pump out the water, and get this ship safely back to port. You got to give her that, whether you like it or not. She's getting this thing. I think even by hook or crook, she's getting it to port. I don't agree with that, but I'm willing to see it and say, I can see what she's trying to do. I can see what she's trying to do. That being the case, however, I want this case to be done correctly, and I just don't think that it's done correctly. What is this? Oh, well, thank you. But wait. Republic Tea Room says, I understand. You are a good man. Fair. Perhaps it's her giggles that offend me. Okay, okay, I'm gonna come back. I'm glad she didn't declare a mistrial early on. The soft passes on the state are still sus though. Okay. Thank you so much, Republic Tea Room. Thank you so much for the very kind $20 super chat. Okay. Okay. I'm Georgian. Okay. I live right here in Georgia. I've worked around some Southern belles. And again, I'm not trying to give duck and cover for Judge Whitaker because her last name is Whitaker. Okay. I'm just I try my best to understand people. And if you follow my channel for a while especially my earlier projects, I, I could be really in a disagreement with somebody, but I try my best to understand where they come from as best I can. Not because I think that my argument is bad, but I do think that I make room for the idea that I could be wrong. I make room for it, like, I might be wrong. Where am I going with this? I've worked with some Southern belles. I've worked with some very dyed in the wool Southern women. And sometimes their personalities and sometimes the way they come across. I literally am in a text message with two of them because they used to be my coworkers and we still talk together now. They just handle things differently. And where I'm going with that is the bless your heart and the giggling. I know it is off-putting. I understand. But it's a way that people deal with tough situations. And I almost want to say, I don't want to say a defense mechanism, but I want to say a way in which your brain orients that I'm dealing with something that's uncomfortable or I'm dealing with something that's tough. And let me get myself back on track so I can discuss it. I'm not saying that is right. I'm only saying I can understand it. So I give her a little grace, if you will, about the giggling thing because she does giggle a lot, and it is what it is. However, a lot of the hard passes and room that she gives to the state, that needs to be evaluated. That needs to be discussed. And I think she does give the state a lot of grace. I want to go back to the first point that I was making before about how hook or crook, Judge Whitaker is going to get this carcass across the finish line. And I think she realizes the state is not okay. Let's just be honest. Okay. Don't tell nobody this. Okay. I'm pretty certain, I'm willing to guarantee you, Judge Whitaker realizes this case is foolish. There is no case here. Now, I don't know if as a judge, she should just throw it out because I think it would qualify. But I think she realizes y'all don't really have a case here. Y'all are just fishing. Y'all on a fishing expedition here. You have no hard evidence. Everything you have is hearsay. And hearsay from people who are not here to say anything for you. Okay. So I think deep down inside, I think Judge Whitaker realizes this is a dumpster fire. But I can't, as I gave the example before, she can't just call a mistrial because then it's just going to they're going to get a redo and they're going to redo it. And it's just going to, again, start from zero. So she's trying to, in my opinion, allow them to get to the place where they can get a hard and fast 12 jurors have decided this is the verdict situation. And everybody wins, everybody loses. So the state gets what they wanted. They prosecuted the trial. They lose because it was a not guilty. The defense wins, but they also had to wait for 2 years, whatever. So there's a give and take. There's a win and a loss. Judge Whitaker is going to get excoriated for dragging this out as long as it is, but she did bring it to port. So she did actually bring the thing into port safely, across the finish line safely. I don't agree with that, but that's what I believe she's trying to do. By hook or by crook, high water, she's going to get this thing across the finish line and be done with it. And if it goes to appeal, it goes to appeal. But I think that's what she's trying to do. I don't agree with it, but I think that's it. And let me just, the very last thing, I think she's realized that her defense mechanism of kind of giggling to things and kind of like being a little bit nonchalant is coming back to bite her. I think that's why you don't hear her giggle as much. When she first came on board, she was kiki-keying a lot. She's not like that now. Now she sounds perturbed. She sounds put off and she sounds angry about some things. So I think there's that little nuance there. So, but she does it still sometimes. I do want to admit that. She does do it sometimes, but not nearly as much as she did before in times past. So that's my little 2 cents. What do y'all think? What are y'all thinking over here? All right, let me see. And again, so thank you so much, Republic Tea Room, for again the very kind super chat. Yeah, she's got on fast, right? Look, let's just put it back in perspective. It was not on the track with Woody. She successfully got a 18 car train back on the track. That's impressive. You got to at least, you got to give her some love for that. You got to. Like, that's pretty wild. That being the case, it is moving slow. Engine is damaged. They got some muddled up wheels, all that kind of stuff like that. So she realizes that. But I agree with you. I don't think it should. I think they should have called it. But that's me. All right, I will let you know. Thank you, Mike. I'll let you know when we hit 500. We have 488 at the moment. If you've not hit the like button, help your brother out. Help your brother out. All right, let's see. Tracy says, I agree with you, saying it. I'm sorry. I definitely agree with you. What you're saying, we needed Sledge. Woody with his own character, but Sledge is being the real MVP because he stood up for himself, especially when his own attorney and defense attorneys didn't, when she was being hostile. I don't know the rules of etiquette for hostility, but I do think I don't know about the defense, but unequivocally, Sledge's attorney, in my mind, should be jumping out of his seat, say, I don't know if he's not a part of it. He's just there as a spectator for his client. I don't know. Can they do that? I don't know. There's a couple legal minds in here, but I personally, let me answer this, Tracy. By the way, thank you for the great comment. The defense knows that the jury is watching this woman stroll around the courtroom. Did y'all notice her walking around, like pacing around the courtroom? Uh, Look, man, it's giving shark vibes. You know what I'm saying? So they're watching her do this, and they're watching her be combative. They're watching her be aggressive and loud and yelling at this man. They're probably just letting her just keep showing a fool. Like, go ahead, keep doing that. Go ahead. Why should I interrupt you making yourself look crazy? Why should I do that? Now, I still think his attorney should say something, but the defense is probably like, go ahead, keep doing that. Because remember, at the end of the day, Tracy, they're the defense they're not the defense for Mr. Sledge. They're the defense for those people, those men that are sitting next to them, shoulder to shoulder next to them. So that's probably why they're not chiming in. But unequivocally, I hope somebody called Adrian Love and said, yeah, you need to go watch Law and Crime and rewind that and look at you. You're not looking the best. You're not giving, a good look, my friend. You're not. Oh, hey, thank you so much. And Doug, what did N Doug do? N Doug just dropped 10 memberships. Wow. Thank you so much, N Doug. So if you get a membership from N Doug, please put her name on there and say thank you, N Doug. Now, what does that mean? So periodically, I drop special content for my members only. Members only are part of a Discord where we'll look at videos that I'm going to be doing, thumbnails, all that kind of good jazz like that. Also on Thursdays, I do a members only voice chat in the Discord. We just sit around and talk about whatever y'all want to talk about, ask questions, whatnot like that. And of course, when we have special content or special guests. So thank you so much for that, N Doug. That's very kind of you. Man, blessing the team, blessing the folk. Please make sure you tell her thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Let me see. I'm trying to catch up with Judith. This is beyond ridiculous. I don't even know I don't know if there's a hierarchy of ridiculous and insanity, but we are definitely well above ridiculous. I don't know what the hierarchy is, but if somebody can give me the hierarchy of insanity so we can see where we are, but I can guarantee you, as sure as my name is Jason, we are above ridiculous. This is insane. Oh, I need to add this to it. Thank you so much for reminding me. All right, let's see here. All right. And by the way, thank you so much, Tea Republic. Republic Tea Room. Thank you so much. Yes, and thank you, N Doug. Oh goodness. Yeah, there's a big bless your heart spirit for sure. There's a lot of bless your heart going on up in here. In this trial is gangsta. From the top down, the judge, state, defense, not in a bad way, but this is how it's going down. Yo, I'm expecting them to start yelling at each other. I am a little surprised that Brian Steele and Adrian Love have not come to verbal fisticuffs. I'm a little bit surprised. I don't want physical violence, but I'm a little bit surprised they have not gone off on each other because they are really, really, really pushing each other's buttons. They are pushing each other's buttons big time. So I'm a little surprised they haven't gone off the rails with one another. All right, what we got here? It is a dumpster fire. That is no doubt there. Kiana says, finally not driving. Born and raised Southern, and I give her no quarter. Hey, hear me. I got you. I'm just giving my understanding of my Southern bells. I'm just trying to give my understanding. She's making, I don't, I think she's making it in the classroom, I'm sorry, the courtroom, like somebody's disciplinary, like you, at the kitchen table, you get in trouble. You're getting yelled at and fussed at. You done went to school and acted up. You didn't do your chores. And your mom got you sitting at the table and she, prancing around about to give you out that waistline management, but she got to get this monologue off her chest. That's like to me, like she just like chastising us. The judge, including yeah, they're condescending. I'll give you that. I just think, I definitely think Judge Whitaker was wrong for going to early lunch. To me, that showed that Adrian Love, I think Adrian Love should have been allowed to just keep being out of control. Again, this is the look that you want. This is the look that Fonnie Willis wanted. This is the imagery that she wanted to project out there. This is our strong black leaders. This is it. Let her show a fool. Don't interrupt her. Don't interrupt her. Let her just be a fool. I think that's why the defense hasn't said anything. Okay. And I might need to look into this. This is so I got a question. I wonder if no, okay, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know why they're not giving him bond. I don't know. Yeah, this is not the longest trial in Georgia in American history. The longest trial in American history is like literally almost 3 years. And yeah, thank you so much. It's the McMartin trial. I don't remember exactly what it was. What was the theme of it? But it was 919 days long. We're nowhere near that. We're not even at the foothills. We're not even at a tenth of that almost. But let me go back. It's the longest in Georgia history. That's for sure. And probably going to be one of the most expensive trials in Georgia history. That is unequivocal. And and by the way, we're not done yet. So, when the smoke clears and, it's somewhere upwards of, 285 days or something like that, that's just going to be what it is. Hopefully not going to go that long. Now, what does Tennessee Girl say? Very often when I hear creators say this is the best live chat on YouTube, is hyperbole in my opinion. That is definitely not the case here. Both the channel and the chat are awesome. There we go. Shots fired. Oh yeah. Hey, look, you know what? Hold on. I forgot about this because I got new people here. I got new folk here who have not been exposed to the shenanigans that are this channel. Oh, it's not in here. Let me grab it real quick. When I tell you that this channel is the best, this is the best live chat on the planet, people are like, you're just saying that. You're just saying that because it's your channel, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, I got you. And that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I can accept that. However, I'm gonna go on. As the kids like to say, I'm gonna stand on business that this is the best live chat on the planet. And my rationale for saying that so emphatically is that I am gonna guarantee you that there is not another channel out there that's cosplaying as the best live chat on the planet. that is out there faking the funk as the best live chat on the planet that actually has its own bona fide theme song. So I forgot about this, and it's loading in right now. And for whatever reason, it's taking a long time because that's what it does. So I'm going to go ahead and grab it another way. We have our own theme song. Y'all might not have known this. So guess what? Here it comes.
Where must be name is in highlights and people say hi. When I come into the room, I want to be where the conversation is interesting. And I want to have family there, like president, firstborn, and chief executive, second born, and a Grammy. She's cool. Yeah, I want a Grammy party for sure. I want to feel some kind of way, you know, like where everybody knows my street name. And if I could ever find something like that, it would be the best. Chat room on the internet, a chat room that you know has stuff to talk about, stuff I know how to talk about, where people get me and I can celebrate. You know where you celebrate. I like it when the moms are on their job and put those links in the chat. Yeah, that's nice. You think this place exists, man? I know a guy. You think this place exists, man? I know a dear old Christian. Look at my band, he'll hook you up. Man, if I could ever find something like that, it would be the best. Chat room on the internet, a chat room that you know has stuff to talk about, stuff I know how to talk about, where people get me and I can celebrate. You know where you celebrate. Thank you, oh thank you, dear old Christian, for giving me a place at the best chat on the internet. I just want to say thank you, man. Thank you, man.
Now, if you can beat that, you let me know. I will sit right here and I will be quiet. But until then, this is going to be the best chat on the internet. And I've just proven it to you. Shout out to We Watch YouTube. We Watch YouTube is a supporter of the channel. Shout out to him. It's been a great support. Very, very creative. If the mods can drop their link in the chat, they just make these songs. And one day out of the blue, I was talking about this being the best live chat on the planet, best live chat on this side of the galaxy. And if we go to Mars, we're still the best live chat. And they sent me this video. And let me tell you, this video cracks me up every time I hear it. Every time I hear it. Because they picked out all the good parts, all the good comedy and shenanigans that our dear woke Christian and threw it into a song. Shout out to We Watch YouTube. Thank you so much to the moderators. If you could drop that in the chat. I don't think it's on their channel though. Now I think about it. I don't think it's actually on their channel. I think this is like an exclusive. I don't think it's there. I gotta double check. Thank you so much, Retired. There we go. Retired dropped it in the chat. We Watch YouTube. Let them know that you appreciate them supporting the channel. Thank you so much. So that's why I say unequivocally, I don't play. You know what, Gene? You are correct. I do not play that song enough. You are correct. And I accept that chastisement. Just don't do this though. Don't put on the pink dress and be walking around, prancing around with a microphone. I promise I'll do better. Just don't do an Adrian Love on me, okay? As long as you don't do an Adrian Love, I will make sure I play it more frequently. Yeah, but So that's why I say this is the best live chat on the planet, hands down. When they come up with a theme song, because guess what? If they come up with a theme song, they got it from me. So I'm gonna, that's it. And that's the best way to say a dream. This is dope. You can't beat them. You can't beat it. Shout out again. We watch YouTube. Did we yet? I think we've hit 504, Mr. Michael. We hit that 504 likes. Thank y'all so much. I love that song. And I enjoy it richly. I enjoy it richly. Again, grabbed a lot of Michael Kennedy. We hit that 504, my friend. They grabbed a lot of the shenanigans that happen here in this channel, on this channel. They grabbed them all and conceptualized them very well. Again, shout out to We Watch YouTube. Okay, so Judah asked a question. I think this really, okay. I don't know how that works. Okay. I see what you did. Shout out to Mike. Mike said 445. I know exactly what you're doing. I will make the adjustment. So, Mike, thank you so much for the 4445 super chat. Thank you so much. I see what you did there. But remember, you are wild. I love it. Okay. So, Judah asked a question. I think it doesn't, it's hard to explain. So, at the current moment, let's go back in time. Rewind to Woody on the stand. And if you can remember the first day he came in there, that Monday he came in there wearing a suit. And he was being interviewed by Simone Hilton. And he told her that was a Detective Thorpe had a squirrel brain. And then Adrian, you could hear Simone Hilton, like just, she breathed all hard and she said, Your Honor, permission to treat him as a hostile witness. And before then, the defense had been, objecting and this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. But then once she said that, the defense got quiet. Defense went silent. And Judge Whitaker said, permission granted. And then the questions got real aggressive, super aggressive. And come to find out that is because once a person is declared a hostile witness, they can now ask leading questions. So, isn't it true that you did XYZ ABC? Or on this date, is it your recollection that you did ABC 1, 2, 3, whatever it is? They can ask leading questions, but before she declared him a hostile witness, she could not do that. I'm thinking that maybe we missed it, but I think Adrian Love must have determined this guy a hostile witness, because these questions are hostile witness. They're giving hostile witness vibes. And if you just go back and watch that Woody interview in testimony. Go back and watch it when he calls him. Watch the 10 minutes before, and then watch once he calls that man a squirrel brain, and she says permission to treat him as a hostile witness. Everything changes. And I think that's what's happening here. Maybe she didn't declare it, or maybe she's just treating him as a hostile witness. And the defense is not going to stop her from making herself look like a complete and utter monster, because there's no way she thinks that she's winning it at this argument. So I think what's happening, in my opinion, sorry about that. What I think is happening, in my opinion, is she's treating him as a hostile witness. So to answer your question, Judah, I think what we're watching is Adrian Love treat him as a hostile witness. We're on redirect. So the questions are supposed to be about the cross-examination. Okay, thank you. By the way, Monica, shout out to Monica, Mo Justice. She is our resident legal mind, because y'all know I ain't got it. So she's our resident legal mind, giving good insight. So yeah, they are directed to those previous questions, but it does seem like they're very repetitive. So I'm wondering, I think that's what Judah is asking about, Monica, and I can't find Judah's question right here. I'm sorry, I can't find his question. But I think that the questions are just getting very bombastic. It's giving hostile witness, but I could be wrong. Why is she so disrespectful? And why won't the other attorney say anything about her behavior? Again, in my opinion, the defense ain't going, they're not going to stop you from messing your own self up. And again, remember, we're just watching this, and we're watching Adrian Love interact with Mr. Sledge. But really, all this is theater for those 12 men and women in the jury box. This is really for them. So at the end of the day, when the smoke clears, they're the ones that this is for. And the defense knows that they're absolutely, totally bumbling this up, making themselves look like monsters. Let them do that. It's those 10 men and women, I'm sorry, those 12 men and women in the jury box that are going to make the final decisions. They realize if we stop her and say, hey, you're looking like a big meanie head, that's going to stop her from looking like a meanie head. No, we want her to keep doing this. Go ahead and keep acting like this. So that's why I don't think they're going to stop her. And as I said before, the defense is a defense for those men that are sitting there. Mr. Sledge, his attorney needs to be saying something. In my opinion, his attorney needs to say something. Well, thank you so much, Michael. He said DWC is what this world is missing, worth every penny. Thank you so much, friend. Grace and peace. Thank you so much. All right. Oh yeah, we're already above. We're at I think Michael asked you asked me about likes. We are at 112. There we go. We're cooking. We're cooking. Thank you so much for the likes. Thank you so much for hanging out with your boy. And I got a couple of other supers I need to say shout out to. Thank you again. Nancy, real quick, she says, love the theme song, $2 super chat. Thank you so much. I need to play that more often. I receive Gene Lee's correction. I will make sure I drop that more often. I will make sure that I play that more often. And I'm going to play it. You know why I'm going to play it? Because Aaron just blessed 5 more people with memberships. Shout out to Aaron. Thank you so much. If you got a membership from Aaron, could you please in the chat, make sure you say thank you. As a friend of mine likes to say, the names must be named. Make sure you say thank you to Aaron. Thank you so much to Doug and everybody that's been supporting the channel. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get back to these questions over here. Yeah, there was some way I'm getting I've been in trouble at school vibes. Like I got to sit at the dinner table, my mom is going off on a rant. I'm sure y'all can't imagine that my dad used to be real good for 2-hour rants. I'm sure y'all can't imagine that I ever got that from my gene pool, right? Like, yo, I'm just getting rant vibes. I'm just getting rant vibes. And nobody told me where this microphone came from. Where did you get this mic from? Okay, let me stop. Cause and she's comfortable with it as if she's had it before. Yes, there was one more. Yes, Connie said, will defense be able to cross again after the redirect? Yes. So there's direct, then there's cross-examine, then there's redirect, and then there's recross. So we will end with the defense saying something. It'll end with the defense some way or another. Even if they just say, we have no more questions for this witness, whatever. There'll be something like that. Yeah. Love is showing that the witness treated her one way and treated his friends' attorneys differently. That is true. But please do not get it twisted. Love behaving like this is not coming across, is not giving it's not giving the energy, the vibe that she wants it to people sitting there thinking like, I would treat you differently too. She really, really, really needs to rein this in. I hope somebody sat at lunch and told her, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe you shouldn't come across like this. Because she's coming across super aggressive, very bombastic, and we've never seen anybody on the defense behave like that. So therein is the problem, that you're coming across like a bully. You're coming across super aggressive, and that's not going to work well. I don't think it's working well. And we know it, for crying out loud. The man is saying like, look, why are you talking to me like that? That's crazy. That is crazy. I don't know, but I see what you're saying, Matt. I wish his attorney would say something though. I just wish his attorney would step up and say, hey, uh, I object to you treating my client like that, something like that. I don't know if they can, but I wish you would. Lots of good love to Aaron. Thank y'all so much for shouting out Aaron. Thank you so much. We got to make sure those names is named. Name her. Say thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Doug. Thank y'all so much for supporting the channel. Always dropping the supers, always dropping the memberships. Thank you so very much for that, Doug. Yeah, so hopefully I'm not gonna put my hope out there too much, because let's also remember she's already got them at lunch and it's 12 o'clock. So this is like if you were in elementary school, you got early lunch. So you still got a lot of the day ahead of you. Lunch is a good breakup, like kind of break the day up. Like, dog, you got lunch at 11 o'clock? Good gracious. Oh, that was miserable. Those are miserable days when you had lunch that early in the day. You had nothing to break it up. So when you come back for lunch, you go to recess and then that's it. You're stuck in the classroom. No library, no computer lab, PE, nothing like that. You're just like, oh man, it's just a slog. So from 12:30 to 2:30, 12:30 to 3 o'clock, it's just a slog. It's just, it's horrible. Okay, lots of good. Catnap Williams verbally started count on day 122. Squeaky chair. Why are you people like this? Squeaky chair count was posted on a no spoiler banner. Please. Also, she got 13 since day 122. Okay, we just started today. So that's there was a lot on Friday. That chair, I don't know what's going on with that chair. There was a lot going on Friday. I hate that. Like, man, somebody give that woman another chair. But she ain't gonna be sitting down. She gonna be prancing around, stalking around like a shark, man, circling her prey. Yeah, I don't know what a hostile lawyer is, because that's what I'm thinking. Maybe that's it. Maybe she's declared herself a hostile lawyer. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. And Monica, can Mr. Sledge's attorney object to questions or object to how he's being treated? I don't know. I mean, I've never seen that before. I would hope that he could object or say something. Feel free to chime in, Monica. And they've had a bunch of breaks. That's true. They've had a lot of breaks already today. So it's going to be a mess. Right. And see, Monica's right there. There was only a half a day of cross. So it shouldn't be allowed to be an entire day of redirect. Shot clock, time constraints, something. No, Brandon Burks, thank you for being a part. Appreciate you, sir. Grace and peace. Gordon said, did Judge Whitaker make sure that the yard duty teachers were ready early? That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Or the lunchroom monitors. Right. She didn't make sure these people were in place ahead of time. She just said, go on and go to lunch. Hey, T Republic says, remember, thank you again for the 11 super chat. Remember when Wright said, I'm defense all the way, he knew the actual defense attorneys made him look bad with the epic plea deal breakdown by Max Steele, by Max Shard, and to a lesser degree, a lesser extent, Steele. Remember when Wright said, "I'm defense all the way." Okay, gotcha. I don't. I would love to know what are the dynamics, because again, this is a new dynamic because you have an attorney that's not the prosecution, nor is he part of the defense. He's just there, and he's an integral part of it in in respects that he's there for his client. So I don't know. This is a good question. I don't know, and it does sound like that was a bad deal. It sounds like it was a really bad, a horrible deal. Mike said that Sledge's lawyer is afraid to speak up to Love. She might clobber him with that mic. I mean, she might do some Mjolnir and throw it right at his head. You're right. But Sledge has protected himself. And let's just say that again. Thank you, T Republic Room, for that very kind $11 super chat. But Sledge is standing on his own business. He is there. I ain't mad at him. I am not mad. Stand up on your own business. Hopefully he gets some good lunch. He's rested up. And I want more. I want more fireworks when we come back. Apparently he can't because he's allowed the Alford plea to get introduced, and he was sitting right there. Okay. Yeah, that's the only complexities. So Monica is saying basically he I need to go over what is an Alford plea, because I think that's also something that might be slipping by real quick. Let me get that in here real quick so we can talk about what is an Alford, because I think that's part of the problem, if you will. Okay, trying to find a good short one. Okay. That's somebody I actually respect. All right, let's go with all right, so let's pull this in. All right, here we go. We're gonna look at what is an Alford plea, because this is part of the problem. I feel that we might not know what an Alford plea is, and don't let me pretend like I know. Okay. All right, so just drop a 1 in the chat when you can hear. Make sure we can all hear.
I'm Beth Lobel. I'm the lawyer for Dateline. When someone's charged with a crime, they respond with a plea. They can plead not guilty, meaning I didn't do it, in which case they go to trial. Or they can say guilty, I did do it, so they just go to sentencing. Now, in some of our stories, you might hear about this, an Alford plea. In this case, the defendant is not admitting that they committed the bad acts, but they recognize that the prosecution has enough evidence that they could convict them. And when they offer the plea, the judge accepts it and finds them guilty, and they're convicted. Now, why would somebody who maintains their innocence offer this kind of plea? Well, they get something in exchange. They could get convicted of a lesser crime than they ordinarily would, or some other charges against them are dropped, or they could get a lesser sentence. And that's what happened in the case of North Carolina versus Henry Alford, where the phrase comes from. There, because Alford pled guilty, he avoided the death penalty, even though he maintained his innocence.
Okay.
Hey, Dateline fans. Thanks for checking out our YouTube channel.
Okay, so when Mr. Sledge made an Alford plea, he still maintained his innocence, but he recognized that, again, they probably could throw the whole book at him. So they gave him a lesser. And so that's what they're talking about. And I believe that's what he was alluding to last week when he said he had a blind plea. And she's like, what are you talking about? What is a blind plea? I think that's what he meant. And again, I've said this before. Part of the problem is that I don't think that they have the vocabulary and they know all the words that they could say or use. And again, he sounds definitely like he knows what's going on, but I just don't think he knows the words that he could have used to express what was happening and what happened in his case. So there's another good one. We got a few minutes. All right, this one looks like it could be pretty good too, just to help us out with this. So let's do this. All right, let's bring this back in. Okay, cool. All right, and drop that one in the chat when you can hear it.
An Alford plea is a special compromise plea that historically has been rarely used, in which a defendant maintains his innocence and does not admit guilt to the crimes with which he was charged, but acknowledges that the state may have sufficient evidence to secure conviction and override reasonable doubt at trial. This case, the case of our client John Huffington, is an example of a situation where a defendant might choose to accept an Alford plea. John was unfortunately convicted of a double murder in 2 trials in 1981 and 83, and put on death row until the state of Maryland overturned the death penalty. Then the appeals process occurred, and in 2011, we at Ropes and Gray, not me personally, but our predecessors, filed a motion for a petition for writ of actual innocence based upon newly discovered DNA evidence, which showed that the hairs that had linked him to the crime scene were conclusively not his hair. So the judge overturned that, set the matter for a new trial. And since 2013, John, with the help of his legal team at Ropes and Gray, has been fighting to clear his name. But recently, the prosecution has offered the Alford plea, which is a way to resolve this matter by which John gets to go free and is guaranteed never spending one additional second behind bars. If you're a prosecutor, again, as I said, an Alford plea is rarely offered, but it is usually offered in those cases in which the prosecution acknowledges that there are serious problems with the case and the prosecution of the defendant. And when the Alford plea was offered, John faced a very difficult and painful decision. How do you balance guaranteeing that you'll be free of a system that ensnared you for over 36 years with your passion and mission to prove your innocence? At the time, he was engaged in what he's doing now, a life of public service, as a director of workforce development for the Living Classrooms Foundation, as a spokesperson for individuals who had been incarcerated but are now re-entering society. So he was faced with a hard decision as to whether or not to proceed in his mission to vindicate himself and proclaim his innocence, or to make peace with himself and to essentially get on with his life. In the end, it's John's work for the community and the life that he has established that led him to accept the Alford plea. Over the last 30 years, Ropes and Gray has been truly honored and privileged to fight alongside John in his quest for justice. We've been continually inspired by his commitment to public service, by his dedication, and by his compassion. As he embarks on this new chapter of life, we wish him all the best. And we can truly say that the world is a better place with John Huffington as a free man in it.
Wow, that was kind of dope. Okay. I just pulled that up. I just started watching the beginning of it, so I didn't actually watch all of it. So that was kind of dope. Let me real quick make sure we're ready just in case. All right, let me just add this back into the stream. Okay, just in case. Remember, they expected all of them to accept pleas, right? And I think that's really part of the problem why this case is so. I don't think they really expected it to go to trial, and not to the extent that it's going now. That's why they're always scrambling and scraping. That's why it always looks like they're not prepared, because this was never. I don't believe they were ever expecting to get this far. It is just like you're the school bully and you've been talking trash all day, and you like meet me in the playground at 3 o'clock, and then you get out there and the kid is there. You didn't really budget for the kid to meet you in the playground at 3 o'clock after school. You didn't expect that because you just figured, oh, I'm just gonna talk trash and they're gonna run away. I'm gonna talk trash and they're not gonna pay me any mind because they're scared. But he's actually there. I don't think they ever budgeted for that, in my opinion. Yeah, this is the whole world is able to see this. Fulton County is messy for the whole world to see. How embarrassing. How very embarrassing indeed. Absolutely. And I don't know. I have no idea where this is going to go. I have no idea. But I it's crazy to me. Like, why is this? Why can we not see that this is such a problem? I'm praying and hoping that Judge Whitaker at least will admonish. If she doesn't come in there and just say, "Look, y'all, we got to go. This is crazy." If she doesn't do that, then at least hold them to their feet to the fire to move this along in a timely manner. Yeah. Weaponizing the legal system on full display. I agree. This is some high level shenanigans right here. That's a great point. Robin said the prosecution put all their eggs in the plea deal basket, was not anticipating litigation. There you go. That's exactly what happened. That's a good summary. That's probably the summary of the. I might have to put a star by that. That's probably fair to say that that's exactly what happened. They knew this case was not going to go. Again, that's probably why they don't look like they're trying to get it to the finish line. It's lawfare. Now, I think lawfare has to be with your political opponents, but for the sake of discussion here today, Republic Tea Room, I will give lawfare, but I think it has to be for your political opponents, not just. I think it's definitely weaponizing the legal system for sure. Yep, there we go. More like weaponizing our childhood against your adulthood. Come on, come on, come on. Let her cook. Yeah, I mean, how many of us have done things in the past that we would shudder if we had to come back and answer for that stuff now, 10 years later, 20 years later, 30 years later, explain why you did whatever you were doing when you were a kid? Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. I don't know. This is a great question, Yvette. What are the criteria to bring on RICO? I know that here in Georgia, the definition of RICO is much looser than the federal definition of RICO. Now that I do know. I don't know emphatically what are the criteria, and I have to look that up specifically. But I'm gonna put a star by that, and I'm gonna look into that when we go back to court or class, whatever this is. Oh, well, there you go. AL is an angel. There we go. Absolutely. And we agree. We believe that. We do. We absolutely believe that you're an angel. Well, most of us, though, however, are not angels, and we would not want to have to answer for things we did when we were, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, when we were much crazier. I wouldn't want to do that. Thank you so much, Aaron, for the $4.99 super chat. She says this: all their eggs were put in one basket, a basket filled with rattlesnakes. There you go. Absolutely. Or maybe the eggs were rattlesnake eggs. Viper eggs. There you go. An angel without an angel without a membership. Oh no. Two or more people. Yeah, here we go. Two or more people conspiring to spit on the sidewalk. Rico in Georgia. I mean, it might be a little bit more complex than that, but not much. Okay, let's just tell the truth, shame the devil. Not much more than that. Not much more. What's going on, Bruce? 10-4 DWC. Thank you so much. Hey there. Button Brass, thank you so much for stopping through. Shoot, I did something when I was in grade school later that day cause it ate me up. I went and fixed it. I mean, there we go. I would hate to have to answer for a lot of the dumb stuff we did when we were kids. I mean, again, I'm not saying that these are just childhood pranks that these gentlemen are being called up on. However, I wouldn't I would not be able to answer intelligently what was going on this date 10 years ago. There's no way I would be able to do that. Yeah, see, that's going to be a problem too. Ghetto Folly says they might be coming back late. If the defendant's late was lunch. If the defendant's lunch was late. And I agree. That was just not a good look. She should not have done that. It's over now, so I'll just leave it alone. But I'll just leave it alone. She shouldn't have did that. And look what Star Child said. When I was a child, this is from 1 Corinthians chapter 13:11. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, and I thought as a child. Full stop. Just think about it. Child doesn't have to be an infant. Child doesn't have to be just, I was not in the knowledge that I am today. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. And there's some instances I think we can all agree with Bean. That's the guy that was talking about he was high. You know, he talks about how he was trying to take care of his family and such like that. And Love put all his information up on screen so people could dox him. Of course, Woody and this gentleman right here, and I'm sure there have been other witnesses as well that are trying to some degree, shape, or form. Am I saying they're perfect? By no means. No, 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 no. What I am saying though is they're trying to do the right thing. And sure, they're still street dudes. They're probably still not perfect, but they're not doing the same childish things that they were doing before. And therein is the contention. Yeah, I want them to rise above and for a better life, man. I'm starting to like Sledge. This is the thing, though. Adrian Love is the best marketing person, the best PR person for these guys. How many of us now like Woody because of how bad the state treated Woody? Now, again, he's not an angel by any means or measures, but they've done a great job of making them look real human. And again, I keep bringing up Mr. Bean. This is the guy that came on the stand and said he was high. And he still got people cheering him on. And now Mr. Sledge, like she's the best PR person. Hood people need Adrian Love to be their PR person, That's what they need. I'm in the hood. I need Adrian Love to be my PR person. She gonna make me right. She gonna make me look like an angel. Just by her not looking like an angel. I can't wait to see how they come back, Jazzy. I can't wait. I can't wait. Because it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a mess. Well, the only problem is if she subpoenas them, they got to come and speak. They got to come and testify. So I don't think they can just say, you're crazy. I don't want to come down there. Even though I still think that they should. I don't know why they put people under subpoena like that. Yeah, the world. I mean, Woody could do just about anything now. I mean, they've opened up the door to Woody being able to get into all kinds of industries, all because of the way they behaved and treated them. I love this. I love this. Get Black with Me says this. just shows poor strategy on the part of the state. Have I not been saying that for the longest? The state does not have a well-ironed, thought-out plan. I guarantee you there's no path to victory in the state. I promise you. They do not have a war room with a big map kind of showing how they're going to get from the start to the finish. We have a big road race here in July. It's called the Peachtree Road Race. And it's a 10K here in Atlanta. It's up and down, lots of rolling hills. It's a very picturesque and it's very famous road race here in Atlanta. Now, there have been years when things have gone wrong in the city where they had to reroute the route or whatever like that. There's a hospital here called Piedmont Hospital in Atlanta, and it's on the route to finish the Peachtree Road Race. And so, of course, we have lots of hills here, lots of rolling hills. So you actually are running up the hill toward the hospital in order to keep this race going. And they call it Cardiac Hill because you're getting a good little heart pump to run up the hill toward the hospital to keep going and finish up the race. So they call it Cardiac Hill. But every year it's a big deal about what is the route of the race, where they're going to start, where they're going to end. How do they get people from this at the end, like for example, at the ending place at Piedmont Park, how can they put their cars somewhere, or where do they put their cars so that they can get their cars at the end of the race? So these are all really big things. So most of the time it starts at Piedmont Park and makes its way to Lenox Mall. So of course there's a lot of mall parking there, right? So you park the car there at Lenox Mall, but then they got to get shuttles to take you to the start place. So there's a lot of little nuances and a lot of logisticals that they got to worry about in order to make this a successful road race. And every year they go through this. I am confident, as sure as my name is Jason, that the state has not thought about. Perfect example, most of y'all pointed out that they were thinking that these people would have copped a plea. What happens if they don't cop a plea? Have you thought about that? I don't think they ever thought about that. What if this goes into extra innings? What if Young Thug starts a GoFundMe and all the attorneys are well compensated so you don't have to worry about them running out of money? What are you going to do then? What do you do then when Brian Steele has all the money he needs? When Shard and Matthews and Westmoreland and Kokomo, all of them are paid. So you don't have to worry about the war of attrition of them going bankrupt. They're not going to go bankrupt. What are you going to do then? What do you do? And I don't think they've thought about these things. I don't think they've taken the time to process, how do we get out of it? Because I think they're scrambling and scraping to find a way out of this malaise that they've gotten themselves into. They've gotten themselves into a pretty bad situation because it doesn't matter, but let's just be honest. The court of popular opinion is not in their favor. The court of popular opinion, the zeitgeist, the people, the great unwashed, the YouTubers, they're not in support of them. So they've lost that base of people that were supporting them. And again, it's not about that per se. But as Black Law Student said in his letter, people are not looking at you as the beacon of justice anymore. Now they're looking at you as this is what they would do to me. This is how they would treat me. And that's not a good look. So I do think there's for political clout and asset forfeiture, which is a big thing. Hey, fire in the hole. Camera's moving.
I said 12:30, and we're a little after that because of
Uh-oh,
the work
Abati's
on the
here.
sound thing, but that's gonna take way too long, so we're gonna have to have them do that after court today.
Why she had to bring in reinforcements? Or maybe he's just. He said
Okay, let's get the
he's
jury
8.
in.
Now he's good. And let me also say, these guys are doing a great job of winning over the court reporter, clerk, and the judge. He got Judge Whitaker smiling and giggling with him. Abati is the gentleman that he's another DA. I forgot his actual title. And she had to call
Who
me.
briefly? Yes.
Well, hopefully we'll see. Maybe they switch chairs during lunch. That's all they need to do is just switch chairs. Sorry. All they need to do is just switch chairs. I mean, some people are not getting up as much as her. So yeah, this sound issue is crazy. He's a gentleman that argued for Fonnie Willis not being disqualified during the disqualification hearing. And somebody pointed this out to me, and I guess because I've always worked in cooperative work environments where people try to work together to help everybody look good. Because if anybody looks good, everybody looks good. Apparently, that's not how it works in law firms and in the DA's office. Somebody was trying to point out to me. So we'll go over it, but apparently that's why. Because some time ago I said I think Fonnie Willis should come down and rescue the state. She's not going to do that because they don't work together like that, which is crazy. Okay, I don't. All right, let's see what we got. Let's go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, did you have a good lunch?
Yes,
All right, good deal.
Don't try to be nice now.
And is your head feeling a little bit better?
a lot better.
All right, good deal. Mr. Sledge, I want to just, and Judge, if I broach an area that the court has told me to move from, I'll quickly move from it. Mr. Sledge, are you able to tell me what you remember about April 28th, 2015? What happened on that day? Everything you can remember today.
Do you want him to tell you about the entire day? You don't, do you?
I don't. And so the judge is helping me out a little bit.
She shouldn't need to do that.
Starting from the point where you learned about Mr. Garlington getting jumped at the club, will you tell the jury, not the judge, the jury, everything you remember about it? Is that all right?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
From my understanding, like he got jumped on in the club, then I left the club, he called me back. We went and picked up a gun. I want to say Zachary, and then we went, I don't know the name of the apartments.
Okay.
And then I want to say we traveled back down, traveled back around,
I didn't hear you.
I said once we went to the apartments and then we went back to the house. I think that's what I said.
Take your time, and you do not have to, I'm not trying to get you to match up anything.
I actually it been long 4 days, so.
It's okay. Take your time.
If you have anything you can refresh my memory, but right now I don't recall.
All right.
Try my best.
And that's all I'll ask, okay?
Yes.
So I'm not gonna try and trip you up. I just wanted whatever you remember today in terms of.
All right, go ahead and ask the next question.
Okay. All right. Do you remember whether you went to the house first or to the apartment first?
I don't remember. I can't exactly tell you, but I don't recall exactly how it went.
Okay. And
The house that we're talking about, is that the one off near MLK, off Adele?
I want to say that's the only house I remember going to. I don't remember.
And where were the apartments that you remember going to?
I don't remember exactly what it was. I just know they was in a gated area. I don't think it had a gate when you got to go through the gate. That's all I remember.
Do you remember whose they were? Whose apartments they were? Like, why were y'all going there?
I think I was supposed to have been dropping Zachary off.
Okay. Did his girlfriend live there?
I don't think she stayed there, but she was there.
All right. Now, was there any shootings that went on there? Did you see somebody else shooting or anything happening there?
Yes, I think that's what it was. They was shooting when we pulled up.
Okay. Now, I know you don't get scared easily, but did you consider that sort of a startling sight to see somebody shooting at the apartment?
For me, it was normal, so I can't speak for no one else, but for my stuff, it was normal.
All right. And were they shooting at the apartments that you were sending or taking Mr. Zachary to?
I don't know if it was the exact apartment, but it was right there in that area.
All right. Now, in terms of shooting, how could you tell the jury, because they weren't there? Do you see guns pointing out a window or just like fire flashes? What is it that lit you
I
up?
just seen the fire flash in front of the gun.
Okay. And were you right up on the car, or were you like coming in the gate and you saw fire flashes from like across?
I pulled directly in front of the car and then I backed back.
Okay. When you pulled directly in front of it, had the shooting begun already?
No, they was doing it.
Okay. Did you realize they were doing it when you pulled directly in front of it?
No, it's like when we got there, then it started happening.
Okay. Okay, so for people who aren't you, that might have been considered a little scary. So what did you do when you heard the shooting behind you going on?
I backed out.
Okay. Did you back out and like quickly leave?
No, I got back to safety.
Okay. And where were Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary when you did that? Did they run inside, stay with you?
No, they got out the car.
All right. And did you see what happened?
No, I was around the building, so I didn't really get out the car to see what was going on, but I backed up behind the building.
Okay. Did you have to pull around the car to get in front of it? Or did you?
No, it's a straight shot. It's just a straight shot through the apartments.
Okay, so is it fair? Did the car pull up behind you then?
What you mean?
Did I understand you to say that you ended up in front of the car that was shooting?
That means they was probably back being facing like coming out and I'm coming in.
I gotcha. Okay. Did you notice what kind of car it was?
No.
Right. And did you have a belief as to who it was that was in that car?
I didn't know who it was.
Okay. Did you later form a belief as to who it was that was in that car?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Did you all do anything based on who y'all believe might have been in the car?
I already answered that question. I answered that question 2 days ago when I told you about it.
Okay. Forgive me, I had a long weekend. Could you tell me what you all did based on what you all believed or who you all believe was in that car? There's nothing more that'll happen as a result of it, I promise.
I don't know who was in the car. At the time, I didn't know who was in the car. I still don't know if that was true, what was told to me, so.
All right. And that was told to you by Mr. Zachary or somebody else?
Well, it was told by other people too, so.
Okay. Other people that were there with you?
In the street, in the streets. Like when things happen, it be talked about in the streets.
Okay. Did you all react immediately or did it take a few days or something different?
I don't know. I can't really tell you because I told you I'm behind a building, so I couldn't actually see what was going on.
All right. Okay. At any point, did you think the if game was involved in that?
I don't know because I told you from the night that he got jumped on, I didn't even see who jumped on him.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't recall. I can't say that.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not asking you if they were. I'm just. Judge, may I be allowed to ask the question? Yep. Thank you. I'm just asking you at any point if you believe they were, not whether you know, not whether they were, just at any point. Did you?
No, I never believe. I never believe.
All right. Now, we talked last week about Antrevia Smith, and you talked a little bit about that on cross-examination, your relationship with Ms. Smith. The Kelvin Watts who started dating Ms. Smith after you did, was that the same Kelvin Watts that had a beef with Kenneth Copeland?
I don't really know if him and Kenny Copeland had a beef or not.
Okay. So did you ever learn, or did you ever discuss any kind of beef that Kenneth Copeland had with Kelvin Watts?
I don't recall if we ever discussed Miss Love. I don't recall.
Okay. But is it fair to say that, let me ask you a better question so I'm not leading. Is the Kelvin Watts that started dating Miss Smith after you did, was he also called Shell Kale?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And do you know if Shell Kale, did you consider him having any family relationship to Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I never knew there was, how long I've been knowing Donovan Thomas, I never knew they had any relationship.
All right. How long did you say you knew Shell Kale? If you said it already, forgive me.
I don't know. He went outside when I was outside. He probably came outside. I started hearing about his name in 2015. Before then, I never knew him.
Okay. When you say came outside, help me and the jury know what you mean.
Whenever he started hanging outside, I ain't know him before then.
So based on that answer, did he start hanging outside around 2015?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I'm saying that's when I started hearing his name in the street. Other than that, I don't know him.
All right. When you heard his name in the street, did you hear his name associated with Ifgang, sir?
No, not when I first started hearing his name.
At any point later on, did you hear his name associated with Ifgang?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
All right. Now, do you remember whether that was after 2015, like 2016, 17, or during about 2015?
I don't really recall because it was late. It probably was late in 2015, but I don't know.
All right. Now, you were shown some dates in a book by Mr. Williams' attorney. I'm going to approach with the court's permission and with your permission. Is that all right? All right. So, did you testify, or a better question is, did you participate in every performance in 2015 that the Travis Scott rodeo tour included?
No.
All right. And do you remember when Mr. Steele was up here reading these dates to you and you were saying, yeah, you see them on the page?
Yes.
All right. Now, would you tell the jury if these dates are dates that you were actually at the location indicated on this piece of paper?
Yeah, most of them.
Okay. Are you able, as we sit here now, to tell the jury, just, you can point them out and then read them out after you do, the dates that you did go to?
Through all the dates. I know exactly what day that I left that tour.
Okay.
I don't know the exact date, but I know what state I was in.
Fair enough. So did the tour did not start until after January 10th, 2015. Is that right or wrong?
That might be right.
Okay. Do you know of any tour date on this tour that you were talking about with Travis Scott that started before February 28th, 2015?
I don't know the exact dates, at least I'm looking at the book.
Here. Do you know of anything before February 28th, 2015?
Here, you can turn, however you want to look at it.
No, the first date say February 28, 2015.
Okay.
Yes.
And to your memory, is that the very first day of this Travis Scott tour?
Yes, from my room.
All right. Now, this tour, when we say Travis Scott tour, who was the headliner? Was Mr. Williams the main attraction? Or was Mr. Scott or somebody else?
Mr. Scott was.
Okay. Now, was he a major performer? And you got to forgive me because I don't know Travis Scott, okay?
Come on.
I'm not lying. I don't. Was he a major performer? I'm older than you believe, and you're going to have to forgive me.
There she go.
Come on.
He laughing at you, not with
I'm
you.
dead serious. No.
You know, don't be mad at me if I'm laughing at you.
I'm not mad at you.
You just listen what I'm telling you.
Okay.
I know a lot of people know he's a big major artist.
Okay. All right. And is he a rapper, a singer, a musician or something?
I don't really, I think he do like, is it like rock or something like that? I don't really know.
Okay. All right. So he's a big performer. And did you go on that very first tour date on Saturday, February 28, 2015, that's listed on the book?
I just told you yes.
Thank you. Were you head of security for Defendant Williams on that day?
I want to say, I don't recall if I was or not, was I head of security, but I did a lot of different things on that tour.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that. Now that was that in Santa Ana, California?
Yes, that's what the book is saying.
All right. And is that your independent recollection, apart from what the book says?
I don't really remember. I can just go by the booklet and know the actual day and what state it was in.
Okay. And so does looking at the booklet make you remember, or are you just relying on the booklet to be right?
I knew the booklet was right. I had one myself.
Okay.
In that time.
All right. Do you remember who else within YSL went on this tour?
It was a lot of us. I don't recall everybody who was there.
Was it? I'm sorry.
It was multiples, so I don't recall everybody who was there.
Was that the first time you had gone to Santa Ana, California?
Maybe not, but
okay.
with a major upcoming artist it was.
Now, were you all with YSL? Were you all like traveling with Mr. Scott, or were you all traveling separately? How did that work?
We traveled separate.
Okay.
Mr. Scott, not my friend. That's Jeffrey's friend.
Understood. When you got to the venue, wherever that was, did you all stay in the same location as Mr. Scott or separately?
I can't remember. They normally have different dress rooms, so I don't recall.
All right. And did you stay overnight, or did you all just perform and leave?
You perform and leave. Right. At least he had to be there more than one day, so I don't know. If his booklet say 2 days, sometimes we say 2-3 days in the same state. So you might go to Dallas, you might go to Houston, you know, there's stuff like that. So.
And was Mr. Stillwell with y'all on this tour, February 28, 2015?
I think so.
What about Mr. Kendrick?
I think so.
All right. Anybody else in this courtroom that would have been with y'all then?
Not I know of.
All right. Now, March 1st, that's listed here. Did you go on that one too?
March 1st?
Mm-hmm.
I was there every day except the day that I told you that, well, the state I remember that I went home.
Okay. So, are you able to say, just from memory, where or which ones you remember performances occurring at? I'll give you the book.
I can't remember all that.
All right.
I don't recall all that.
All right. On the days that are listed as travel days, are you able to tell the jury if you all actually traveled on those days, or were there some days that you all traveled on different days?
Probably actually that day, because you had to be in another state before you perform it was a time limit, so like, we had to stay on the time limit.
Okay. Are you able to tell this jury with 100% certainty whether or not Mr. Williams performed at every show reflected on this tour schedule?
I can't say that because I got sent home on a certain date, so I didn't finish the whole tour, so I can't say that.
Okay.
I didn't see him perform, but I could, like, until I got sent home, I seen him perform.
Without looking at the book, and I'm going to show you the book in a minute, but without looking at the book, are you able to say the date you went home?
I can't tell you the date. I remember what state it was.
Okay. Looking at the book, would that help you remember when you went home? And does that schedule just consist of that one page, or is there two
It's
pages?
one page. I
All right.
remember right here.
Are you,
I got my finger pointed at it.
okay, can you read out the
The date,
date?
it
and
was
the-
Thursday, March 26, 2015.
Thank you. Are you able to tell the jury with 100% certainty whether on every tour day prior to Thursday, March 26, 2015, defendant Williams performed at every performance listed on this sheet of paper?
Not after that date, yeah, but that date, yes. That's the last show I was at.
What I'm asking is, before you got sent home, before you went home, right?
Every show that he performed.
Every show day?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall who all was at the shows that he performed at every day before March 26, 2015?
No, I don't recall that.
After you got sent home, did you make any effort to follow what was going on as he toured?
No.
So when you got home, did you just kind of blank out and not listen to or anything?
I enjoyed myself with my family.
Okay. Did you speak with or talk to or communicate with defendant Williams or any other member of YSL who might have been touring with him?
No, because I was trying to get family time in, so I didn't call and see what Mr. Williams had going on. I was more focused on my kids.
When you got sent home, would you tell the jury how it was that you were sent home, like by bus, train, plane, car?
I don't even just think he sent me home. I requested that I was ready to go home, but I went by plane.
Oh, okay. Did you, did that request have anything to do with your family? What happened?
No, I was just ready to get home and see my kids at the time.
Fair enough. Did anybody else leave at the same time you did on, was it March 26, 2015?
I don't recall who all left at certain time because everybody didn't leave and go the same way they kept on the plane.
Okay. Was defendant Stillwell still with Mr. Williams on this rodeo tour of Travis Scott's when you left? Do you remember?
I don't recall if Mr. Williams and Mr. Steele went home or he stayed on tour. I don't recall.
Do you have any memory about Mr. Kendrick and how long he stayed?
No, I believe Mr. Kendrick stayed the whole while. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Kendrick was like a backup hype man or something at the time.
Was a backup hype man?
He was on stage with him performing.
Okay. Was Mr. Copeland with him? Do you know?
No, I don't remember Mr. Cole.
What about Mr. Zachary?
I think Mr. Zachary had got sick. He went home way before.
Was Mr. Stevens with him?
I don't recall.
What about Mr. Garlington? Was he with him?
I don't recall.
So without me going down a list of people you don't recall, can you tell the jury if there's anybody else you recall being on this tour of Travis Scott's with you and other YSL people?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. DK, Walter Murphy, was he ever at any point on this tour?
I don't recall.
Do you recall ever being on tour with Mr. Murphy?
I think I was at one point in time, but I don't recall when he left. I don't recall that.
Okay.
I won't say that he was never on this tour,
Yes, sir.
but I don't recall when he left off the tour.
Okay. Now, is this tour that you're just pointing to, is that the only tour that you've accompanied Defendant Williams on as either head of security or something else? Or is there any other tour that you can tell the jury that you worked or were a part of?
From my understanding, what I know, I only know about 2 tours. I don't forgot what the second tour name was, but I was there.
All right. Was that after or before the one?
It was after.
Do you remember how long after?
It probably 2019, I want to say.
Okay. And was it in the States or was it like in other countries or something different?
We went to Atlanta, but it was different states. And I think like on the tour, he did go to another country at one time.
Say it for me one more time, sir.
I think he did go out the country on one of the dates. I just don't remember what date.
All right. Do you remember whether he was the headline by 2019?
Yes, he was headline.
Okay. And did he have other artists performing with him?
Yes, his artists.
All right. Besides people from YSL, like with this, he was performing with Travis Scott. Did he have some other people besides YSL performing with him in 2019?
I don't remember the guy's name. It's Kelly, something like that. I think it's something like that. I don't want to use the term of what his race is, but his name Kelly or something like that.
Was he my race?
No.
Okay.
He was his race.
He was his race.
Yeah. Since you want me to say.
You're all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
All right. Was it Machine Gun Kelly?
That's who it is, Machine Gun.
Okay. All right.
I'm not familiar.
And she know Machine Gun Kelly. She know Travis Scott.
But Mr. Williams was the top line and Machine Gun Kelly
was, yes.
with him. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, am I reading correctly that this rodeo tour lasted February 28, 2015 to April 3rd, 2015?
That's what it said in the booklet. That's what it is.
And you can look on other pages if you need
I don't
to.
think it's no other page.
I don't know Machine Gun Kelly. I just know I know he's a human.
Okay, so is it your memory that after April 3rd, 2015, where it says travel home, there was no more rodeo tour?
No, there was no more rodeo tour.
Okay.
Yeah, I know who Machine Gun Kelly is. I don't know anything else
When
about
you
him.
worked on the tour in 2019, do you have a rough estimation of how many places, how many cities y'all visited?
No, it was a lot.
Okay. And do you have any idea of who all within YSL would have accompanied you and Defendant Williams on that tour with Machine Gun Kelly?
I don't recall everybody who was with us, Miss Laura.
That's fair enough, Mr. Sledge. Do you recall anybody though?
First I remember that. I know Mr. Kendrick was there.
Okay. What about Mr. Stillwell, 2019?
I don't even remember what Mr. Steele was. No, I don't think. Whoa, let me bag up.
Yes or no? Don't tell me.
Can I bag up? I don't even think Mr. Kendrick was there. I'm sorry for that.
Okay.
I don't think Mr. Kendrick was there.
Okay. Was Mr. Murphy there to your knowledge?
No, I don't recall.
All right. What about Mr. Zachary?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you and Mr. Williams, y'all stay at the same hotel and things like that on that tour?
Yes, I was basically everywhere he went, probably like my room was like next to his, was probably up on the floor.
Okay. Now, when you talked about earlier knowing Mr. Williams' music, but you can't recall always songs, are you familiar about any YSL members that he talked about in his songs?
Oh my gosh.
I don't recall. You got anything to refresh my memory, you can.
All right. Do you have any memory of any songs that Mr. Williams referencing a woman getting robbed by a tick?
I
I do so, I blank her and she get robbed by
I don't recall. That must was in the early time. I don't recall that song.
Okay. When you say in the early
I'm
time,
saying like in his beginning of his career, I don't recall that song. Though.
for you, can you tell the jury what you consider the beginning of the career, the earlier part that you wouldn't remember, just so they have a frame of reference?
Probably around, I guess around his early career. I can't give you no exactly a year.
Okay. 2014.
Even if you tell me and you don't got it in front of me, I can't tell you.
All right. Okay.
She tried to hold on though. She trying to. She didn't let it go.
What
She
about Lil Woody popping at your noggin? That sound familiar?
Yeah, I think that was on the song.
Do you remember what song that was on?
I want to say halftime, if I'm not mistaken.
Any idea when halftime dropped?
No, I don't remember exact what year halftime dropped either.
Okay. Do you remember around like 2014, 2015?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Were you working as head of security during that time?
I don't recall that because I don't know what year. I can't answer that for you because I don't know what year it came out.
Okay. In March 2015, you said you went home around March. What was March?
Whatever Phoenix, Arizona is.
Phoenix, Arizona.
After that show, I went home.
Okay. All right.
So it would have been the next day that I went home.
Okay. All right.
So I didn't travel to the next state with him.
All right. All right. So March 26, 2015 is Phoenix, Arizona. You would have gone home like March 27th, that Friday.
Yeah, that morning.
That morning? Okay. All right. Did you ever hear, sir, you want to see it again?
No.
All right. Did you ever hear, while you were there, before you went home on March 27th, did you ever hear Defendant Williams refer to any other artists in his music while he was on stage? Other than Travis Scott?
Why is this a
I don't
thing?
recall because I don't recall all the songs he performed.
Okay. Did you ever hear him diss anybody on stage?
I don't recall.
He gonna diss you next time.
And I'm gonna have to say the word, but I hate to do it, but I'm gonna ask. Did you ever hear him call anybody a bitch on stage?
I don't know. He probably said bitch in a lot of songs. I ain't gonna say like he called no one no bitch. I never heard him call nobody a bitch on stage.
Okay. And did you ever hear him refer to anybody substituting one part of their name for the word bitch?
No.
Okay.
What is this doing? Why do you feel like this is a success?
When we were talking about that video with you, Mr. Zachary, back last week, the video, I'm sorry, I'm switching gears. I'm switching
jumping
gears.
here, down.
But I ain't
That's how
gonna be
you.
aggressive.
But that's how you confuse me. You going to one subject and then you jumping all the way left field.
All right, I'm gonna try and orient you. Last week, when you and I were talking, do you remember me putting up a video of you and Mr. Zachary and one or both of you had a gun and you were saying something like, we're not going back and forth. And you were talking about Kale in the video.
Right.
All right. When you were, do you remember when it was that you filmed that video? Not posted it, but filmed it.
I don't recall when we filmed it.
Okay. And when you were filming that video, do you remember saying that at any time that it wasn't about a girl?
I don't think we never even mentioned a girl name in the video. So.
Okay. So is it fair to say, or is your testimony that the stuff you said to Kale wasn't about no girl?
I don't recall. I can't say it, so I don't recall. 'Cause you saying what I said, I don't recall because I ain't say nothing about no girl in the video.
That's fair. All right, but do you remember the video?
I remember we made the video, but I don't remember what I said in the video.
Ms. Dyer, are you able to pull up that video?
Okay, come on, love. What you got?
What number was that for?
And somebody asked where Hilton was. I don't know where Hilton is.
We're gonna play 441 for you one more time.
Little stiff ass nigga. We ain't really going back to no nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. I know what we hate. I'm never well. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Cal. Whoever else, nigga. What, nigga? Nigga. Whoa. They said I ain't really going back.
Okay. You chuckling.
Cause
Now,
it's funny now.
it's funny now.
Yeah, that video.
Now, who other than Kel were you talking to when you said and whoever else?
I just said whoever else.
All right. Now, what were you meaning to tell Kel?
I want them to tell him nothing.
Okay.
I said what I said in the video.
All right. Which was we're not going back.
I ain't going back and forth with him.
All right.
I ain't say them, I said him.
Right. Was he trying to go back and forth with you about something?
If you want to be honest, they were saying that he was looking for me about treatment. So
okay.
That's the whole thing. So when he didn't respond to me when I DM'd him, I made sure he was gonna be able to see what I was saying.
What did you DM Kel?
I DM, I don't got no problem with him about no girl.
Okay. And when did to your knowledge, did Kel say something about Mr. Zachary?
I don't know. No, I can't recall if he said anything about Zachary. I don't know.
Then I'm gonna have to fall to my country roots and ask you what was Mr. Zachary doing up in there with y'all?
I don't know. He was just being silly in the video too. It was all silly. It wasn't in that serious. Cause when I seen Kel, he ain't do nothing to me, and I ain't do nothing to him. So it wasn't that serious.
So for you putting guns on the internet, ain't that serious? Is that fair?
No one was shot. So I don't think it was that serious. The video.
Okay. All right.
You know, I also walk around with guns all day. It ain't that serious.
All right. When you orienting you back to the rodeo tour, not trying to switch up and change you and confuse you.
That when you first screamed that. You went from here to down to down.
I'm trying to get past it and go
And
fast.
I'm trying to stay focused with you, but you started throwing me off.
All right.
Come on.
When we're talking about the rodeo tour, you said you had to go home, but you were working. Did you have any kind of contractual obligations you had to fulfill before you went home?
He'll let me go home anytime I wanted to, no matter what the contract was. He'll let me go home. If I tell him I want to go home and see my son, he'll be like, he'll let me go home.
All right. And did you have someone to replace you when you went home?
Yes, I was head of security, so that means I only choose the security.
All right.
That don't mean I did security.
All right.
Head of security just means like I could come say, we're gonna get Miss Love, we're gonna get him, we're gonna get her, we're gonna get Mr. Right. And if one of you don't do right, I just say, we'll give him a plane ticket.
Did you have responsibility for sending folks home to act it up on tour?
No, I don't have responsibility to that.
Okay. Now, on cross-examination, going back to,
Israel.
thank you. This is defendant Williams number 255, right?
Yes.
All right, you told Mr. Steele that you had seen that, you recognized that before,
Yes.
right? Where had you seen that?
If I am mistaken, man, when it was posted and added, I want to say, man, Mr. Williams was together.
When it was posted and added, y'all were together?
When the guy added him, me and him was together. That's why I remember this post. And we were both like, I think he was gonna try to use it in a song or something, but he did. I don't know.
Okay. Are you familiar with D-Mac, Got Me Too Banging?
I don't know him personally. No, I don't know him.
Now, where was it that you saw it?
I want to say that was Twitter or something at the time, if I'm mistaken.
Now, are you tagged on this tweet too?
No, what are you getting at?
The jury doesn't know, so I'm just asking.
You showed that they presented it, and
All
they see I'm not tagged on them.
So when you say that you and Mr. Williams were together, were you looking at his Twitter account?
Yeah, we were sitting there looking at the phone together.
At Mr. Williams' phone?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to pull up what I will mark for you as State's Exhibit number 4. Judge, I'm going to, for the purposes of this question, mark the clip that I'm going to show as State's Exhibit 447. I'm sorry, 449. Okay. And it is from 1:03:30 to 1:08:17 of Mr. Sledge's testimony on September 5th, 2024, when I asked about the video of defendant Williams speaking into the camera, talking about their life and their mama.
September 24th.
Last week.
Oh.
Just last week.
I've been saying.
Yeah. Just take a look at it, if you will.
I would.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not trying to give you no hard time.
Thank you for trying not to give me a hard time.
Take a look at it.
My apologies. Yes. Mr. Steele, do you mind coming over to Mr. Knight, Miss Knight, so that she can show you what we're about to show?
Anybody else? Any of the other?
Anybody, yes. And Judge, so that our record is very clear, it will be 449 Yankee.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for not giving me a hard time.
I don't want to. I just want to get up, get out of here.
All right.
I don't want to give you no hard time.
Okay. Is it done?
Y'all, don't give her a hard time. Don't give her a hard time, Sledge.
Let me show you the transfers. Okay. Because I didn't want to play it. Okay. Judge, just so that the court's aware, we're making it available, but we're playing it through the transcript so that the volume isn't overheard by anybody else in the courtroom.
What 90s talk show host is she impersonating? We already said Oprah. Uh-oh, she'll sit down.
And
Don't
with
do
the
it.
court's permission, I'm just gonna sit while they're looking.
Dang it. All right. So that was 6, at least 6. All right, so I don't know what they're watching, but okay, so they're watching something. It's supposed to be a big deal. Gosh, man. These people are exhausting. Okay, so they're horse trading over here, watching. I don't know what's taking them so long. And I have no idea what her rationale behind her questions are. So I don't know what to do. Yeah, there's no way they're going to get done today.
No, I'm good.
Ricky Scott? Who's Ricky Scott? Jerry Springer. Somebody talked to her. I think somebody talked to her during lunch. Rolanda. I don't know who that is. Yeah, there were a lot of talk shows back then. Rolanda Watts. I don't know anything about that. Gail King. That's right. She had a talk show. Ricky Lake. Was Wendy Williams back then? Don't worry about it. Look, we're all gambling. We're all gambling, Amy, because a lot of her questions don't make sense. So yeah, I think she's going for perjury. I think that's what she's trying to do. This is so sad. Oh, Wendy Williams, 2000s. Okay. Sally Raphael. Yeah. Sally Jesse Raphael. Yeah. Tyra Banks. I forgot about her show. Montel. Arsenio. Y'all like this Rolanda show? I gotta look this up. Whatever y'all referring to. That's right. Vanessa from the Cosby Show did have a talk show. Sure did. Wow. Max is ready to pounce. I believe so.
You know, I may have approached Mr. Steele specifically. I think there's one question he wanted to add.
They're gonna start fighting. I'm telling you, they're gonna start throwing
Steele,
hands.
is that right?
Yeah.
Did
They'll
you
start
want to
throwing hands.
approach about a particular section? I mean, do you want to?
I would like to because he asked for something specific that I would like to.
Oh, okay. All right. Do y'all need a break at all?
Mm-mm. We just got here. What are you doing, Adams? Adams is gotta be. You gotta help him out. Like, do not karate chopper. I think she feels like she's empowerful with that microphone. Yeah. Apparently, somebody shot me an email. Shout out to, I believe it was Sapphire. I'm sorry, it was David. Shout out to David Trailer. He sent me an email. Apparently, she asked about this on Friday in that whole "can I get reimbursed" thing. I didn't realize that's what she was asking for, but she was asking, "Can I just go buy myself a microphone?" Now I got to go back and listen to it again. But that's what she said. And then Judge Whitaker was like, "I've been waiting for like 2 years to get reimbursed on things." So that is wild. So that's why she has a microphone. Hey, Moyer, good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. Did Vanna White have a talk show? Really? Now that's something I don't remember. Mother Love. Who's Mother Love? Okay, so I have no idea what they're doing. I have no idea at all. Yeah, maybe Adams is there to be in the middle between the two of them. Mother Love from Forgive or Forget. Really? Okay, now I got it. Now y'all got me looking. All right. I don't know who this Mother Love person is. I never saw this. All right, here we go. He is chilling. Oh, yeah, I don't know this lady. 3 years. She did 3 years. All right. Oh, I was thinking it was going to be ready to go. They playing. What's up, Atkins? Get out of the way.
Mrs. Sledge, I'm going to put in front of you a portion of your testimony that we have and will mark as 449 Yankee, just for the purposes of the record. And I want you to listen to it. It will be approximately 2 minutes. And after you hear it, would you just tell me if you remember that? I don't want to ask you just straight out, do you remember something, okay?
What time slots do you use, if you don't mind?
I don't mind, Judge. I'll tell him if you don't. If you give me a second. Hold on. Before you do anything, okay?
Okay.
Judge, that will be from time 1:03, 1:03:30 to 1:08:17. Yes, a little more than 2 minutes. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. Me and my bad man. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear?
I can't really hear you. It ran out. Hold on. There's zero.
Because you can't hear what you hear. Can you hear me?
You try to listen to it and see. Can't you understand what it's saying? Can't understand.
You're right.
I can read. I don't read. Be hard for me because I can read words and I don't really understand.
Okay. Try these right here.
Go ahead then. I don't want to put anything in my ear.
Judge, may I get some sanitizer?
Come on.
All right, then.
I got some earplugs for you, man.
I don't want to put nothing in my ear that nobody else. Yeah, do something different. No. But I don't want to use that though. Yeah, get something else. Yeah. That's a perfect. I don't want to wake up my ears broke out. You ain't gonna pay it in. You ain't gonna pay that doctor bill.
He is wild.
Right. Me neither. So let's just do it the right way.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rome King is in the building. Rome King's in the house. This is wild. What are we doing?
You can pull them.
Oh, okay.
You tell me. It doesn't matter.
Okay. I just want to make sure I can hear it.
Atkins reconsidering his whole life. Everything.
Stop it at 108:17.
This is a total waste of time.
Just stand up while he's listening.
All right, what do we got? What do we got? Come on. What you doing, love? What you doing? Ears broke out. It's crazy. Nah, the defense isn't going to take them. Oh, is State going to take days to cross the defense? I don't know. That's a great question.
You stop?
That's all.
Okay. You just stop.
I don't remember.
You remember his password?
Hold
I
on.
don't remember your password.
We can't talk about that.
Okay.
She purposely wasting time. Wow, come on. Are y'all for real? She might be. She might be. Yeah, why is the judge not saying anything? It's possible. I wonder why we're not listening to it though. The judges on social media. The judge is in the chat. Don't be in this chat, Judge Whitaker. Unprepared. Yeah, I have no idea what is going on. He's listening to something. I think it's a 403 for sure. But I'm wondering, are they just waiting to let the jury, like this is painting the jury. At least we can talk. Imagine the jury, they just have to sit there and watch this. Maybe they're just letting it ride, just to.
You can get it if you want.
No, that's my little two
Yeah,
cents.
but you can get it. I know what you're talking about.
Just let me stop saying.
She probably did. She probably did.
You can stop if you want.
108, just listen to it. The 108.
Oh, come on. Are you for real? This is incredible. Wow.
You stop.
I'm gonna let you keep this, okay?
All right, we done with that. Oh my gosh.
Mr. Slade, having heard what you said when I asked you about states 449 Yankee, do you recall my showing you the video of defendant Williams looking into the camera, talking about they lied to their mama?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall me asking you whether that was your voice in the video?
I told you it sounded like my voice.
And do you recall me pressing you, asking you, was that you?
Pressing.
When you just showed me video, I see now, but But that's why when I told you it sounded like me, I thought you just took it as that was me, because I told you it sounded like me, and the only way it can sound like me, I had to be there in the room.
Do you recall telling me that you did not remember being in the room?
I see on the video I did, but like I tell you, you were pressuring me so much that day too. My mind just was everywhere.
That's fine.
And when I asked you if that was you specifically who said snitching bitches,
I said, yes, that was me. That was my voice. Sounds like my voice. That's what I said.
did you ever acknowledge though that that was you in the video?
I said it sounded like my voice. So yes, I acknowledge that with me if I said it would sound like my voice. I ain't say it sounded like Ms. Love, and I said it sounded like me, that record, that to me, that's saying it's me.
All right. Do you recall me asking you where you were?
I said, and I told you I didn't remember whose house it was, but I did. I said that sounded like my voice.
Do you recall me asking you who all was in the room?
I don't recall you asking me that. I ain't hear that on that neither.
Do you recall me asking you the names of anybody else that was there?
Not I recall you didn't ask me about nobody. You was on the Pacific asking me about my voice. That's what I remember.
And do you recall at some point telling me, I'm not saying that it's me, I'm just saying it sounds like me, so I can't tell you.
Yeah, I told you it sounded like my voice. That's all I remember telling you. It sounded like my voice. So I know if it sounded like my voice, I just thought I'd say, yeah, that's him. He said it sounded like your voice.
Do you remember Doug's attorney showing you the same video a day later?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you, was that you in the video?
Yes.
Do you remember telling him, yes, that is you in the video?
Yes, because I had the day to think about it, and then I was like, yeah. When I was still planning in my mind when you showed it to me, and then I thought about it, I was like, yeah, that is me in the video saying it. It's my voice.
Is that the video that you were thinking of when you were talking to me back in June with your attorney, Lieutenant Lansico, and myself out in Fayette?
I don't even remember you asking me about that video, Ms. Love.
Do you remember me telling you on direct or asking you on direct about a video where I asked you if you had seen or did you know the video where they say you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and you said that wasn't me?
No, I remember telling you I didn't see me in the video. I seen Mr. William in the video, but I don't recall the statement you make.
Thank you. And do you recall me asking you then, where had you seen that video before we met in Fayette?
I don't recall, but I just heard it. Something about you asked me that, and I told you I seen it before time, and I seen it recently.
Now, between the time I showed it to you and the time that Mr. Steele showed it to you, did you go look at it and listen to it again?
No.
All right. And so what happened that made your memory precise about not just the fact that it was you, but where exactly it was shot? I'll clear it up. Bad question. Do you remember telling Mr. Steele where that video was taken?
I don't recall Mr. Steele even asking me where it was taken. I don't even recall him asking me that.
Okay, let's go.
Your Honor, could I object at this point?
Yes.
403.
We've all heard the testimony, so whether he remembers it or not at this point's not really the issue. Can you just ask the questions you intend to
Sure,
be
Your Honor.
asking?
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, why did you remember who all was in the room when the video was shot, when Mr. Steele asked you the question?
I just told you, when you asked me, I didn't remember, but when I left that day and I thought about the video, and then I realized everybody's voice who was in the video.
Okay. And what about the time or the date that the video was shot? What did you remember that too after you left?
He showed me the date of the video he had, and then I remember it was a repost, different date. I don't remember the date of the repost, but I knew where he cross-examined me on, I knew the answer to that question.
And do you remember me asking you about what what you understood Defendant Williams to be talking about when he said they lied to their mama, they lied to their sister and all that stuff? Do you remember me asking about that?
No, I don't remember you asking me that.
At any point, having heard the video again today, did you hear anybody reference lying in the courtroom on that video?
Yes.
You heard somebody say something about lying in the courtroom?
Oh, no. You said lying in the courtroom?
Uh-huh.
I don't even know if I just heard that, Ms. Love, to be honest with you, but I think I did. I'm not mistaken. If you got anything, just show it to me.
Your Honor, state request permission to play against states.
Come on.
447 Yankee.
Okay, I figured out. Love is trying to win on the fact that she's going to bore the jury to
The
death.
video itself.
They're going to die, and she's going to win. That's what she's thinking. You got to be kidding me. This has got to be a joke.
And so even hearing it just now, you didn't remember, right?
No, if you show me again, like that part.
Okay, don't worry about the earphones. We're gonna put it up on the big screen.
Big screen.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom to tell the God honest truth. Fuck nigga. Don't get it. Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches?
From me and YSL.
I don't hear it say lying in the courtroom.
It's in the beginning.
All right. So when you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele, if that video talked about lying in the courtroom and you said, yeah, was that a mistake?
Yeah, that was a mistake. Cause I didn't say lying. It didn't say lie in the courtroom. The voice didn't say lie in the courtroom.
Okay. What did you understand it to be saying?
What he said or what in the video it said?
The video.
It's I'm allowing God.
Okay. And when Thug is talking, what is he talking about doing in the courtroom? Telling the guy's honest truth?
Yes.
All right. And after Mr. Williams says, and you get in the courtroom and tell the guy's honest truth, you need to get killed, bro. That's from me at YSL. Since you realize now that that is your voice, would you tell the jury why you say snitch and bitch?
Because snitch is a liar to me.
Okay. Did you just not say that he said you get in the courtroom and tell the guy's honest truth?
Well, I'm in the courtroom telling the God honest truth. So whatever he said, what he said.
Okay. So when he's talking about telling the guy's honest truth in the courtroom, why do you follow that up with snitch and bitch?
I just said something. There wasn't no reason of following it up.
Do you consider a person who does get in the courtroom and tell the guy's honest truth on their friends snitching bitches?
No.
This could have been 3 questions at best. Back to yelling. Confusing the brother.
You were also asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele about a meeting that you had with Lieutenant Lansco, your lawyer, and me out in Fayette County.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Did you let Mr. Steele know before we met that we were actually going to have the meeting?
Did I let Mr. Steele know?
Yep.
No, I hadn't talked to Mr. Steele before that.
All right. Did you let anyone at his office know that we were going to have that meeting?
No.
And afterwards, did you let him know that we had just had it?
Could you be more direct? What you trying to say?
Only what I'm asking.
You said, did I do what?
Did you let Mr. Steele know that we had just had that meeting?
When? After we had the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did you ever let me know that you had that Zoom call with Mr. Steele?
No, I ain't. Because my lawyer put the Zoom call together. I didn't put it together.
Okay.
Mr. Steele didn't call my phone himself and say, Mr. Sledge, what's going on? No.
Okay.
My attorney was on the Zoom call.
Okay. And on the Zoom call, or rather last week, Mr. Steele asked you very pointedly, if you recall, do you remember Mr. Steele asking you, did Miss Love, or did you tell Miss Love that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I said that to you and Mr. Steele.
Do you recall Mr. Steele
asking me that?
you
Yes, yes.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you, did Miss Love tell you, do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I wouldn't say it was said like that.
Hold on a minute. Do you recall him asking you that?
Yes, yes.
And do you recall telling him, yes, Miss Love told me, do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged me to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
You didn't say it at the meeting June 9th. You didn't say it that way. But when I brought it to your attention that Mr. Williams told me to take me and Kenneth Copeland to the police station, your exact words to me, I don't want you to say that, and I will not be asking you that question.
So, at what point did I tell you not to tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station? You
didn't use the word jury, but that's the way I took it, because from my understanding of this process, that I would be speaking to the jury to try to prove the facts to the jury, and I just thought I should come in and tell my truth.
When your lawyer and you, Lieutenant Lancico, and I sat outside that coffee shop, were you in any kind of handcuffs?
No.
Did you come on your own?
I came with my lawyer.
Did you leave on your own with your lawyer?
Yes.
All right. And did anybody try to read you any kind of rights or anything like that?
No, you know that. I would have been
But
in
the
jail.
jury doesn't know that, okay?
Right.
So, did you feel free to say whatever you wanted to say?
I just told you, I said what I said, free, yeah.
All right.
I was free to say what I wanted to say.
Okay. So, during that conversation, were you encouraged to come into the courtroom and simply tell the truth?
Yes.
Were you encouraged to simply tell the truth by me?
You said it out your mouth that you wanted me to come here and tell the truth, but you said it out your mouth.
Were you encouraged to tell the truth in front of Lieutenant Lancico and me by your attorney?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, did your attorney tell you to act as if any question the state asks you, they already know the answer? So don't try to finagle anything. Tell them the truth.
I don't recall him saying that in the meeting.
I hate to use this, I'm not being blasphemous, but did your attorney tell you to pretend like the state is God and they know everything?
No, he didn't say that.
Okay,
I know that. You heard me.
all right. Do you,
Come
do
on.
you remember me asking you about
Going
the
too
video?
far again.
Do you remember me asking you about the video and you're denying being in a video where you say you lie to your kids?
I never denied the video. I said you don't see me in the video. They're my exact words.
Right.
That ain't denying the video.
Okay. And do you remember after that I said, I've seen a video with you in it?
You said you seen the video with me, and I said you didn't see no video with me in it.
And do you remember me saying, yes, I have?
But
and you kind of smiled.
At the time, you were referring to the video that Mr. William posted, not the video that I posted. Because if you would have said the video that you posted, Mr. Sledge, I would have said, yeah, that's me in that video.
Mr. Sledge, did I make reference to whose video it was? Or did I just ask you about
I
the
think
video?
you made, to me, I thought you, when you brought up the video with Jeffrey in it at first, then you brought up another one. You brought the video up of Jeffrey.
Okay.
Because I told you that wasn't me. And I said, you didn't see me in no video.
Okay, no problem. Now, on direct examination, do you remember as you sit here today, me asking you whether Mr. Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
In this courtroom?
In this courtroom.
Yeah, you asked me the question. I figured you asked me the question because my lawyer called me and asked me, what did you, Ms. Love, say to you and that me? So then when you told me at the meeting, you wasn't gonna ask me the question, but then you get in the courtroom and ask me the question.
So
that's what happened.
Okay, so was it that I said I'm not gonna ask you that, or did I tell you not to tell the jury that?
You said how I took it. When
Not how you took it, I just
Okay.
need to know my words. John,
It's non-responsive. Ask your next question.
my words only. Did I ever tell you not to tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station? Did I ever tell you that?
You just said you didn't want me to say that.
Okay, now, is it your testimony that I said, I don't want you to say that, or I'm not gonna ask you that?
Both of them.
Overruled. We don't really have a clear answer.
All right. And it's your testimony that your lawyer and Lieutenant Lansco were still right there when I said these words that you heard?
Yes, so I wouldn't have said it.
All right. And based on what you just testified to the jury, you gleaned from that I didn't want you to tell the jury.
I never used the word tell the jury. I just said exactly what you said to me. I say, Ms. Love told me that she didn't want me to say that, and she wasn't gonna ask me that question.
Okay, so then your memory is not, you don't remember telling Mr. Steele. You do not remember asking Mr. Steele saying, did Ms. Love tell you do not tell the jury?
If he said jury, I forgot I made a mistake. And I should have corrected Mr. Steele if he said jury. But I'm telling you what you said to me and to me. I ain't saying you said don't tell it to the jury. But that's the way I took it too, because that's who I'm supposed to be talking to, right? Telling the truth to, right?
Right.
Okay, so in my way, not the lawful way, that's the way I took it. Because if somebody tell me, oh, I don't want you to tell my girlfriend this, I'm gonna take it as, you feel what I'm saying? You don't want me to tell the truth.
Okay. So, all right. We're going. So were you surprised when I asked you, did he encourage you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station if you thought I didn't want you to tell the jury? Your Honor, I'm exploring what he said his understanding was.
Overruled.
So were you. When I asked you that question, were you surprised, given that you thought I didn't want you to talk about it?
I don't know. I can't recall. I don't know.
All right. Now, on cross-examination, did you tell Mr. Sharp that you didn't feel like you could go to trial, or you didn't have the ability to go to trial?
I said I couldn't afford to go to trial.
Okay.
That's the question he asked me. He didn't say the ability. He said afford.
All right. And that's the reason that you answered yes to all the questions that you answered yes to on State's Exhibit 444 Yankee and 1AS?
I don't recall.
Having had time to think about it now, do you remember and realize that your sentencing acknowledgments placed you in peril of probation revocation if you testified inconsistently with something you said was true during your plea agreement?
I don't think I testified nothing that wasn't true today, if I recall.
Do you remember testifying on last week when I asked you specifically about portions of what you agreed to? And for you to tell me if any part of it you're now testifying is false, to label it false, and if any part of it, if it's all true, to tell me it's true. Do you remember me having that conversation with you?
I remember the conversation, but you had put so much on, I don't even recall what went on.
Do you remember me putting in front of you State's Exhibit 447Y? And
Yes.
I object. I'd like a new question.
What? You'd like a new question?
Rather than you remember me doing this.
Oh, okay. Right. Whether he remembers it or not is not really the relevant matter.
Oh, God.
all right. Did you testify that
I never said
number?
it. Not
I'll
highlighted.
give you the number.
All right.
Did you testify that number? I took it already. I put it back. State's Exhibit at 1AS. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, the second part. Did you testify that, looking at this, at State's Exhibit 1AS, did you testify that number 3 under defendant's factual acknowledgments is not entirely true?
No, I didn't say it was not entirely true. I think I remember I said the part of the support of YSL, and you put Care as a rival gang member. I told you I didn't even know he was their gang at the time. And if I made a mistake anywhere else, I made a mistake.
All right, do you remember me putting, now I have to ask, do you remember, Your Honor? Do you remember me putting State's Exhibit 444Y in front of you?
I remember you putting all these papers in front of me, but I don't like.
Do you remember me asking you to go over each number, and if one of it is true or one of it,
Oh, go ahead.
do you remember me asking you that if all of the statement is true, to tell me and label it true, but that if any of it is not true, to call it false? Do you remember that?
I don't recall that, Ms. Lil. Like I told you, you've been confusing me for so many days. You've been confusing me since I've been on this stand. So I don't know, like now, you jump from one thing to another thing. My brain don't move as fast as probably yours. I might don't learn as quick as you do. So I don't remember all this stuff. You putting all these papers in front of me ain't gonna make me remember.
Okay. All right.
So whatever you trying to get to.
All right. We're just getting to the questions. So we'll take it slow.
I don't remember.
All right. 1AS, that is the document you signed, right?
Yeah.
All right. On 1AS,
I don't want us to go over the
right.
whole direct examination.
I'm not.
This is supposed to be redirect.
I'm not, Your Honor. I'm specifically asking questions that are related to what the witness responded to on cross. So on cross-examination, the witness was asked whether he was allowed to craft this, whether they were his words, whether he understood them, whether he felt compelled to.
I recall.
And so what I'm asking now, and he was also asked on cross, whether he felt between a rock and a hard place.
I already answered that question.
So what is it that you
And-
want to ask him?
I believe that he testified on cross that one part was feeling between the state and the other was Fulton County Jail or going back to jail. So I'm asking him about his sentencing acknowledgments and what he has stated or agreed to within the sentencing acknowledgments and how that squares with his rock and hard place on December 28, 2022.
Okay, and ask him that, how those acknowledgements square with his rock and a hard place.
I don't think that's gonna get a quick answer, but I'll ask. Okay, so Mr. Sledge, how do your sentencing acknowledgements square with, do you understand that you
Now you
said,
thinking this stuff funny.
no, sir, I don't. Mm-mm.
You do.
Do you
laugh,
understand?
Cause I know your question ain't funny.
It is not.
So what you laughing for?
Mr. Sledge, do you recall stating in your sentencing acknowledgements?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, you have the paper in front of you. Would you please look at it to refresh your memory?
They still don't refresh my memory.
Your Honor, the state tender states Exhibit 1AS as evidence of a prior past recollection recorded. Yes, it was, and it was agreed to.
I object as well, Your Honor. This is not past recollection recorded,
It
and
is.
past recollection recorded does not come into evidence. I have to get you the code section.
You're right, it doesn't. He read it into the record.
That's exactly right.
We already read it into the record though, and not we, but you already read it into the record once.
Your Honor, I'm asking, all right, fine. Mr. Sledge, do you understand that you agreed that if you fail or refuse to testify to any fact that you acknowledged in this plea agreement, that such failure or refusal nullified any promise by the DA to no cross count 30 of the indictment?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. And we've already established that he adopted all of those things, so.
So understanding that as of last week, you understood the sentencing acknowledgements, it did not place you in what you called between a rock and a hard place with Mr. Sharp, as far as coming in here and testifying to something different than what you put in the factual acknowledgements?
I came, from my understanding, I would be able to explain the things that you wouldn't change.
Mhm.
That was from my understanding.
Okay.
So now I'm in here testifying my truth and not what you put on paper and your answer. These is not my answers on this paperwork. Yeah, I did sign it, but if you would have came to me personally, like I think you should have did, and asked me this yourself, I would have told you no.
Did you testify that lay low were my words and not yours when I asked you on direct examination about defendant Williams giving YSL members money to lay low after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
When you asked me at that meeting, I told you he could have gave YSL money to lay low because I'm the only one that stayed in Atlanta.
No.
I told you he gave me money to get out of harm's way. I borrowed $300.
I'm talking about in court last week. Do you remember saying, I didn't say lay low, those were your words?
Them is your word. I didn't say lay low.
Do
That
you
was
remember?
already on this paper. I never used the word lay low to you not one time. All this stuff that you trying to say, it was already on the paper. You changed certain things and then we agreed. And then I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't even want to say that. I got another paper that's saying you changed number 8. It went from one thing to another thing. You don't want to red flag that.
No, I do. Actually.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Because you changed the personal knowledge and I ain't changed it.
Thank you for that.
I would have never said yes to that. When I got to the last paperwork, I thought we had an understanding of what the emails my lawyer sent you.
So do you now remember getting multiple versions of states 444Y that was changed at your request?
Not all of it.
Okay. Well, let's just show you. And you tell me which ones you remember.
Sure, they gonna make me remember numbers. So
Okay.
I ain't gonna remember no.
So do you remember asking the state to change more than one thing on the factual acknowledgement?
A lot of times.
Do you remember the state making changes at your request?
I don't really know because I seen something different today that it wasn't what I thought it was the day I agreed.
Do you remember last week testifying that you hadn't seen any other document besides the one you signed?
I just seen them today.
Okay.
I didn't see it. My lawyer was just coming, asking me, and I guess he thought the question was gonna be changed, and I don't know. I don't think they was changed.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that. Since you won't remember, that's fine. When you were asked by Mr. Sharp about April 28th, 2015, Jeffrey Williams, he only asked you whether Jeffrey Williams was with you in addition to you and Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. Is that right? Is my memory correct?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Did you feel on December 28th, 2022, as able as you have felt in this courtroom this week and last week to tell the judge when you needed to do something like talk to your attorney? Did you feel as free to talk to your attorney or ask for requests to speak to your attorney then?
I don't recall.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
Is there any portion of what the jury saw in your December 28, 2022 testimony where you halted the proceedings? Well, what wasn't seen? Did you ever halt the proceedings on December 28, 2022 to ask to speak to your attorney?
I don't even know the words you just used.
Did you ever stop and say, Judge, can I talk to my lawyer like you have today and last week?
Like I told you earlier, I ain't sitting over there. I'm sitting up here supposed to be telling my truth. And it's like you're not accepting my truth. I wasn't sitting over there in County Blues. I was sitting over there in County Blues. I'm in the free world. So it's like I couldn't stop and say that over there.
Why couldn't you?
Because I don't understand that. But once I got up there, I thought I could. Because you told me that. You said, anything you don't understand, you didn't tell me that December 28th, right?
Did your lawyer?
No. My lawyer didn't tell me to stop neither.
So sitting next to your lawyer, did you ask him questions? Not talking about what they were, but did you ask him questions at the table?
I would ask the witness to be allowed to answer the questions.
Judge, I'm not asking him what was said. I'm asking him.
It's the province of the what? Oh, no, that doesn't. Overruled.
Sitting at the table next to the lawyer you had known for 15 years, were you able to ask him questions?
I probably could have, but I didn't.
And in the back, when you were with the lawyer you've known for 15 years, did you ask him questions?
Yeah, I told him.
Well, if he wants to share it, it's his to share.
I don't want to. I don't want to share it. Okay, I don't want.
Specific about what you and your.
I don't want to share it.
And I'm not asking you what, I'm
I
asking
don't
you,
want.
did
She
you?
just said I had to share it, Ms.
She
Lewis.
said you didn't have to share the content. I'm asking
Well, I
you.
don't want to share it. I don't recall.
I'm asking you, did you ask?
I don't
lawyer.
recall. I don't recall. Here you go.
Are you saying that now because you're just frustrated?
Here you go again. Here you go again. Here you go again.
Get information that is subject matter of an attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I disagree. The question was, were you able to ask him questions in the back? And frankly, he answered it. Okay. Before he didn't recall, so.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
When you left court last week, did you wipe your nose at the jury?
What you mean?
Just that. Did you wipe your nose at the jury?
Yeah, when you asked me to do
I mean, when you got out the stand.
No,
Okay.
I wipe my nose at you.
All right.
See, she going too far.
Until there's an objection, they just ask questions. But all these are capable lawyers. As is your lawyer, so
Yeah, but she,
I just call the balls and strikes.
you silly.
All right.
I swear you is.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
She's silly.
I think she's almost done.
Yeah, I hope so. Before I go back left. Cause I don't mind going left.
Wait, go left. Let's bring it. Come on, let's go left, man.
Did you hear that? I think she's
Whoa,
accusing him of
let's go left,
threatening
brother.
the jury.
Okay.
Don't hold back.
You just being petty now.
Go left, my brother. Go left. I'm here for it. We are here for you to go left, my brother. Go
December
left.
28th,
She
2022.
said, "Did you wipe your nose at the jury?" Like, what?
This is insane.
You would have changed everything I want you to change. I probably wouldn't be going through it. You probably wouldn't have gave me the deal. If you'd have came and asked me. Oh no, I'm sick of her, man.
She's got to be hating this now.
Well, let me take
Who are
a
you
break.
talking to right now?
Can I take a break?
Hang on just a second.
Oh, come on.
Are you almost done? Because
I'm wrapping
there's
up.
some people who need a restroom break.
No, no,
Can
no.
you just give them that break,
I
Your
need
Honor, and
one
I'll
back.
make sure that
No,
I'm
we-
Give them that- yes, let's take a break right now.
No. You heard her. She said, "Who are you talking to right now?" Yo, this was about to turn into a fist fight. This was about to turn into a whole bona fide fist fight.
I think she needs another break because Love
In one
come back from
scene.
lunch different. She came back and
Bro, I don't know if her blood sugar's out of whack or what. She need a hug. Y'all, this is terrible.
she needs a hug. She
This
looks
is
like a
horrible.
cloud today. She definitely.
Uh-oh, watch out, Rome King. Watch out, Rome. Watch out, Rome King. Rome King know I'm calling him.
I love
You
how
know
you
I'm
go
calling him out.
So while you were
Be in
gone,
recess.
he stated that she changed the
I
plea
was
deal.
listening to it. I was listening
Oh,
to
were
it.
you? Okay.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Foster
sorry,
said, "Can we
Judge
go to
Whitaker.
lunch again?"
Judge, right. See, that's why they shouldn't have gone to lunch early. See, they would have come in there. No, they should have just fought through it. Because she came in there with, I guess a better-ish attitude. Is that fair?
Better-ish
better-ish?
attitude.
Yeah, I mean, she was trying when she came back from lunch. She
Yeah,
was trying.
yeah, I saw that. She was being nice because
She was trying.
he told her you were coming at me wrong. Why don't you talk to me the way he was talking to me? So she tried for a little bit. It didn't last.
It was insincere. But again, like, I don't understand. I don't think he damaged the questions that were answered by the cross. I don't think they damaged her case as bad as she thinks it is.
No.
As much as she thinks she does, because it was already damaged. It's kind of like, oh, you scratched my paint. Well, sir, you just had you just had a full-on rear collision with an 18-wheeler. Don't worry about the emblem on your car falling off. No, like your whole back end of your car is chewed off. Like, no. And I think she's worried about that. She's looking at it like, oh, the emblem fell off of my car. Well, man, the whole back of your car is gone. It's gone. It's just not
That's
there.
like saying, and there's a scratch.
Right.
on
It's
the
like
bumper too.
right. The bumper, like, no, man.
The
the
back's
worst thing-
gone, but there's a scratch on the
Right.
front.
She's just worrying about the wrong thing. And again, I know they're not gonna let it go. And shout out to all of our legal minds that have basically said they're not gonna let this go. They should let it go though. Because
She's gonna lock him up.
oh, then you know what? He's about to give her a heck. I'm sorry. He's gonna if she's gonna lock him up, he's about to give her a heck.
That's what I think. Anyway, I
it's
think
gonna come
she
out.
has every intention of saying you violated your agreement,
That's
and
what's
she's
gonna
gonna put
happen.
him in jail.
Then so be
I
it.
hope
I
not.
hate it. I hate it, but if that be the case, if his attorney is saying, man, she's gonna try to throw you in jail, man. She's gonna try to throw you in jail for the night. he gonna probably come in there and just give her the business and throw this whole thing into Woody. I mean, she gonna throw the whole thing into Woody land. So this'll probably be worse than Kenneth Copeland.
He said, I can go left.
All right, I heard him like, yo, I can go left. Wait. Go left, young man. Go left. I am here for the leftage.
He's been veering. He's been veering anyway.
Oh, he's been veering. He's been slowly. No, don't slowly matriculate. I need this expeditiously done, sir. Please go left.
He's
and her
been
saying, "Who do you
entertaining.
think you're talking to?" It's only going to show just how. And Judge Whitaker saved her. Judge Whitaker saved her.
Yeah.
Who are you talking to right now? I almost want to rewind that. Who are you talking to right now? Oh yeah, Judge Whitaker.
I'm down for the replay. I'm down for the replay.
Let me find it, because yeah, I'm like, yeah, you're literally showing us exactly in 4K just how bad.
It's a little bit before I marked it, if you can find that.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me see. I'm just gonna roll back the YouTube. See if I can do this in real time. I should be able to do this in real time. But no, like that was okay. We'll be a little bit
Sarah,
behind.
I agree.
Let me make sure
He needs to calm down, but she is the professional there. And
Yeah,
he's feeding off her. He's feeding off her right now.
yeah, I'm not gonna give you. He needs to calm down.
He needs to calm down a little bit, but he's feeding off her. However, the professional acts in the situation, they're going to act.
Right, and yeah, I'm sorry. Classroom teacher story time. It's story time with Whitaker.
It's story time.
You
with
would
Uncle
never, ever, you can never get away with. The reason I went off on little Tommy or little Sally is because they were going off on me. You would never be able to get away with that. You as the professional, you as the adult, you as the more mature individual, you got more letters after your name than I got letters in my name. If that be the case, if that's true about you, then Adrian Love, the onus is on you to control this conversation. So if the cameraman, somebody said something about the cameraman, if the witness is going left, there is no excuse. There's none for you to behave like you're doing. Let me pull this in, and y'all keep me, Mandy, keep me ready when they come back in. I'll jump back. All right, here we go. I'm gonna pull this back in. I think this is about where he says, if you want me to go left, we can go left. There's no excuse for it. I'm sorry.
See any other document
One in the chat
besides
you
the
can
one
hear.
you signed?
I just seen them today. I didn't see it. My lawyer was just coming, asking me, and I guess he thought the question was gonna be changed, and I don't know. I don't think they was changed.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that. Since you won't remember, that's fine.
Whew. And see, she's scrambling and scraping. She doesn't have her stuff ready. She's the professional.
Right. He's going to feed off of her.
And hold on one second before. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, there's no way that this is appropriate. And Judge Whitaker probably saved her career by stopping this.
Yeah.
All right, here it comes. I think this is it, right? Yeah, since you don't remember was crazy.
I think her whole redirect was just her covering her butt.
Yes.
When you were asked by Mr. Sharp about April 28th, 2015, Jeffrey Williams, he only asked you whether Jeffrey Williams was with you in addition to you and Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. Is that right? Is my memory correct?
I don't recall.
Okay.
We might have had fist fight to the little tracker on the bottom. We got objections, we got squeaky chairs, and then we got just bona fide fist fights. Or saving your career. Like that might need to be it. Saving your career. Because this is probably the second time today.
Did you feel on December 28th, 2022, as able as you have felt in this courtroom this week and last week to tell the judge when you needed to do something like talk to your attorney? Did you feel as free to talk to your attorney or ask for requests to speak to your attorney then?
I don't recall.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
You don't.
We did not know we needed Moontunk. I did not. I don't even know how to spell Moontunk, but I'm gonna learn
Is
today.
there any portion of what the jury saw in your December 28, 2022 testimony where you halted the proceedings? Or what wasn't seen? Did you ever halt the proceedings on December 28, 2022 to ask to speak to your attorney?
I don't even know the words you just used.
Did you ever stop and say, Judge, can I talk to my lawyer like you have today and last week?
Like I told you earlier, I ain't sitting over there. I'm sitting up here supposed to be telling my truth. And it's like you're not accepting my truth. I wasn't sitting over there in County Blues. I was sitting over there in County Blues. I'm in the free world. So it's like I couldn't stop and say that over there.
Why couldn't you?
Because I don't understand that. But once I got up there, I thought I could. Because you told me that. You said, anything you don't understand, you ain't tell me that December 28th, right?
Did your lawyer?
No. My lawyer didn't tell me to stop neither.
So sitting next to your lawyer, did you ask him questions? Not talking about what they were, but did you ask him questions at the table?
I would ask the witness to be allowed to answer the questions.
Facts.
Judge, I'm not asking
Thank
him
you,
what was
Paula.
said. I'm asking him.
The province of the what? Oh, no, that doesn't. Overruled.
Sitting at the table next to the lawyer you had known for 15 years, were you able to ask him questions?
I probably could have, but I didn't.
Here it comes.
And in the back, when you were with the lawyer you've known for 15 years, did you ask him questions?
Yeah, I told him.
Well, if he wants to share it, it's his to share.
I don't want to. I don't want to share it. Okay, I don't want.
Specific about what you and
I don't want to share it.
And I'm not asking you what, I'm
I
asking
don't
you,
want.
did
She
you?
just said I had to share it. Man.
She said you didn't have to share the content. I'm asking.
I don't want to share it. I don't recall.
I'm asking you, did you ask?
I don't
lawyer.
recall. I don't recall.
I don't recall.
Here you go.
Are you saying that now because you're just frustrated?
Here you go again. Here you go again. Here you go again.
Get information that is subject matter of an attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I disagree. The question was, were you able to ask him questions in the back? And frankly, he answered it before he didn't recall. So
thank you, Judge. All right.
Yeah, for sure. She's taunting him. Thank you for the super chat. We're going to talk about it in a second. Thank you.
I think
When
she does
you
is
left
kill him.
Here comes.
Court last week, did you wipe your nose at the jury?
What you mean?
Just that. Did you wipe your nose at the jury?
Yeah, when you asked me to do
I mean, when you got off the stand.
it, no.
Okay.
I wipe my nose at the jury.
All right.
See, she going too far.
and objection. They just ask questions. But all these are capable lawyers. As is your lawyer, so
Yeah,
Oh, so he can talk. Okay.
she,
I just call the balls and strikes.
Funny that she used that term.
All right.
That seemed like a
Just one moment, Your Honor.
I've said that.
she's silly.
I think she's almost done.
Yeah, I hope so.
Here comes.
Before I go back left. Cause I don't mind going left.
Here comes. Okay.
Wait, go left.
Oh, that's me.
Let's bring it. Come on, let's go left, man.
Did you hear that? I think she's
Whoa,
accusing him of
that's a
threatening
lot.
the jury.
Okay.
Don't hold back.
You just being petty now.
Go left, my brother. Go left. I'm here for it.
We are here for you to go left, my
On
brother. Go
December
left.
28th,
Shut up,
2020.
Did
Jason.
you wipe your nose at the jury? Like, what?
Wait, I want to hear her say. This is insane.
You would have changed everything I want you to change. I probably wouldn't be going through it. You probably wouldn't have gave me the deal.
Here it comes.
If you'd have came and asked me. I don't know, I'm sick of her, man.
She's got to be hating this now.
Well, let me take
Who are
a
you
break.
talking to right now?
Can I take a break?
Hang on just a second.
Oh, come on.
Are you almost done? Because
I'm wrapping
there's
up.
some people who need a restroom break.
No, no,
Can
no.
you just give them that break,
I
Your
need
Honor, and
one
I'll make
back.
sure that
No,
I'm.
we-
Give them that- Yes, let's take a break right now.
No. You heard her. She said, "Who are you talking to right now?"
Who you
Y'all,
talking
this is
to?
about to turn into a fist fight. Okay, let me remove this because this was about to turn into a whole ball. It's giving
Left,
me
to the
it's
left.
giving me total like vertigo right here. I'm looking at myself and you, Mandy. I'm going crazy.
It's weird, isn't it?
It's weird. Let me go.
Here,
Let
give
me
me five,
switch this.
Mandy. Give me five.
There we go. Okay. All right. So I wanted to go back and just hear the exchange, and I'm kind of mad at myself because I'm over here signifying. So I'll need to do a better job at that. I'm gonna stop that. Okay. Here we go. For everybody that is willing to give Adrian Love duck and cover, I'm gonna ask you right now to go ahead and secure your seat trays and buckle in because I'm about to hurt your feelings. Here it comes. Big screen. Watch this. Y'all don't, whenever a white police officer kills a black man unarmed or whatever, y'all immediately say that the police officer is wrong and that he or she needs to be properly trained because they are the professional. We are looking at the exact same thing in 4K. If Adrian Love was a police officer with a gun in her hand and Mook Tunk was some disobedient, not following instruction person at a gas station, y'all would have something else to say. So right now, y'all need to be saying Adrian Love is wrong. Just like today is Monday and it's almost 3:00. Give her the same energy. Give her the same amount of grief because she is dead. It's evil. I'm going to say it and I'll go to court tomorrow. Adrian Love is wrong. And I'll be at court tomorrow. Y'all, I might have to my little deal on me, but you got my point. She wrong. Because she would give that man, if she was a police officer, y'all would see the same amount of smoke and the same amount of vitriol. Y'all would have something to say about her because she's supposed to be the professional. She's supposed to be the professional. She's supposed to rise above this, no matter what Moon Tunk says. So miss me with that. Okay. All right. This is evil to watch because I'm like, this woman, I promise you, and I don't feel hyperbole. If she had the means and the ability, she would do something physically harmful to that man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There's no other way around that. I'm sorry. There's no other way to say it. And we're watching it. Judge Whitaker probably realized that, I don't know, the Lord whispered her ear and said, girl, you better get that crazy woman up out of here. Call a break. Throw a timeout. Call a timeout. Because she would have gone off on him. And then all you got to do, they're coming back. The camera's moving. Camera's live.
Camera's live.
All you got to do, give her a gun and a badge. And y'all on the 11 Alive News. Give her a gun, badge, and privilege. And y'all over here on
You
CNN.
must be behind because 11 Alive is.
Is it? How am I behind? I'm caught up, I thought. I'm right here. Oh, no, I'm not. Shiesty. Shady. All right. One in the chat when you can hear. Y'all, Moontunk is the person I did not think anybody could out Woody, but now here we are. I didn't think it was even possible. But I also want to say thank you so very much, very kind to Hey Paula for the very nice, very kind 1999 in pounds super chat. Hey DWC, found your channel and I'm avid viewer of Inside the Law. Another save from the judge. Though this judge would be better, but it's another form of bias, just more subtle, unfortunately.
Stanislav, I see this
live
email and Miss
Thank you.
Crutchfield's, she's not with us, but she's back in the office, so you can add her back to the emails when you're sending stuff.
Yes.
No, don't worry.
No,
about
we
it.
wish you to
I
stop.
can do
We
that.
wish you to just go ahead and call it a game and just say, I've had enough. Because again, we're watching somebody with a JD get ready to get owned by a man who don't probably have a GED. This is ridiculous.
Mr. Wright is. Anybody?
Why is this a thing? Why are these people getting shellacked?
Okay.
Step out of knowledge,
Okay, I don't know what they're doing.
They can't find Moontunk.
They can't find Moontunk's lawyer?
No, him. They can't find him.
Oh, no. Thank you so much, Republic T. She says Kamala kept inmates in jail to do labor past their sentences. They're still supporting her black pastors and supporting the finding. This is a pathetic truth. Amen. We're going to come back and look at that. Man, this is insane. I did not think we were going to have this many fireworks. Okay, so apparently, is it both of them, Moontunk and Mr. and his attorney, or just his attorney?
I think it's just him.
Hold on a second. Huh. Okay. Yeah, this is totally wrong. I'm sorry. There's no other way to
That's
say
in
it.
place until we get Mr. Wright back.
Oh, he got Woody beat.
I think our Sergeant Ingram just went to retrieve him.
This is crazy. This case has gone way off the rails. All right, so Sylvia is saying that both of them are MIA. They might be somewhere talking, trying to figure it out. Joy Ball, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Love is wrong. Oh, I got to think of a good thumbnail for this. I have a whole thumbnail, a whole playlist of love-inspired thumbnails and videos. I got to come up with a good one for this one. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. I did not think that anybody was going to out Woody. I just
This
didn't
is
think, I
way
didn't think it
more
was possible.
entertaining. This is way more entertaining.
Way more. I didn't think that was possible. Yo, this is hilarious. Hilton is laughing at Love right now. That's probably true. Because Hilton is upset. I'm sorry, Adrian Love is upset. I mean, there's no way you would not, if you were a teacher and you're dealing with students that are just unruly, no matter what, you are always held to the standard that you are the professional. No matter what. No matter what. You're required to be at least be professional. Even if you're breaking up fights. Like I stopped breaking up fights as my tenure as a teacher ended. I said, I don't break up fights. So if y'all get into a fight, that's gonna be on y'all. I don't break them up. So y'all figure it out. And that actually caused kids not to want to fight because they're like, wit ain't gonna stop them. So if something go left on you, it's on you. But so they said, yeah, Moontunk is still on the stand, but his attorney is not there. And he asked, ooh, I like that one. Beloved son, AMA. Ooh, I like that one. I'm gonna put that right. I gotta put a little star by that one. I gotta save that one. I can't let nobody see that one yet. Lawless love. Ooh, that's gonna be mess. Ooh, that's gonna be it. But there's a police. You know what? I just hope that Judge Whitaker realizes just how out of pocket this is. And she herself gets frustrated and has had an absolute enough of this foolishness and starts
I think she's
holding
getting
them.
close. I think
No,
she's getting
I want her over the edge. Ain't no close. I want you off the right off the edge. Sound effects and everything. I want you to be mad. Judge Whitaker, get tired of this stuff. This is ridiculous. This is insane. Stop letting this slide. Stop letting it go. Hold it. No, this witness is done. He's done. You're
So
done with
Law
it.
and Crime just reported that Mr. Wright is trying to talk Monk Tunk into coming back into the courtroom, and he's refusing.
There we go. There we go. It's over for the day. Y'all can go ahead. We can go ahead and get ready to start wrapping and packing because he ain't coming back in there. That brother ain't playing. He's not coming back in there. So whatever. I mean, he gonna end up having to get arrested.
I can't say I blame him. I mean, he has to, but I can't say I blame him for his attitude about it.
I don't know, Julie Holm. This is a great question. Now that I know that Monk Tunk's lawyer could object, I think he should have been objecting a long time ago.
Yeah.
He should have been objecting. Yo, somebody, y'all, when I say this is the best live chat on the planet, let me tell y'all something. I'm not playing games. I will fight anybody who says that they have a better live chat. Why do you mean, Jason? Diane just said that 1 Corinthians, I don't recall. Now, if you're familiar with 1 Corinthians, that is the chapter on love. And one of the things is love does not keep records of wrong. We got him back? I'm surprised. Let's see. Just let it go, love. It's over.
What are we looking at? Whatever happened to it? Oh, you know what?
Leave it alone. Same thing with your audio. Same thing with your audio. Stop trying to be feisty. Twisted love. I like lawless though. Lawless love is speaking to me. Girl, this is a harassment of everybody. Ain't just the witness. She harassing the jury. She harassing the defense. She's harassing me. She harassing you. Everybody getting harassed today.
She's like the Oprah of harassment.
Right? You get harassed. We all get harassed. Yeah, it's over, love. Just let it go. The bad thing is I know she's not, but she really should just let this go. Whatever you thought you were going to get from this, you have totally lost it. Any goodwill, you've lost it. Just let it go.
What about that song, Love Gone Left?
Love Gone Left? I don't know that song.
Oh, I'll send it to you.
Send it to me. I mean, he done out Woody. I mean, I'm already trying to make a t-shirt design while I'm talking to y'all. I'm already trying to make a t-shirt.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lord.
Oh, here we go. I bet she gonna bring up his mama.
I believe that to everyone's delight, that's all that I have for Mr. Sledge right now.
Hallelujah.
Thank you. Is there any recross from any of the attorneys?
Not on the behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Okay. All right.
I want to apologize to Ms. Lord, courtroom, and the jury for getting upset.
This dude is top class.
Appreciate that.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Sledge not be released, but be excused temporarily.
Okay, you're excused. You're still under subpoena, so there's a possibility that you might get called again at some point. If so, somebody will let you know through Mr. Wright.
Okay.
But
And an
you are
officer will
free to
probably knock on your
go.
door later.
Say yeah.
All right. Ms. Love, call your next witness.
Wow.
She could
Your
have
Honor, the
apologized
state
back.
calls,
She could have, absolutely. That would have been high post for her.
I believe that I will be calling a lieutenant, but if not, it will be Mr. Wright.
Okay.
Go ahead and call Mr. right now, because you know. I already got crazy love. I already got crazy in love. I already have that. Okay, I did not expect them to get done today. I ain't gonna even lie.
Yeah.
I did not think this was gonna happen. Who did it? You told me? I didn't think they were gonna get done today. I really didn't. Ooh, love overload. I got a good one. I got a good one.
The state calls Mr. Derek Wright.
So they didn't have they didn't have the other witness ready. So they didn't have him here, the detective. Sorry, just making an observation.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. I see. Take this the first and last name for the state, for the court, please. Right. Derek, D-E-R-E-K, Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Forgive me for putting you on this stand. This is not a place that I know you normally reside.
Sustained.
Yeah, he's starting.
I'm going to take these away from you. Put these over here. Mr. Wright, I will not be getting into matters of privilege. I'll just ask you a few brief questions regarding your interaction with the state as it relates to the witness that just testified.
Okay.
First of all, would you please tell the jury how long you've been practicing law?
It's a year short of 30 years, so 29 years.
And how long have you known Mr. Antonio Sledge?
At least 15, probably longer, somewhere between 15 and 20 years.
And forgive me, but were you sworn in? You were sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet him first in your capacity as an attorney representing him, or did you know his family before you began representing him?
In a legal capacity first.
Okay. Do you know how many instances where you've had to represent Mr. Sledge in Fulton County? Without saying a number, are you aware of how many instances?
If I thought about it, I probably would come up with an accurate number.
Okay. Is it, have you had at least 10 occasions to interact with him on not criminal matters, but just matters, legal matters?
When you say occasions, are you referring to cases or just interactions? I've not represented him on 10 cases. It's far less than that.
Okay. Over the last 15 years, are you comfortable telling the jury how many cases that you had an occasion to represent Mr. Sledge?
I would say, for sake of being accurate to this one and the one they've heard about from before, and I think a misdemeanor case. So other than that, I would be having to really dig deep. And I think
That's probably it.
That's what he said.
Did the misdemeanor case happen 15 years ago?
Probably more like 6 to 8 years ago, give or take.
So what was the first, when you say you've been his attorney for 15 years, what was the first instance? What year was the first instance?
Again, I can't tell you. I'm not being difficult. I just don't recall. I just know that I did come in contact with him as an attorney. And then with many of my clients, I developed a relationship. So he is someone that I've considered a friend, and I know him, some of his family. And therefore, I've had an ongoing interaction with him, both professional and personal, for 15 plus years.
All right.
Man, I hate to be my
Is
friend's
it fair
attorney.
to say he's not the only person that you represented in criminal matters?
Correct. I've represented many, many people over the years.
Have you had occasion to represent many, many people in Fulton County over the years?
Yes.
Have you had occasion where when you make an entry of appearance with respect to, say, for instance, a bond hearing, but have been required to stay on as a person's attorney?
Early on, when I first started, you had some of that because, one, often you might get onto a case and then get appointed where the county pays you to stay with the client.
Okay.
So early on, there was sort of an advantage to getting on early, and then you could stay on if the client either retained you privately or the county paid you. Later on, that changed, and more emphasis was put on public defender and contract attorneys and other stuff. So I would say in the last 10, 15 years, not so much.
So if you signed on to represent a person in the last 10 or 15 years for one thing and wanted to withdraw, the courts have allowed you generally to do that?
Generally, it depends where you are. If you're in Toombs County, Toombs County don't let you withdraw. Once your name hits the paper, you're the attorney regardless of whether you get paid or not. There's some other counties like that.
Okay.
Fulton is generally pretty liberal, where Fulton, if you and the client come to a disagreement or if money, Mr. Green doesn't show up, that also is a reason that you can sometimes get out of a case. So from that standpoint, Fulton is a little more understanding that sometimes the attorney and client have to go separate ways.
Without getting into the specifics of what you may have shared with your client, unless he waives it and you've been given permission to, and you'll have to tell me if that's the case.
Well, I'll tell you now, he has not waived attorney-client privilege.
That is fine.
So I am restrained by the laws
That's
of our
absolutely
state.
okay. Okay. So without getting into anything that is privileged information, would you tell the jury if information that is said between you and your client in the presence of others, such as Lieutenant Lancico, a lawyer from the state, whether that information is considered privilege?
It's a two-part answer.
Yes.
From an attorney-client privilege standpoint, that conversation may not be privileged because it's been said outside of me and the client, meaning there's more individuals hearing it.
Right.
From a plea negotiation, and whether plea negotiations are admissible in a court of law, that is beyond the attorney-client relationship, but an admissibility issue. And therefore, the question of this conversation isn't so much an attorney-client, but whether if it's a plea negotiation or it's the furtherance of one, is it admissible?
Okay. So have you been sitting in court during the entire time that Mr. Antonio Sledge has been on the stand?
Yes. Well, there may have been a one hour short period of time one morning where I had someone covering for me. But other than that, I've been here the entire time.
Were you present in court when he was asked by Mr. Steele about a June 2024 meeting in Fayette between Lieutenant Lancico, yourself, Mr. Sledge, and myself?
Yes,
All right. Do you recall that meeting in Fayette County?
yes, it was the Starbucks in Fayetteville, my place.
And how would you characterize that? First of all, how long did that meeting last?
I would estimate maybe plus or minus 40 minutes.
Okay. And generally speaking, how would you characterize that meeting, the content, the purpose?
Often when you enter into an agreement with the state, you'll be asked to come in or meet with them to discuss questions they may want to ask, subjects they may want to cover. And basically, it's almost sort of like a prep session. And from the defense side, we're also trying to get an idea. What are you going to ask us? Where are you going with things? Mm-hmm. So it's sort of both sides feeling each other out. And that way, when we get to court, things can sort of go smoothly. And that was sort of what we anticipated. Mm-hmm. And that's generally what the meeting was. To be honest, we did not get into the details of testimony as much as I am generally accustomed to. Most of it was, Ms. Love, you getting to know my client and getting a feel for him, and vice versa. So honestly, a lot of the details weren't discussed. It was more of a feel each other out kind of meeting, in my opinion.
Okay. And do you recall me asking your client about any specific details of the case or the plea that he signed on December the 28th?
There was discussion at that meeting about the plea that he had signed, a couple of videos, and again, I'm generalizing because I don't have an exact memory of everything. And again, because you didn't get into a lot of the details, like, to be sure, there was no script, there was no, here are the questions you're going to be asked. It was a very generalized kind of conversation. There was, at one point, which y'all have talked about, a point where he started to share, because he volunteered it.
When you say he volunteered it, what do you mean? Did I ask him something about it?
Mr. Sledge volunteered the subject of what Mr. Williams may have said to him.
Okay.
And to be clear, while it definitely wasn't what you were asking, it wasn't on the subject you wanted to cover. Therefore,
you say the subject I wanted to cover. Please explain what you mean.
You were asking, and I don't remember, to be honest, exactly what the question was, but it wasn't responsive to the question. That's why it stood out. And when you heard what he was saying about Mr. Williams, mm-hmm. there was an immediate reaction where it was, that's not what I'm asking you,
okay,
is what you said to him.
Uh-huh.
And he said, well, he went on, said what Mr. Williams told him.
And was that the part where he's saying he encouraged me to take?
Okay.
What part are you talking about?
This is what I've observed discussion in the courtroom about what he said about Mr. Williams telling him to take Woody to see the police.
Okay.
And the point was, as his attorney, as a defense attorney, I took it as that wasn't a subject you wanted to talk about and you weren't asking him about. But I can't say that I ever heard you say, don't tell the jury. It was nothing that definitive, but it was simply, that's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I've asked you to tell me. And ultimately, we sort of moved on from it. But it was just clear he very much wanted to say it, and you
that wasn't what you were looking for in terms of whatever the initial question was. So, but answering the issue at hand, I cannot say that you ever said, don't tell the jury.
And listening to the questions that I put upon your client during direct examination and redirect examination, where I've asked the question and his response has caused me to say, that's not what I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
Would you characterize the interaction at that coffee shop as different than or similar to those type of interactions?
I would say one, the overall interaction at the coffee shop was pleasant. No one was arguing, yelling, screaming, anything like that. It was very pleasant. You'd ask a question, he'd provide an answer. And then even when we got to that, it still wasn't combative. It was simply, that wasn't what I asked you, or what I'll ask you. It was, again, that just wasn't a subject you were going to be asking him about. So it sort of came and went.
And when you say that's not or wasn't a subject I was going to be asking him about, is it your testimony that my response had to do with the question? Your Honor, I'm not.
And honestly, he's a lawyer. He's going to be able to handle it. I'll give you a little leeway.
Thank you. When you tell the jury that I said, that's not what I'm asking you, was your understanding that that's not what I'm asking you related to the question that I had just asked that he seemed to have not been responding to?
It was to the question. That was not the subject matter or topic you were asking a question to. Again, I did not hear it. And again, maybe I'm biased because this is what I do, but I did not hear it as an instruction to say, don't you tell the jury this, or I want you to only tell them about that. It was, that's not what I'm asking you right now. I'm not going to ask you about that. As in, so I did hear that extra part, but again, it just reinforced the idea that you weren't instructing him to limit his testimony in any way. It was just clear that wasn't a subject you planned on going into.
Mm-hmm.
So as a defense attorney, of course, yeah, my bell rang and I said, that's a hot topic, but it wasn't any ethical issue because I didn't hear you in any way try to discourage him or instruct him not to convey that information if asked.
Okay. Now, were you present or were you asked by anyone else whether that was something that had been said?
Well, I wasn't asked, but I will say I am defense bar through and through for almost 30 years. Just as I, in this situation, sort of call balls and strikes. I'm not on one side or the other. And when one side has contact with me, I'll reach out and have contact with the other side to make sure both sides are getting information. Mm-hmm. And I did reach out and contact Mr. Steele, I believe, or it may have been Max, to say, hey, we did sit down, we had a meeting. Quite honestly, there's no big secrets or anything about the meeting, but I will say there was a situation where when one subject came up, it wasn't what she was asking about, but it resonated with me because knowing what the issues of this trial are, I knew my brethren in the defense bar would want to make sure they knew, Sledge knew, or was told by Mr. Williams to take Woody to the police. Now, I imagine they may already know it, but they may not have known that Sledge had that information. So just as the state was aware of it, I wanted to make sure the defense is aware of it. And I've also made him available so that if they wanted to question him, he could also be questioned by them. In other words, fair to both sides.
And were you present when Mr. Sledge was in communication via Zoom or some other way
Absolutely.
with Defendant Williams' attorney?
Correct. In fact, there's not been a single attorney that's contacted me, and it's only a handful of times, but they've always contacted me to talk to Sledge.
Okay.
Every attorney has shown perfect professionalism.
Dopeness.
Were you asked by any counsel for any defendant whether the state ever instructed Mr. Sledge to not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged him to go to the police?
Let me answer it in two parts. Yes, I have told them.
No, were you asked? That's the first question.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure I'm addressing the question because, you know, us lawyers, we like to talk.
So did Mr. Steele ask you if I told Mr. Sledge, don't tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to go to the police? Did he ask you that question?
I don't recall him necessarily asking the question, but I told him my observation of that conversation. And Mr. Sledge told him his observation of that, really on the same Zoom meeting. So he actually, without having to ask it, received it from both me and Mr. Sledge. And even at that time, I said, I did not hear it that way, but if my client says he heard it that way, then he heard it that way. So it's quote unquote, two people hearing the same thing may take it a different way, especially one who is a defense attorney.
Did I inquire that of you after hearing that from Mr. Sledge? Did I ask you about that?
We have talked about it, yes.
And did you tell me that you told Mr. Steele? No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Well, I told Mr. Steele, I never heard you tell him, do not tell the jury. What I told you was that I've explained, I didn't hear her say that. I heard that she didn't seem to like that topic, but I can't say that I heard you instruct him. But my client insists that that's what he heard. So that's I know it's not a black and white answer, but that's the gray answer where my client has been very consistent saying, this is what he heard, but that's not what I heard. So I'm not gonna juice it up for the state or for the defense. I can only convey what I, in good faith, heard.
And is there anything in particular that you recognized or saw that made you think I did not like that topic?
Knowing the general idea of what the case is about, that ultimately the state's theory of the case that Mr. Williams.
Without getting into what you believe the state's theory of the case is, I'm asking you specifically what you observed that made you believe.
And that's not what she was asking, so no. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, please go again.
I'm asking you what you observed me do or say facially, non-facially, verbally, non-verbally, that led you to believe in some way that I didn't like that topic.
The fact that you stopped him pretty abruptly, meaning as he was going into it, he sort of answered anyway. So it wasn't that you didn't yell, you didn't scream, you didn't do anything, but it was just, as attorneys, what we're really good at, I know we're gonna say talking, but listening and picking up. And when I saw that all of a sudden there was sort of a screeching stop point, that's when I realized, well, maybe, and again, not knowing the details of this case, maybe.
So is that where you drew your conclusion?
Let him finish his.
Yeah. Maybe that topic, that point has some meaning and some significance. And that's where my thought was, okay, well, just as something may be significant about it in talking to the state, let me also make sure I've conveyed to the defense, hey, that might be some sort of topic. And again, I didn't know what he did or didn't do because my role sort of stopped pretty early in this. So again, my thought is if I'm neutral and calling balls and strikes, I want to make sure that they also are aware that may be a topic of interest. And but nothing about your body language or your mannerisms went to anything more than just, hey, maybe there's something there that someone needs to look into.
Did I tell him that's not what I asked in a way different than you've heard me say that when he's on the stand?
No.
Okay. And when I've said that's not what I've asked when he's been on the stand, did you draw a conclusion that that was something I didn't want him to tell the jury?
I didn't draw the conclusion, but I did draw the topic was not the topic you wanted to talk about, which of course I said, why? But it wasn't, I didn't extrapolate from that, oh, you're trying to make sure he doesn't tell the jury.
Did you ever describe the meeting that we had as one where it was supposed to be kind of a get to know you kind of meeting?
Yeah, I mean, that's in truth what it felt more like let's feel each other out, get to know each other.
And before your client offered up the information, Doug encouraged me to go tell the police or take Woody to the station.
Mm-hmm.
Had I asked him any questions leading up to that?
That was towards the later part. You had already gone through some questions. I think we had asked about video. We had asked about the history of Cleveland Ave and the formation of certain gangs, notwithstanding YSL, but even before YSL. Mm-hmm. So there had been plenty of conversation. And again, more of a get to know who Mr. Sledge is, where he's from, what part of the city, how he met folks, mm-hmm. like how he met Mr. Williams and, those kind of things. So this particular part that we've been talking about wasn't the beginning. It wasn't the middle. It was probably more towards the end. And maybe 10 more minutes of meeting.
Had I asked him anything about Donovan Thomas's murder?
We clarified, as we did earlier, that one, he wasn't there, wasn't involved, and clarified he doesn't have specific information helpful to the state or to the defendants mm-hmm. About the shooting of Mr. I'm blanking out that quick.
Mr. Thomas.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I know more so.
All right. Now you mentioned videos. Were you present in court when I asked your client about the Lie to Your Mama video?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall in June of this year, while we were at that Starbucks, that is your spot, mm-hmm. where I brought up the Lie to Your Mama video?
Yes.
Do you recall whether I simply went into, there's a video where someone talking about you lie to your mom?
I remember us talking about it generally because what was being discussed, not so much stated by him, but just discussed is, this is sort of a street topic. You might pick up on any street conversation where we're talking about, hey, you might lie to your mama, your daddy, your family, but when you're in court, you got to tell the truth. But
my question to you specifically
is, weren't you finished?
Yeah, that was it.
My question to you specifically is, do you recall me asking your client? I want to ask you about a video where they're saying you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and your client saying, that's not me. Do you recall that interaction specifically?
Partially. I remember the conversation and the topic. I don't remember his answer being no. I remember that conversation led to a conclusion that this is something that's just said in the street. And he didn't necessarily have a point of origin of it or this or that, but it was just something that's in the street. So that's why I can't give you an answer to both parts of your question.
Mr. Wright, do you recall me telling your client, so is the answer you don't recall him saying that's not me?
Correct.
Okay. That's okay.
I remember it being played.
Wait, you remember a video being played?
I want to say, I don't know if it was played or we heard the audio.
On what?
Well, that's what I'm trying to remember because we only had phones. We may have had a laptop. Again, and I could be incorrect. That's why the safe answer is I'm going to say no, because my recollection of that specific point is not, I don't know if we simply talked about a video or if one was shown.
Okay. Do you recall me telling your client, I have a video of him saying that?
You may have, yes.
Do you recall telling your client, act as if the state is God and they know everything? They already know the answers to the questions they're asking you. So don't try to be clever, just tell the truth.
It is customary when I...
No, wait, I don't mind the explanation. If I said it wrong, just say no, you didn't say that.
I don't have a specific recollection of saying that, but it's customary for me to tell my clients when you are in a cooperating posture, when they ask you questions, assume that they know the answer to the question they're asking you, that they're asking you not just to find out information, more often than not, they're testing you. They're trying to see, can they trust you or rely on your responses? Are you going to be truthful with them? So yes, it is likely I would have had that conversation. Would I have said God or some other analogy which made sense? Something. But it's more likely that I, at some point, made sure I said words to the effect of, when they ask you questions, assume they know the answer already. This is more of a testing, not a inquiry for information. So that's why I'm saying I may not have used those exact words, but I'm sure I probably did have that exchange in terms of the concept.
And when would you find it necessary to advise your clients in such a manner?
When they are in a cooperation agreement, and once we realize, they're putting us under subpoena, we actually have to testify. And then the posture sort of changed. That it's not just, hey, we're willing to testify. It's no, you're going to testify. And if you do, understand, you have to come in, you're going to have to tell the truth. And the state's going to question you and ask you some things. And when they do, that's when I would say, don't think you're going to outsmart them and you're smarter than everyone in the room. You need to almost assume they already know the answer to the question. And therefore, being truthful is always in your best interest. One, it's the right thing, but two, it's the smart thing.
Prior to that meeting, had you already been made aware that your client would be testifying?
Well, yes, the purpose of the meeting was, they are going to have us testify.
Right.
So we need to meet with them and see what questions they're going to ask. And like I said, just as y'all are feeling us out, we're feeling you out to get an idea. Okay, what things are they going to talk about? Are there any issues that are going to happen? And based on the plea and the fact that there was, we'll just say, some tussling or adjusting in terms of what the state was thinking of his factual proffers and what he was thinking, I figured this would also be a good time to start to iron some of those differences out and make sure that we're all on the same page as to what he can testify to and what he can't.
So you do not recall saying that in response to my telling him that we have a video of him saying they lie to your mama and you lie to your kids and get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth.
I may have said, wait. That's the video you're referring to. You're asking me, did I counsel him about assume the state knows?
In response to my saying to him, I have a video of you, not anybody else I'm talking about, but I have a video of you and him sitting back smiling. And then you saying that you have no memory of that.
I may have, only because listening to the dynamics of the situation, that would have been a time it would have triggered me to say to him, hey, this is, make sure you understand, you need to be straight with them. So I don't have a specific memory, but just knowing that I've been doing this a while,
Okay.
I'm sure I probably did.
Okay. Now, back in November of 2022, did the state seek, do you recall getting an email from me asking whether your client wishes to speak with the state about the case?
I believe November 17th.
Okay. All right.
I could be wrong, but I believe that was
All
when I
right.
received that email.
And you might have gotten one in November 17th. Did you also give one? I'm going to show you what I had marked and provided to counsel for the defense, but I'm willing to show again as State's Exhibit 450 Yankee, if anyone wants to see it. Sure.
Scrambling and scraping again.
Oh, I left him.
Yeah, I don't understand why she's taking so long. I don't know why she's prolonging this L. Amazing. Amazing. Shenanigans. This is a great question Lee is asking. So Glanville being, wait, sorry. Case it. So Glanville being called as a witness was not relevant to the case, but a witness's attorney is relevant to the case. I totally forgot about that. Good catch. Oh my goodness. What is going on? I got another colloquy going on. Another little symposium. Y'all, real quick, how are y'all feeling about this so far? Now that I know how y'all felt about Sledge, but how do y'all feel now about Mr. Wright, Derek Wright? He's the newest witness on the stand. How y'all feeling? They're moving through though. Let's go and give them some credit for that. They moving. Drop that emoji in the chat. How you feeling about this? Yo. I saw somebody say this is a waste of time, and I agree to the high heavens. This is such a waste. It's disgraceful. They say it's disgraceful. I don't like this. It does seem like a waste, though. Absolute worthless. Okay. And based on Sledge's testimony, he wasn't that dangerous. He drove the little guys to the crimes. The older cats left the younger ones to do the crime. They were the gang. Young cats made it out. There you go. Yeah, I don't know what I kind of wonder, because I think you asked this question, like, could his attorney have just testified? Because it seemed like it would have been much more fruitful. And we would not have had somebody out Woody or getting her upset. It's in left field. Well, that's where, hey, we know that's where Brother Sledge was going. It's showing that Sledge isn't reliable, but the problem is that's her witness. Can you get some reliable witnesses, please? It's not music in the background. It's some kind of static, though. It's got me wondering, too, like, what's the static sound? Let me see. Yeah, I don't know what that static noise is. Huh. I'm trying to move some things around on my microphone. It doesn't do it. It's some kind of static that's coming from their feed. I don't know, Venom, please forgive me. I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. It just seems like there's not a lot of appetite to disbar lawyers, because there definitely should have been some disbarments in Georgia. All right, here we go.
I'm gonna take 10 minutes. Oh, I know what it is.
No.
I still have this one. All right, we're gonna take, it's okay.
This is crazy.
10 minutes or so, maybe 15, maybe longer, who knows?
Wait.
To give them an opportunity to look at a couple of things.
This is embarrassing. I mean, it's 3:30. You might as well just go ahead and do a Glanville and shut it down for the day. This is embarrassing.
I mean, you're free to stay or free to step out. Do you want him to step out? Or yes? Okay. Do you mind stepping out? All right, y'all all take a minute and.
Judge, may I just, so that they are clear for the record, exactly which one is which?
Sure.
So State's Exhibit 450 Yankee is the proffer, it's the email dated November 30th, 2022 at 5:44 p.m. From myself to Mr. Wright. And it is, the attachment is proffer form Sledge. It says, "Good afternoon, Attorney Wright. It is always good speaking with you." That's the one labeled 450 Yankee. The one labeled 451 Yankee is the email sent from me to Attorney Wright that is labeled Sledge Agreement and dated December 27, 2022. At 4:57 p.m. It starts, "Here you go, Derek." And attached to each email is the attachment that was sent at the time the email was sent.
No, he was
Then 452 Yankee is another email to Attorney Wright that says Sledge Agreement updated, and it is December 27, 2022 at 5:06 p.m. with the attachment Sledge Agreement updated. 453 Yankee is the email sent to Mr. Wright from me, dated Wednesday, December 28, 2022 at 1:45 p.m. And it is labeled Sledge Agreement Updated 2.
454 Yankee is the email sent from me to Attorney Derek Wright at Wednesday, December 28th, 2022 at
Oh my
1:46 p.m.
gosh.
Labeled Sledge Agreement
Oh my goodness.
updated 2. And then 455 Yankee is the email from me to Attorney Derek Wright, labeled Sledge Agreement updated 2, sent Wednesday, December 28th, 2022 at 1:54 p.m. And the body of the email says, use this one, ! And attached is the agreement or the updated agreement 2. And then 456 Yankee is the email from me to Attorney Derek Wright on Wednesday, December 28th at 2022 at 2:34 p.m. labeled Sledge Agreement updated 3.
Okay.
And
Okay,
that's
come
it.
on. Thank
All
you.
right. And do you plan to potentially utilize all of these exhibits?
Yes.
With this witness?
Oh my
Okay.
goodness. Really?
But they're also included, all of them are also included in the email that I sent.
Yeah, I see each of those in that email from about an hour ago.
Okay, there's another squeak.
So you'll want to take a few minutes, those of you who haven't had a chance to look at them and look at them. All right, I'm going to step off the bench for a minute to handle another matter, but I'll be back in 5 minutes or so.
Oh my gosh. Okay, you're gonna stay on? Okay. I've been over here working, y'all. I promise y'all. I'm over here. I'm working to provide y'all with rich comedy, okay? Rich comedy. All right. So I was trying to find an easy way to share these. So if you go to my Buy Me a Coffee page, and you don't have to buy any coffee or anything like that, but just I needed an easy way to share them. So I made two new thumbnails for my Adrian Love themed. All right, so here's Lawless Love. Okay. And then here is Love Overboard. So what I need you to do though, help me out, help a brother out. I need you to go and tell me which one you like. So you hit the little like up there if you like it or not. And if you got any commentary about it, let me know. Because I've been doing love themed response videos. So I need you all to do that. So if you don't know where to find it, if you just go to, I'll drop this link in the chat and pin it to the top so you can get a good little hearty chuckle while we're waiting for yet another break from Judge Whitaker. I'm sorry, Judge Whitaker. You had us tricked thinking you was about that life. But now, Judge Whitaker, I don't know. I do not know anymore. Judge Whitaker, I thought she had us going in circles, believing she was going to be like, oh, we're going to be cracking the whip. I don't know now. I don't know. This is ready. All right. So check it out. Let me know which one you really like, and that'll be dope. Big screen. Yeah, the fact that she's going to ask that man all those questions is highly possible that man's going to be on that stand the rest of the day, if not more. That's craziness. I'm sorry. Oh, let me pin that thing to the top. I saw something pin it to the top. Trying to multitask, trying to put comedy in the chat. I'm like, we're trying to get it done for the people. We're doing it for the folk. All right, let me drop this in here. All right, so there it is. And then I'm going to pin it to the top so that you all can see it. There we go. Yes, and everybody has just stopped through. Thank you so very much. I'm much more poised usually, but today I'm just going to be a little bit off task. Y'all like Loveless? Now they all will probably make an appearance. So if you don't worry about Love Overboard if you don't like it, or if you like the other one more than that one, it'll probably show up again because there's a lot of shenanigans today. So there might be room for one or two of them to pop up. Who knows? Oh, by the way, I need to drop the link. Let me drop the link to the actual playlist. I'm sorry. We actually have a playlist of all of the love themed videos that I've do have one titled Lost Love. I don't have one titled Lost Love. No. Give me it. Come on. Don't hold back. Don't hold back. Give me all the shenanigans. So whenever I do a video with something around Adrian Love. I've been using the theme, using the theme of love as the thumbnail. And so I think this is it. And I will drop that in the chat momentarily. So I'd love to hear what y'all think about them. And let's see, let me edit this. Oh, there we go. All right, this should be it. All right, drop this in there for you. All right. Yeah, definitely want to hear what y'all think. Which one do y'all like more than the other? What's going on, Alan? Good to see you. He said Love Overboard. I was thinking about Gladys Knight and the Pips. You remember because they had that song Love Overboard? So kind of keep that going. And I would love to hear what y'all think. So let me see. Let me look and see which one is like more than the other. And if you got a comment now, don't hesitate. Just keep it kind. You know, my feelings are fragile, but yeah, you know, tell me what you think about it. If you think I need to be a little bit more creative, JC, you're not as creative as you think you are, whatever. She said 5 minutes. Yeah, she started turning into Glanville. I think I have one called Twisted Love. I'm almost certain I have one. Or I was going to do one, Zipper Jones. I'm almost certain either A, I did it. Let me look. I'm almost certain I did one, or I was going to do one called Twisted Love. I mean, they're pretty funny, man. I mean, they make me chuckle. I think y'all will like them. Also, the one about Candor. Remember when she was called out for being inartful? Remember that? Yeah, I got that in there too. The best love story. Okay. Corrupt love. I don't know. Maybe I should do a survey on these loved ones. These are good ones. Love Hangover. The Gray Goose. Y'all are wild. All right, what we got here? The attorney should have avoided testifying. He wanted to testify. Why? It's beyond me. I don't know why. That's a great question. He did seem pretty giddy about it. Love Hurts. I think I got that one on. I think I used that one. Frozen Love, Blazing Love, Overt Love, No Time for Love, Speedy Love, Elementary Love, Love on Time. Yeah, that's the one. I'm sorry. Midnight Love, Love Talks, Flaming Love, and Tough Love. Tainted Love. I thought about Pat Benatar, Love is a Battlefield. I did think about that one. Yeah, so this one right here, man, this is I have to say, you know, shout out to Sledge. He did not get held in contempt. He did come back, so there's that. But the funny thing is they did all that to get him back in there, and then they said, well, we're done. That was crazy. So Sledge made it out, hopefully. Same thing with Woody. They just leave these men alone. Like just leave them alone. If you're gonna throw them in jail for something, just go ahead and do it. Just throw the man in jail. Good gracious. I think that's wrong. I think it'll definitely, but I don't think they care. I don't think they care about doing what's the right thing in this regard. So Sledge is done, and the defense didn't have anything to recross him on, which is pretty interesting. So they left and I think this is strategic, and I could be wrong, so feel free to jump in if you think I'm wrong. Rather than the defense come back in and recross, they've just left that nasty odor of mendacity in the air of Adrian Love harassing this man and him saying, look, we can take this thing left if you want to. All of that, they left all of that hanging there. They didn't interrupt it, they just left it alone. So now they're stuck with it. That's the last thing they remember of him and or her and his interaction. And then the last thing they remember about him is him taking it upon himself, not being cajoled to do so, not being arm twisted to do so, him saying, hey, I apologize. And he said, I apologize to you, Miss Love, and then everybody else, you know, thinking to the court and the jury and everybody else. So that's going, and she didn't say anything. She didn't say, you know what, I was wrong too. You know what, let's let bygones be bygones. She could have said something. She didn't. So I think it was actually kind of strategic and smart that the defense didn't say anything. They just left it alone. Like, yeah, let her flounder, let her flop around and look bad. That's on her. That's not on them. Love don't love nobody. Love bites. I thought I don't have endless love. Some reason or other we had one. How did I not? Why did I not do endless love? Somebody told me that one before. We've had this one. I don't know why. Love stinks. Definitely got tainted. I'm looking at tainted. We're gonna get tainted in there one day soon. Don't worry. Follow the playlist. Follow the playlist. Because I'm pretty sure there's some shenanigans when I go back and watch this video today. When love calls. No, very good. Very good. So at the current moment, let me make sure I pull this back in. Make sure so I know I'm not. All right. They're just gone. So I mean, they're just. She said 5-10 minutes. I don't know how long that's gonna be. Love on the Run. Oh, I like that one. Yeah, that's a good one. Well, when this is all done, we watch YouTube. Oh, by the way, we watch YouTube. This is the creator that created the best live chat on the internet video. When this is all done with, yes. The problem is, I don't know when it's gonna all be done. Therein is the problem. Yeah, defense don't have to help her sink. Let her sink all by herself. I don't have mad love. I don't have mad, man. Come on, there's some good ones in here. All right. I don't know. Maybe I wish you could have a video that had 2 or 3 thumbnails at the same time. Now, that would be crazy. Dear YouTube, make that happen. Bless her lawless heart. All right. So at the current moment, Love Overboard is getting a lot of votes. All right. So Love Overboard. All right. So I got to start editing as soon as we get done tonight. And get that chopped out because that was pretty savage. I want to do Love Don't Live Here. There's a lot of really good love puns. Love is Blind. I like it. Unrealistic love. Y'all are wild, man. Love abuse. It's supposed to be like a song or a poem or an idiom that kind of deals with love in the title. You know, love hurts, love makes the world go round, that kind of stuff. Y'all wild, man. Love makes things happen. So, the other things, I'm trying to keep the title short because this is the thumbnail. Okay, it's the dangerous crew is coming in the house. Love and crime. What's it called? Law and crime? Law and crime. Love after lockup. Now, y'all are wild. That is wild. Stop in the name of love. Yo, I'm about to come up with.
Discussed
Here we
everything
go.
yet, so we'll call you. You can go ahead and remain outside. We'll let you know. All right.
We have, I need a few more minutes. I've got 7 documents that I'm going through, trying to parse out what is different between each of those documents. I'm on number 5, and we're doing it together.
It might be easy. Do you want to tell them what the differences are in each document? That might make it easier. You probably know what they are. You've gotten through 5 of them? All right, so just on between 5 and 6 and 6 and 7 then. Which would be, I guess, between 454, 455, and then 456.
Why are they taking so long? What are we doing? It's study hall court again. We're back in study hall court again.
Apparently.
No, because I was circling them as we were.
Okay, so that won't make it any faster than I thought maybe it would, but that's fine. So are you going to be asking details about, is it what the changes were or just that there were changes?
That there were changes in potentially what they were.
Okay. All right.
I guess I'll wait until we're ready to discuss the whole thing. I've got a position in regards to the admissibility of all of these documents.
Okay, what's
altogether.
that?
Let me say this first, though, because we did have a discussion previously about candor. I made a statement when we were at the bench in regards to what I thought was the applicability of Code Section 24-4-410. Taking a closer look at it, I don't think it applies.
I think you're correct that it does not apply.
And so let's take that off the table. I will tell you that my overall objection is that I'm opposed to any of these documents coming in for a couple of reasons. And I know what the state has described them to be, that these are correspondences between the state and Mr. Wright in regards to this evolving, allegedly, plea agreement. I'll state for the record that the one thing I do have is an email, the initial email from the state to Mr. Wright. I don't see, and we've not been provided, and the state can let me know whether they have them, any responses, email responses from Mr. Wright. They would kind of inform us as to, well, what are the discussions that are going back and forth. So I don't know what Mr. Wright's responses are. If he, for example, sends some suggestions as to this is what I want changed, or this is what my client says. So I just don't, I can't address that. But in addition to that, my recollection from Mr. Sledge's testimony ultimately is that he indicated that there were changes made to the agreement, that he suggested changes, or he told his attorney that some things needed to be changed, and the state declined to change some, and they did change some. He ultimately admitted that. And so if the intent of the state by trying to introduce these documents is to show that there were changes made, well, that's not necessary, because that's come out through the testimony. Now, if they want to, if their intent is to say that there was a specific change made to maybe a specific section, that can also come out through testimony. If this witness, Mr. Wright, and I presume he does, that he would know that Section 8, and I'm using that hypothetically, Section 8 of the agreement was changed from this language to that language, and he can testify to that. But I don't think that the wholesale admissibility of all of these documents is really necessary to prove the point that the state is attempting to make. Mr. Sledge was on the stand. He could have been confronted if the state's intention is to give him different versions and say, well, didn't this change from version number 1 to version number 2? He could have been confronted with that.
Well, I mean, she could have maybe tried, but I'm not sure that that would have been successful since these are conversations and correspondences between Miss
Co-counsel.
Love and Mr. Wright, not between Miss Love and Mr. Sledge. So I don't know that. I mean, I think he even said, I don't know what got said between my attorney and her. I just know what my attorney and I said. So that wouldn't have gone very far.
Yeah.
So do you have an evidentiary objection to these, or just, I don't really want them in?
Well, you know, they're not, I don't believe that they're it's not a prior inconsistent statement. I don't know if they're trying to introduce them as impeachment. If that's the case, then I'll suggest to the court that they are not prior inconsistent statements of anyone. And I would say they're not relevant, that under 403 it's a waste of time.
Okay.
It doesn't prove any point that's at issue in this case. Certainly this witness can testify to.
All right. Well, at this point, those are overruled.
Of course it is. Of course it is, Judge Whitaker.
Are we ready for the witness now?
I like how she sounds annoyed. That's adorable.
2 minutes. You can have 2 minutes, Mr. Sharp. You can talk during his 2 minutes if you'd like to.
Yeah, and I was just trying to support Mr. Adams here a little bit because we're essentially with these different documents. The documents didn't even come through on my email. So I was sent them afterwards, but we're just trying to identify the changes. So it's just taking us a minute
Okay. Well,
to go through all.
you get 2 more minutes.
I didn't get an answer to that question. Maybe I didn't direct it to the state.
Okay. Well, I don't know whether they've got the responses or not. I don't know whether they want to use them or not, but he is on the stand. So if they don't end up using them, maybe y'all can get them in if you want to.
Well, but we don't have them if they exist. And I guess I'm asking the state to indicate whether or not those items exist.
Were their responses?
I think that when Mr. Wright responded, it was via telephone call. I'll check my email to ensure that I'm not inaccurate, but I think that it all happened. I was sending something in response, but he can correct that. And if I won't touch it. But I'll check my emails for all emails.
All right.
Mr. Wright.
She'll check while y'all are doing that last bit of review.
At this point in the game, it could be the whole Brady bunch. I don't think anything's going to cause her to consider. I mean, at this point, Adrian Love could say she's the one that unalive nut, and it wouldn't matter. I don't think anything's going to happen. This is dumb now. It's shady Brady. It's Brady shady. She could literally say, I'm the one that unalive nut, and nothing could happen. I mean, this trial was still going on. Amazing. Unbelievable. Totally unbelievable. So apparently, okay, so I think she's using that mic she's been, the little mic that's on the table. I don't think she's using the one that she had. So I don't know if that matters much, but like even the mic ain't showing no love to Love. Yeah, that is, I don't even know what to say. It would be comical if it was anything else. If it was anything else, we'd be laughing about it. But I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. Y'all still doing this? Love Jones. I remember Love Jones. Love gave up documents last minute again. She just emailed them less than an hour ago. I mean, at this point, I don't even care. I mean, almost don't even care because Judge Whitaker's not going to do anything about it. Because now she's showing the emails that she had back and forth with Mr. Wright. And I agree with Mr. Adams. Like, well, what's the purpose of these if we don't see the conversation back and forth? If you just send me the emails that you sent to him, how do I know what he sent back to you?
Forward all the emails that I got from Mr. Wright.
And this should have been given when they initially said that there was some Brady information shared at the Starbucks. This should have been it. Amazing. They're going to remand him based upon violating this plea agreement. Well, I mean, I hate it. That's unfortunate, but Ms. Brady, buffering love. Now that would be funny. Now that would be funny. And I got to get that little meme. Y'all keep telling me the upload meme. I got to get that one in my life. I got to. I need that. That would be funny. I will give you that for sure. Corruption and disappointment. Come on. All right. So the lawless love has 2 votes and love overboard has 4. All right. So far it seems like more people like the love overboard than the lawless one, but the lawless one will get used. Please do not feel like the lawless one is going to be lost. You will see it soon enough. There's going to be some shenanigans soon enough, I'm sure. Look at Weinstein. What's Weinstein doing? What's Doug doing? Let's see what Doug's doing. He looking like he's trying to get some work done. We in study hall court again, y'all. How we in study hall court again? Yeah, I don't get this. I don't get it. How do they get a time limit, but love can take all day? I don't know. I mean, if it was consistent, if they were just doing like 20 minutes each, so you both got 20 minutes to do XYZ assignment, that would work. But love just gets unlimited amounts of time. And I understand it's a state. I understand that they got to bring the burden is on them. I got you, all that stuff. But it just seems very inconsistent and very just heavy-handed in one direction. It's giving thumb on the scale. That's what it's doing. It's giving me thumbs on the scale. Taunted love. Now that would be funny too, because she was taunting him. She was. That would actually be pretty good too. If I find that taunting section where I might have it. I might have clipped that already. But yes, definitely. If you did not see the Friday episode I did with Dr. Jada, if you get an opportunity, go check that out from Friday. We were just talking about mental health in the court system and how being under stress and chronic stress is problematic and what could be some ways that you could, kind of unravel the stress in your life. It was good. It was a good conversation. Check it out. All right, what y'all doing with it? It's loud. Bad love energy. I love it.
Yeah. Can I do it? I'm going to take the last 30 seconds of my minutes before we go into quick comfort run and how that's all. Okay, go with her.
What else, Mr. Short?
I'm prepared to talk for 30 seconds,
Oh,
Mr. Adams.
Okay.
So,
all right, go ahead, Mr. Adams.
my concern here is, again, I don't know the logistics and how everyone's planning on doing this, but for instance, there is a older version that was not adopted by Mr. Sledge that was the version, Mr. Williams, could you pass me, Mr. Williams, could you pass me those? Yeah, thank you. So there's a version, the final version of version 2, which was then changed to the final version of the plea agreement. And it says under number 8, the language, as we've already heard the state read about laying low. And then it says, and during the meeting, this is the meeting at the home, defendant, which would be Sledge, personally heard a YSL associate state, I caught that N nut down bad. Now, clearly, this is something that Mr. Sledge denied happened and has been taken out of the final plea agreement. But why? What my concern is exposing the jury to things that are not true.
So, yeah, I understand that. So I'm not sure exactly what Ms. Love's intention is with all of the different versions and whether she's gonna ask that it be, you know, that kind of detail come in, or whether it's just gonna be, you know, was there some additional quotation or something on there that then got removed? So Ms. Love, can you shed some light on that?
Yes, Judge. As it relates to, I think I have asked Mr. Sledge, in fact, certain things, and the objection was that it was, of course, a document that wasn't in evidence, and I should not refer to it as a prior version, where I was trying to get him to compare something, one document to another.
Right.
So the intent here is to show the jury that changes were made at Mr. Sledge's request and certain changes were not. And I just actually found, in response to questions from the defense about responses from Mr. Wright, and I just emailed it to them, an email from Mr. Wright to me on from back then. It looks like December 27, 2022, where he's enumerating certain things and responding to it and making recommended changes. So there are certain things that I would agree just don't need to be said. They serve no purpose. And it would be just as beneficial and serve the same purpose to say number 8 is different and I took out certain things as it would to try and put in all that language. And that just doesn't seem necessary to put in that, some language that might be considered inflammatory, that the state thought was the case and they said, no, it wasn't. Just the very fact that they had us take out language is what the state feels is important that the jury knows.
Okay.
So no, to the extent that, and if I don't think
and I guess if you are going to tender that for admission, then that can be redacted and it can just show there was something in quotes that was then removed.
Yeah, I like that idea. And I'll, if necessary, I can really quickly go out and talk to Mr. Wright. But right now I don't expect to have him read certain things. And I know he's a lawyer, so he won't do it unless I tell him to. So I think that we're okay.
Okay. All right. But was there anything else I'm sorry, did you have more?
I was just saying that I was still sending them over the emails from Mr. Wright.
All right. Was there anything else in particular that you feel like if the particular document does come in, part of it needs to be redacted out? I think we're all in agreement.
Just got an email, Your Honor, which has Brady material in it. Was just sent to us.
I haven't seen it.
Oh gosh,
10 seconds ago. Yeah, it's interesting.
I don't have it yet.
Yeah, it's kind of coming through slowly. Some of us quicker than others,
All
and I'm having it printed out. And I know we've got the jury back there waiting, Judge, and I'm not trying to belabor anything.
No.
But this is trying to kind of handle this on the fly as we're getting
I
emails
understand.
in the middle of this.
Why was this not done earlier?
Okay. Sure,
And we're-
thanks.
And we're also having 8 copies sent over for the court and the defense and.
An email from
This is crazy. Why does she need the lawyer to testify? I truly don't get it, but I think she's trying to prove that she did everything correct at the Starbucks meeting. That's the only thing I can conclude. I don't get it. It just seems like totally doing the most. Like a great episode of doing the most. All right, let's see. Lots of good conversation in the chat. I don't know what they're doing, man. I have no idea. This is so unprofessional. But
Is this response the one that is going to change to the final? So I should be looking at the one just prior to the final when I'm looking at what he's saying?
no,
I'm sorry, wait, what?
Which version is this in response to?
Okay, so I don't know what was just given to you, but
I get the same. This is what Ms. Love just sent to y'all or what?
Yes.
Okay,
so
whatever you sent over at 4:12:36 p.m. today. That was Mr. Wright's December 27th, 8:43 p.m. response. What?
So the December 27th. Let me pull it up. Hold on. Okay. So December 27th, 8:43 p.m. No, well, that was one version. We talked more in court, so obviously there were other versions.
I'm just wondering what I should be looking at when I am seeing what Mr. Wright's talking about.
So,
unprepared.
If it's December 27th, 8:43, let's see, going back to December 27th to a
So
December.
it's going to be
Unprepared.
the 5:06.
It will have to be
4:52. Why?
Yes, that looks right.
Just
That
throw all
looks
this
correct.
on. You know what looks right?
And
Throw this
then
out.
All right.
December 20, but there were other versions sent back as we talked more in court the next day, December 28th. So 4:53, 4:54.
I know.
Your Honor,
Yes.
to answer your question, this email sent by Mr. Wright on the evening of December 27th would have been between the sledge agreement updated and sledge agreement updated 2.
Okay. All right, that's what I thought. And is the alleged Brady, what is that? Item number 3? I hadn't read it all yet.
Sir, I haven't either, but certainly number 3 is absolutely Brady.
4 as well.
Absolutely, Brady.
Except he said that it wasn't.
And it also obviously conflicts with what they kept as his factual acknowledgement. So it's clear, A, that Mr. Wright was telling them that's not true, but it's still maintained. They still kept it as a factual acknowledgement.
Okay, well, this isn't actually saying that's not true.
Well,
It's saying the real issue was,
well, the factual
which he
acknowledgement-
actually denied on the stand, but
The factual acknowledgement says, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, and then it says, and wherein on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened, And it's all goes to intent and state of mind, and that's the important part of this case. You know, no one's denying that the video was made, but what is the reason behind it? And from this email, Mr. Wright is clearly telling the state in an email on December 27th, the video may have seemed like an issue was gang related, but it was actually about a girl that Sledge was dating, and Kel started kicking it with her. That was the real issue behind that. Not denying the video, but the real issue was the girl. That is Brady. That was never shared with us.
Okay, I'm not sure that that's
Of course,
Brady.
of course it's not.
I understand you to be saying that you think this is a denial of it being something done to support, and I don't know what the language was, support and whatever, the gang.
Your Honor, that's the crux of the case.
Yeah, no, I know. And a whole lot of this, y'all are gonna have to ultimately argue to the jury your various sides, but.
Or you can just throw it out because it's hogwash.
For this to say, it seems the video may have seemed like the issue was gang related. The real issue was the girl that a member of a rival gang was then sleeping with, that was one of the alleged gang members' girlfriends.
Do the right thing.
Might make that the real issue, but it doesn't necessarily make it in no way in support of the gang. And I mean, y'all can certainly argue that, but I don't think this is the kind of thing that is like, oh, this is, plus this wasn't the ultimate version. So I don't know what went back and forth after that. He ultimately signed with his attorneys.
Wow.
I don't know what the advice was, but knowledge, something that said whatever the ultimate number 3 was. And you know, y'all have secured evidence from the witness that he feels like he was pressured and coerced into that, and reasons behind it. So y'all have an argument there too, but
I think we've done a good job doing that, but we did all that without the knowledge of this email, which should have been provided to us by the state. That's my only point.
And for what it's worth, the a significant portion of the state's questioning and then a redirect of Mr. Sledge focused around whether or not he had there were specific things that he had asked that they change. And so what we end up having here, what we know now from the email that we didn't have before, is that, again, going back to number 3, number 3, as in its final form, talks about being associated with YSL, and talk about the video and where he's brandishing a weapon using a drive-by shooting to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member. But the state knew, certainly when they were redirecting Mr. Sledge a little while ago, that Mr. Sledge, through his attorney, had given them the information, had specifically denied that number 3 was accurate.
all right, y'all are saying had specifically denied, and I don't read it that clearly. I don't think that's a specific denial. That's more of like I'm clarifying that this is really more about the girl than anything else, which it frankly is. So, okay. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I don't read it that way.
If you look at number 4 also, Your Honor.
Okay.
Number 4 of the defendant's factual acknowledgments, and you got to excuse me because I'm kind of flying back and forth between the different versions.
Yeah, we all are.
But number 4 talks about on April 28th, as reflected in the indictment, that the defendant and fellow YSL associate Demikian Garlington, I'm just reading it into the record so I can perfect it, committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video reference in part 3 of this section. So I'm looking at the email that we just received.
Right.
And it gives a whole total different accounting of that. Where, and of course, this is coming from Mr. Sledge because Mr. Wright says in his email, he said, he didn't know because he was cool with Peanut, who was seeing his cousin, would even be at family reunions together. He thinks shooting Peanut was not planned, but more impromptu, or at least very short or a little planning. He said he didn't know until after it was done when it came on the news. He had been watching the Patriots versus Steelers games with it, then the news reported it. You know, so this again, and what you've got is the state directing and then redirecting and challenging Mr. Sledge on these very specific factual allegations and whether or not he had told his attorney that, or whether or not he had suggested that that be changed in the agreement. And what we have here, what we know now, is that Mr. Sledge was in fact sending those, you know, correcting these very specific factual allegations, sending them to the state, and the state, well, because it doesn't appear in the factual acknowledgments, the state ignored it, or they refused to make.
Okay, so I'm not sure what y'all are looking at, because the version of number 4, factual acknowledgement number 4, that Mr. Wright is speaking to in this email that he sent on December 27, 2022 at 8:43 p.m. is, we agreed, at least Mr. Shart and I agreed, was Sledge agreement, the one that is 452Y, from the one that's called Sledge Agreement. Well, there are 2 that are called Sledge Agreement Updated, but this is a correspondence between 452Y and 453Y, but ultimately the end product. After the one labeled Sledge Agreement Updated that came from 12/27 at 5:06 p.m. And that one reads, on January 10th, 2015, before the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant had personal knowledge that YSL associates were planning to murder Donovan Thomas Jr. Mr. Wright's response to that is essentially, Mr. Sledge does not think the shooting of Peanut was planned, but more impromptu, or at least very short or little planning. So that clearly got changed, because our final version doesn't say they were planning to.
What?
Yes.
May I incorporate? So I cross-examined Mr. Sledge, and the state's theory is that there was a, quote, gang war starting in approximately the fall of 2014.
Right.
That escalated with the fight on January 6, 2015 of Mr. Copeland at the Club Crucial. And then it culminated and then went on steroids thereafter, after January 10th.
Steroids.
I would have used number 4 that you just read, Your Honor, to show that there was no animosity between Mr. Sledge, who's a supposed YSL member, and Mr. Donovan Thomas, who's a supposed leader of a, quote, rival gang. The reason I say this is because I knew about it. So listen, I want to make it clear. I knew about it because I spoke with Mr. Sledge through his lawyer. So I actually asked these questions.
Right.
I didn't know about this email. But
So
the email.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
But no, don't apologize. But the email is Brady, because what the state was saying is these 2 divisions. They put, I didn't put Mr. Sledge on YSL, and that there is a total collapse between human beings. And that, to me, you know, I learned Brady to be anything that is potentially exculpatory or impeachment or mitigation. And the court has heard now, you know, Mr. Copeland said I lied about everything. That to me is Brady. The statement on this number 4 is to me Brady, because it shows that there is not animosity.
All right. So your belief about the Brady is not the part that I was talking about, but more the part that says he here is Mr. Sledge, at least at the beginning. He said he did not know because he was cool with Peanut, who was seeing his cousin and would even be at family reunions together. Does the he change there? And is the he become somebody else was cool? Who is the he that was cool with Peanut? Do we even know? We don't.
I believe that is Mr. Sledge.
Okay. And so you think it's Brady material that Mr. Sledge was cool with Peanut?
Right, because Mr. Sledge is he's been identified before you came on the case, the bench on this case.
Right, here we go.
As from multiple, 2, definitely maybe 3, supposed gang experts saying Mr. Sledge is part of this gang.
Yeah.
Yes.
So to me, and it just fits into the whole, I thank you for allowing us to get these emails, but these emails it's a special duty here. And this is not the special duty, I don't believe.
Okay. So
I'd like to see all the emails from Mr.
I think she's looking and sending all that she has. Is that correct, Ms. Love?
2 things. Yes. And when the court permits me an opportunity to respond to all of this, I would appreciate that opportunity.
Okay. What was the second thing? Or 1 was yes, and 2, you want an opportunity to respond. Okay.
Oh, she had compound
All
answer.
right. So Mr. Sledge has been available to the defense to speak to as well. We just heard that from Mr. Wright, in fact. And so I'm sure that Mr. Sledge, if asked, would have told anybody that asked, especially the defense,
You don't know that.
what his relationship and thoughts about Peanut were. So
He did, and I
Okay.
even asked him about it, and he answered similar to this.
all right.
But that really is besides the issue. The issue is that the prosecution has to do, there's one thing, there's a Brady duty and then there's a Brady violation. There's no violation because I knew about it and it came out of court, but there is still the duty.
Okay, a Brady, I mean, we all know what Brady material is, I hope. And if something is equally available and as easily gotten by one side as the other, that sort of takes it out of the realm of Brady.
I don't agree with that respectfully, because what if I didn't do my job? It's an ineffective claim.
Well, it doesn't.
and the state had the duty.
Yeah.
All right, well, I don't.
You can't shun your duty and say, well, he has the Honorable Keith Adams, so he'll figure it out on his own. That's not, in fact, courts ask, this court, I believe, but other courts in this courthouse say, is there any Brady evidence known? Is there any evidence suppressible known by the state? And they give it to you, or they're supposed to. So I don't agree that, hey, go find it for yourself.
Well, I don't read that part of number 4 to be Brady. Yes.
May I respond to about number 3, though? I mean, the state provided us with a plea agreement with factual acknowledgments that appear on its face to be Mr. Sledge acknowledging certain things were done on behalf of YSL to further YSL. I don't have equal access to Miss Love's emails with Attorney Wright that she has. So clearly that email correspondence between Mr. Wright and Miss Love, which was never handed over until a few minutes ago, it contradicts and it impeaches those factual acknowledgments that Antonio Sledge signed. Now, I'd like to think that I do everything I can as a defense attorney, but I don't think it's unreasonable that a defense attorney would read the factual acknowledgments signed by a cooperating witness and accept that that is going to be their stance when they come and testify. And
well, lucky for y'all, it wasn't his stance.
Well, but I don't think that makes us getting it this last minute any less problematic.
Well, I'll just say that
Oh my goodness.
if the state has an open file, then none of these arguments ever even come up. Now, I know that that is your, something that y'all in your office can make a decision about, but open file would, just exactly what I said. So,
What did you say though?
okay, Ms. Love, what do you want to
What'd you say?
respond to? What do you feel like there still needs to be a response to?
Your Honor, I think that the court sort of encapsulated the position that I have pretty well. So you sort of took away the many of the responses that I had. And so, in as much as anything else that Mr. Wright sent to me is being printed out, I think we have them all printed out. I'm going to send them over and disseminate to the counsel for the defense and to the court.
Okay, thank you.
Do I understand that to mean that there are more coming?
That sounds like it. Should I just send the jury home for the day?
Okay. You okay?
Can you release them for the day? Tell them they're under the same instructions they always are. Thank you. They're always here at 9.
All right. All right. So what's the deal? What's the plan, Judge Whitaker?
Sort of reiterates it. And one of the prongs is definitely that the defense did not possess the evidence, nor could the defense obtain it with any reasonable diligence.
I disagree, respect. That's a
Well, I mean,
violation.
You can disagree with it, but it's what the case law.
That's a
holds.
violation. That's because the case law in an appellate opinion is saying the defendant, the accused, convicted person, the criminally accused is now complaining and wants the case reversed because of a Brady violation. And then there's a 4-part test. And one of the parts is, was with due diligence this information accessible? I'm not saying that. Before that, there's a Brady obligation. That falls upon the state, whether it's easily accessible or not. If 2 experts say different things and the state puts them both on the witness list, but doesn't give the accused to say, hey, one expert says actually it's favorable for your client, and they hold back that report, that's a Brady obligation breach. Now, the fact that I was on notice that there's another person on the witness list, you would expect me to interview the person and I would have found out about it.
I mean, I think I understand what you're saying is that if it is exculpatory or impeaching, there is an obligation to provide it. Okay. I guess I am looking at it from the position of, if you are claiming at this point, here's another Brady violation, I have to look at what are these factors, and I don't find those factors to exist here.
And that's why I thought I always said I knew about it. So I'm not saying it's a violation, but it is an obligation of the state. We shouldn't be getting it. I should have really had this before I cross-examined Mr. Sledge. Should have had it before trial. And Brady, the way I understand it, is an ongoing obligation that triggers immediately.
Well, okay, again, I don't read it the same way that y'all apparently do. And I can't imagine that you would have wanted to use this particular exhibit, because if you used part of it, the rest of it could have come in, at least with regard to what's in each particular number, and the entirety of what's in number 4, I do not think would be beneficial to the defense side of the case.
Sure.
This exhibit, are you referring to the email or
Not the exhibit, I'm sorry, bad word if I use that. This email from Mr. Wright of December 27th at 8:43 p.m.
I would like the opportunity to decide what I'm going to use and not. How about that?
That's what Brady.
Understood.
That's the whole point of Brady.
I guess we can tell Mr. Wright he can come back tomorrow too. At 9. Thank you. So have you, did you say you were going to print or you were going to forward the whatever other emails there were?
I have printouts.
You want to dole those out to everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Since I gave the court a statement back to the court, trust me, over
Yes.
Oh my gosh, we're doing the stapler thing again.
And maybe we need to get an extra stapler down here.
I got extra stapler. When I come, I'll bring a stapler too. Good gracious. Doug is lost. He's like, look, how do I get out of this? How do I get out of this? All right. Unaccountable love. Doug is my what? Doug is my spirit animal at the moment. It's even making me upset. I mean, at this point, I'm like, what are we seeing? They couldn't have stapled that. You can literally hit staple when you print.
Judge, you're out of state.
Oh my goodness. Just give me some paper clips. Just please just stop. Just stop. Just give me paper clips.
Thank you, John.
This is crazy. How is this a thing? How are we still here? How are we still here? This is so embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. I love Bizarre. Thank you. I like that one. I'm a Sheila E. fan.
Judge, I asked the courts, I asked for an in-camera inspection of one portion of this before I send it out.
Okay.
All right. So apparently she wanted it in camera, which basically means the camera's not there. Doug is salty. Doug is salty. Okay, so she wanted it in camera. That just means that they're going to have a conference without the camera being on them. She's showing her the I guess, emails that she should have given her some time ago. This is embarrassing. How are we still having these kind of conversations? Still. This makes no sense at all.
He's gonna give the whole thing.
Thank you, Judah, for the $1.99 super chat. I don't know, man. This requires a complete and total overhaul, in my opinion. There's just some real bona fide problems, man. Bona fide problems. And I don't know how to resolve them, but that's a great question. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, I don't know. So apparently they had emails that they had back and forth with Sledges.
In the record
Yes.
for you,
Okay, here we go.
In Ray Haney, Haney, and that's 355 Georgia Peel, 658. It's footnote 1. It's 2020. And it reads, the state has a duty under Brady versus Maryland and Giglio versus United States. Giglio is Giglio, to disclose favorable evidence to the defendant in a criminal matter. This includes disclosure of impeachment evidence which could be used to show bias or interest of a party on the part of a key state's witness. And I say that solely because I don't believe what the court was saying about the 4-part test. That comes afterwards, after a person is.
Right. I thought I'd clarified that. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so Brian Steele just gave some case law that he would point to for why this is a Brady. I don't think he meant violation. I think he meant obligation. So at this point, man, I don't know what they would need to do.
How many, is this just one more email or is this a few?
This is series of emails, the emails that I got from Mr. Wright. I think I printed out, I had him print out all of the ones that he sent me.
Okay. And so this will be, will this stack include the 2 that you sent electronically or no? It's fine either way. I'm just wondering.
I think so. I think I asked her to send out all of them.
Okay. All right. And you've got a copy for each of the 6 defendants and a copy for the judge?
Yes.
Okay.
And also, to the extent that I enter any of these, the copies that I'm giving to everybody, it includes everyone that I email them to. I'm going to take off that portion.
Okay.
And it will only include the email correspondence between me and Mr. Wright.
Thank you.
Just go ahead and kill the trees. Just don't worry about it. Just kill the trees. I don't think that's gonna make a big hill of a difference. Just do it.
Six copies for the defense and one counsel.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh man, there goes that chair again. All right, so, oh my goodness. Let's get done with this, love. Come on. She just ran through the forest.
Your Honor,
Yes.
let me inquire of the court because I want to be really careful about this.
Okay.
Mr. Wright, of course, is on the stand. He's a witness. He's been sworn. He's testifying. And my general thinking would be, well, we're not really allowed to talk to him at this point.
I would think that's accurate.
Right. My thinking, though, is as we're sitting here talking about it in regards to the email exchanges And I'm not casting aspersions on anyone. We've received what the state said that they have in their possession. Although they initially said that most of the correspondence were by phone. And I don't know whether or not there are additional email correspondences that may be in Mr.
Okay.
Wright's possession, and maybe not in the states. And
All right.
I'm wondering if the court.
Let me suggest that if you want to send an email to Mr. Wright, copying the state and saying, if you want to identify him, we've got, the email of whatever date, whatever time. If there are any others, can you please forward them to, everybody copied, which would be all of the attorneys. You can certainly do that.
And then I'll copy the court on that email as well.
Your Honor, may I request that the email simply request of Mr. Wright to forward everybody all the correspondence related
as
to.
well. Sure, I guess that would be cleaner.
Yes, thank you.
That's fine. If you want to be the one that sends out the email, that's fine too.
Thank you.
Okay.
That would you know what? One moment.
All right.
And you know what? Whoever sends it out, you can say, we all discussed it in court with the judge and the judge is fine with it.
Sure. We don't have any problem with the state sending that out. He's their witness technically at this point.
All right. So Ms. Love, if you wouldn't mind doing that this evening. Okay, great.
She's happy to provide him with, even with this copy here that.
Yeah, if you want to do that, if that would make it easier, or if you just want to say, hey, can you send everything you've got? However you want to handle it.
I will do both.
Okay. All right. So, the additional ones that we all just got handed, it doesn't look like there's much substantively that's new from what Ms. Love already had provided electronically. It's more, but it's not really new. Is there anything else we need to talk about before we break for the evening? Yes.
And then the investigator who's been in court, so I don't know if that matters, but.
So will you call both of them, or?
I will call both of them. So Lieutenant Lancigo she's been tasked with specific things as relates to this case, but I did not, at the time that we put Mr. Slade on the stand,
have any idea you'd be calling
I didn't
either of
expect to
them.
have to call either one of them, but since we do,
oh my God,
you really obviously there's case law that.
Yeah, it doesn't exclude them from being a witness. If you want to bring up, you've been in court the whole time, that's fine, but.
And then the next witness is what I was getting,
Yeah, so hopefully the two of them won't take the entire day, or to borrow a phrase from Mr. Steele, God forbid, more than a day. Do you have the next witness available tomorrow as well?
We are attempting to secure a person who's not trying to be secured, but who is under subpoena.
Okay.
And we also have Mr. Thomas Burnett.
Okay. So you'll have somebody available tomorrow.
We do.
Do good. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm waiting for you to finish that.
I'm
topic.
done. I'm done.
All right, let's
Yeah,
go.
the only thing I was going to request is for the other defendants who have pled out, if there are similar email communications between the state and that attorney where they were going back and forth on their acknowledgements. So, for
Okay.
example, for Mr. Arnold, Mr. Stevens, Greer, Kitchens, Mr. Lee, Mr. Sumlin, Mr. Beebe, instead of waiting till the last minute or maybe not getting it at all, could we have that email communications as well?
How do you feel about that, Ms. Love?
Judge,
why don't you take a really careful look at any of those that might exist?
Okay.
And if there needs to be an in-camera inspection, there can be an in-camera inspection. If you want to just share it, you can just share it. But go ahead and take find whatever might exist and take careful look at those and then give us an update.
Thank you.
And thank you, Judge, for saying what I think you said. Take a look at whatever exists, because I was going to add to Mr. Weinstein and say not just email correspondences, just so we don't end up again with me saying, oh, you know what, I forgot to ask about these other correspondences. So any correspondence whatsoever in regards to those.
If y'all did snail mail, if you did text.
There you go.
Right.
Anything like that. Okay.
Okay with
Thank you,
that.
Mr. Adams, for that broad document request. I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Okay. Anything else? All right. I'll see y'all at,
Oh my goodness.
I mean, honestly, y'all, even when we are starting at 8:30, it's 9:30 before we pull the jury in. So I'm thinking since we've got some stuff we might need to be discussing tomorrow, 8:30 in the morning for all of us. Okay.
We could do 8.
Girl, you was late
No, I don't
today.
want to do 8.
Okay.
You was late.
I don't want to do 8:30, but
Okay.
no, we're not doing 8. I need my sleep. All right. See y'all tomorrow.
Wow. How love gonna be talking about so we can do 8 when she was late today? And mind you, she doesn't come in there on time. So she's not the first one in there chomping at the bit. Already got a pencil sharp sitting in her seat ready to go. Hello. Yeah, this is craziness. I'm sitting there playing with my microphone. Please forgive me. Drop a 1 in the chat you can hear. Make sure I didn't. Okay. It looks like it's working. Okay. My bad. Yeah. How'd she go sit there? Okay. So they are done. Okay, cool. Big screen. How's she going to act like she on time? Y'all, this is craziness, man. This is madness. Yeah. And I don't understand this. If this was just, again, some HOA argument, if this was just something that didn't matter, it would be different. But since you're looking at people's lives, and we saw Adrian Love really, truly get out of control today. And that's craziness, man. Like that was madness today. Good night. All right. I'm dropping a link in the chat. I've been working on the video while we were watching this. So I did a snip real quick. I dropped it in the chat. It's going to go live at 6 o'clock. So go check it out. I will try to be by there. I got some stuff to do before I have a Bible study tonight at 7. But I'm going to try to pop in there as well. Just something fun. Just a little quick, fun video. I was trying to do it and paying attention. So we see how it works. But y'all, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to all the huge thanks to all of the supers today. Thank you so much. All the new members. Welcome to the party. If you would, if you're a new member, you was blessed by Doug and the others that were dropping memberships, go to the community post in my chat and you'll see a community post for members only that explains how to join the Discord. Join the Discord. So let me just real quick, Trail, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Republic Tea Room, I appreciate you always. Very, very gracious, very kind. Mia, thank you so much. As well as Yusuf and Peter. I appreciate y'all so much. Trail again and Yusuf again. Republic Tea Room is just dropping, blessing your boy today. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for being the stream sponsor today for sure. And Doug, always giving out those memberships, making the path available for everybody to enjoy the shenanigans over here. Mark in Texas, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I don't know if I read this. Whitaker is a board member for the Junior League ATL. I think he's trying to say ATL. Really? I didn't know that. Thank you so much, Mike, for challenging everybody to hit those likes today. Thank you very much, brother. Grace and peace for sure. Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate you, as well as Aaron again. Republic Tea Room, throwing it out there. Thank you so much. And again, Michael, thank you very much for your very kind and very gracious supers as well. Let's get around these bases real quick. Aaron, again, Yusuf coming through like a champ. And we got even overseas. We got the pounds coming in. Hey, Paula, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you so much for the support. Republic Tea Room and rounding out the bases, Peter and Judah. Thank y'all both, man. Thank y'all so much for blessing the team. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with us today. We got another fun day tomorrow. I'm going to go to court on Wednesday. I realize I got some things I got to do here tomorrow. So I got to stay close to the house. But I will go to court on Wednesday and test out my Rule 22. See what it do. What the Rule 22 do? Do they roll out the red carpet? I get to go in the secret door? Nah, probably none of that stuff. We'll see you all, everybody. I'm gonna see you all at 6 o'clock. I got the Love Overboard video going live at 6 o'clock. And until then, everybody, grace and peace. Take care.